Good morning and welcome, everyone, to this Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, February 27th. I'm calling the meeting to order, and we'll begin with a roll call, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Do we see her on Zoom?
Not on Zoom. Absent. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Smidian. Here. Supervisor Vice President Lee.
Good morning, President.
President Ellenberg.
I am here as
You
well.
do have a quorum.
Thank you, and I will ask our County Executive, James Williams, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This morning's invocator, Pastor Loriana Gardere, will be introduced by Vice President Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Good morning. I would like to invite Pastor Loriana Gardere to come up. Loriana Gardere is a vocalist, a songwriter, and a worship leader at the Bible Way Christian Center. She grew up listening to gospel music, which led her to believe that there was something special about music. At a very young age, she realized it would become a part of her destiny. She has emerged as a highly sought-after artist, often called to lead worship and perform throughout our country. Her latest single, Back to You, has been featured on several Bay Area gospel radio stations, including the world hit gospel show on KMEL. Today, Loriana serves as the Director of Music and Worship Leader at the Bible Way Christian Center. Welcome.
Let's get your mic on first. Hang on.
Try again.
Nope.
Test. There we go.
Try again.
Okay.
Beautiful.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you,
Sorry about
Supervisor
that.
Lee. No problem. And to the board, thank you so much for having me today. I am honored to be here to share this invocation in honor of Black History Month. Today is a special day for me. It is my mother's birthday. She's 68 years old today. And when you think about 68 years, that's almost 7 decades, and she's been around long enough to see a few things. She has seen 13 U.S. presidents. She's seen all the fashions of the 70s, the bell-bottoms, the afros, and platforms, and I have evidence that she's participated in all of that. She's known the music of Jimi Hendrix and Diana Ross, Al Green, Andre Crouch, but she was also around to see the assassinations of JFK and Dr. King. She heard firsthand the stories of her mother, my grandmother, fleeing from Jim Crow South Alabama for a better life up north. And she has seen the fights for civil rights, and she's witnessed the impacts of racism and poverty in her own neighborhoods. And she has always hoped for more. So she moved to the Bay Area and met my dad and began to raise her own family. And every decision that she made in raising me and my siblings was to offer us better opportunities than what she's had. And today she beams with pride, watching us raise our own children with opportunities that she could have never imagined. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. And today, as we close out Black History Month, I reflect on my ancestors, those that are distant and in close proximity to me. And I'm grateful for the sacrifices that they made with me and my children in mind. I'm so grateful for how far we've come, all of our achievements and all of our accomplishments in spite of oppression and opposition. But I also know that there is lots of work to still be done. And so Dr. King says that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Everyone in this room has an opportunity to build on the foundation that was set by our ancestors for a free and just nation that we dream of for our descendants. We can do this by listening and learning about people who are different from us instead of othering them. We can do this by leading with curiosity instead of with fear. And we can do this by showing compassion instead of indifference. I will close with this quote from Amanda Gorman's inaugural poem. She says, "There is always light if we are only brave enough to see it, if we are only brave enough to be it. May God grant us all the grace to be that light." Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful. Item 4A is our time for adjournments in memoriam, and we have one this morning in honor and memory of Robert No Amador Montoya that will be presented by both Vice President Lee and Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you again, President Allenberg. Robert Noah Amador Montoya was born in San Jose, California on June 1st, 1984. And on Tuesday, December 26, 23, Robert laid his head down to rest. Robert graduated from Mount Pleasant High School and attended Evergreen Valley College. There were many things Robert loved: his cats, Fannie Mae Con and cosplays, Hawaiian music, his love for food, and most importantly, his lovely mother, Rose. He was the inspiration for a book that honored his love of cats, bravery, and kindness, which we have right here, The Diving Cats of Precarious. Robert was an artist and drew lovely pictures that reflected the beauty of the world he saw. He was a brave and kind soul. He fought a long and hard battle to remain in this world the last 4 years. Although very hard and challenging, he always found a way to keep a smile on his face when loved ones came to visit him. He was preceded in death by his father, No Montoya. He left behind his loving mother, Rose Amador, who has joined us today, his cat, and his dog. He was a humble man and one who will be missed beyond words. And Rose, thank you for being here with us, and our thoughts and prayers are with you always. I always want to allow Supervisor Chavez to say a few words as well.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lee, thank you so much for honoring Robert. I, too, want to share my deepest heartfelt condolences. And it is lovely to see this book. And what's really delightful about this book is you can see Robert's picture in the back of it. What also Rose left us was her thoughts as she says goodbye to her precious son. And I'm not going to read them because out loud I think I won't get through that. But I wanted to say just how, what a lovely expression of your relationship is in the pages that you've shared with us. Just a couple of things that folks may want to know about Robert. He was a proud graduate of Mount Pleasant High School. And while he left us far too early, for those of us who had the opportunity to go to his service, it was really a sight to behold. The love and the joy and just the kindness that was in the room as people were sending him off. And, and actually I thought of Robert as being quite a uniter to see so many 49er and Raider shirts in the same room together. And there was peace at the end of the service. I also just wanted to say, that both Robert and Noe and you have been leaders in the social justice movements that have been most important to our community. And your son was raised in that movement, and it was certainly expressed by the people who came to honor him and to honor you and Noe as well. He will be dearly missed, and we are so sorry for your loss. And it's just such an honor that you're letting us say goodbye to him with you. Thank you.
I would just add my sympathy as well. Rose, I didn't know your son, but I know you and know the kind of person you are and the size heart that you have. And truly the loss of a child is not the way our lives are supposed to go. And I just want to send you hugs and love and every wish that his memory is always a blessing and an inspiration. So thank you. Right. It is now my privilege to offer a proclamation of Social Work Month.
Excuse me, I'd like to acknowledge
there's
that
another
Supervisor Reyes is now in the room. on Zoom.
Okay, I believe there's a particular action that we need to take, and also I did miss an adjournment that we'll come back to, of course, in honor and memory of Dr. Jack Lucas. Supervisor Arenas, I believe you have a statement. We can't hear you.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for allowing me to interrupt the process in order to get this request done. I'd like to request to participate remotely, and this is pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 F2. I'm requesting to participate in today's meeting remotely due to emergency circumstances, and those are related to personal medical issues, and that I will be participating remotely today.
Thank you. I believe we are required to take a vote to approve that request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. With a motion?
Yes.
Then I will make the motion that we approve Supervisor Arenas' request to participate remotely today under the emergency exemption rule.
Second, Chavez.
Second. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian,
Yes.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion granted.
Thank you. And with that,
Thank you.
Excuse me, President Ellenberg, there's one more statement that Supervisor Arenas will need to add after the vote.
please go right ahead. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I think as I try to unmute and muting myself. There is, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 F2, I'm required to disclose whether any individuals 18 years or older are present in the room with me, and no other individual 18 years or older is present in the room for which I'm remotely participating. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you to our county council for walking us through that procedure. Item 4A, nope, 4C is an adjournment in honor and memory of Dr. Jack E. Lucas, presented by Supervisors Simidian and Chavez.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. For those of you who did not know him, our friend Jack Lucas, who passed away at the age of 93 after an extraordinarily full and rich life, was from the Midwest originally, but I thought of Jack as being a local product and having been here forever and ever and ever, because he had deep, deep roots here in the county. Excuse me. And particularly in the West Valley. He got his bachelor's degree at San Jose State, got his master's at San Jose State, got his teaching certificate while he was there, and had just a remarkable career as an educator in the West Valley. He was a teacher, he was a dean, he was a vice principal, he was a principal, he was a coach. He really did it all. He was sort of the Renaissance man of public education in the West Valley. He was at Los Gatos High and then Saratoga High when it was a new school back in the day, and at some point went off to Oregon to get his doctorate degree in education. But I came to know Jack at the end of his tenure in Montezurino, on the Montezurino City Council, where he served, believe it or not, 5 terms, 20 years, I think, as both a council member and a mayor. And he had just, when I met him 20 years ago or so, he had just pivoted from his tenure after 20 years on the city council to additional service as a locally elected official on the West Valley Mission Community College Board, where he then went on to serve another 20 years, another 5 terms. And there's a lot I could say about his engagement in the community and his passion for his work with young people, but I remember him as a person who had strongly held opinions and knew how to bring order in a chaotic situation, which is a helpful thing if you're a school administrator. But the moment I remember is from early 2003, so 20 years ago, when I was serving in the California State Legislature, and as a result of reapportionment and redistricting, Montecito became part of my legislative district. I had not represented it previously. Jack was kind enough to invite me to a community event. I went, and I had wonderful conversations with people from Montecito who I had not had, as I say, the opportunity to represent. And I remember one woman in particular said, you know, we're a unique case here in the county because there are only 3,500 of us. And it's probably hard for you to imagine, you know, just 3,500 people. And I said, well, no, I can imagine that. And she said, really, you can imagine, you know, 3,500 people? And because I had come recently from the county, without thinking, I said, well, no, sure, on any given day, that's roughly the population of our county jail, which was not all that well received, frankly, by the proud resident of Montecito. And what I remember, and I carry with me obviously all these years later, is Jack noting the moment of somewhat awkward silence, wandering over, pulling me away, and suggesting that perhaps that was a reference point that I might want to skip in future. I then went on to represent the good folks of Montecito for the next couple of years before lines changed again on me. But always gracious, always there to sort of smooth the way, and as I say, oftentimes bring a little order out of chaos. And when you look back at someone who stepped up not once, not twice, but 5 times to serve on a local city council, and then said, okay, that was satisfying. I want to spend 5 terms on my local community college board in public service again. That's really a lifetime of public service on top of a lifetime of public service as a public educator. So thank you, Jack, for all you gave us, and sympathies and condolences to the family who was, of course, the center of his life. Thank you.
If I could, just to follow up on that, for those of you who have been in public life a long time, one of the things you know, or if you've been married, you know that when you're having a conversation with somebody who's already made up their mind, how challenging that is. And the thing I really appreciated about Jack always is that he was so open to hearing another side of an argument or a discussion. And I would watch him, and I think it's such a hallmark of a confident, thoughtful leader, that he would come in really strong about something, hear another side, and rethink his position. And he did it in the kindest, most elegant way. And I served with him on the VTA board, and and we came from very different parts of the community. I was advocating for San Jose. He was advocating for West San Jose. But again, he always found a way to build bridges. And the last time I saw him actually was at the Builders Barbecue. And I don't think that was that many months ago. And he was still talking about what community colleges could do to bridge the income inequality gap in our community. And that kind of just overt, over and over kindness. I think the point you raised about how many committees could he sign up for, we were going to list them, and it got silly. So we didn't do that because he's just been doing so many great things. I do want to just say one thing, just to recognize one specific opportunity. He was the vice chair of the Valley Transportation Authority when the West Valley State Route 85 freeway was open. I mean, that's just how long he's been serving our community. And it's really hard to imagine the work we've done, particularly in transit, without his kind, gentle, persistent presence. And for those of you who knew him, you knew he was a kind person with a great laugh. And for those of you who didn't, this just in your heart, if you could say thank you to him, because he left his mark on our community. Thank you for letting me share in that.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, I just want to say that Dr. Lucas, as everybody has heard, is a true public servant for both the Montreal area, but also in this case specifically for our schools. And in memory of that, the West Valley Mission College has now established a Dr. Jack Lucas Memorial Scholarship to make education more accessible to everyone. And this is truly a testament of the great work and legacy that he's leaving behind. So we'll definitely miss you, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you all, and may his memory be for a blessing as well. Item 5 on our agenda today is the time for commendations and proclamations, and I have the honor of presenting the first proclamation recognizing Social Work Month. I don't know if you know, in School of Rock, Jack Black tries to say, just the band come up, and everybody's coming up, so everyone come up. We have, if you are affiliated in any way with SSA and want to come up here, we want you. Here, open that. You're going to come around on this side. Everybody, not just the band. Love it. All right, welcome. I'll go first, and then I will turn the mic over to you. Our county calendar is full of recognitions. Month after month, nobody's doing bunny ears, right? For various groups, worthy causes, and individuals. This is one small way of saying, we see you, your work matters. So today, in recognition of March as National Social Work Month, I want to take a few minutes to recognize our county's social workers, the hundreds and perhaps thousands of professionals who go out in the community every day and do the hard work every day of meeting people in what may be their worst moments. People who are unwell, scared, desperate, sometimes violent, lost, neglected, or mistreated. Social workers are there when nearly everything and everyone else has failed these folks. They have to engage, listen, advise, recommend, hold space, be empathetic, be leaders, see the world through the eyes of children, parents, older adults, teens, and even infants. And then they have to go somewhere else and do it all over again, multiple times, every day. This work is awe-inspiring and seems exhausting all at once. Interestingly, I have met many social workers who've chosen to work in this field because as children, they either had positive or negative experiences with social services themselves and want to pass on their gratitude or correct past traumas. I don't believe anyone goes into this field who doesn't have a huge heart and a will of iron to make a difference, to make someone's life better and safer. Our social workers have recently been under greater stress than usual as flaws in our local and state systems become more clear, the flaws that in the systems that are designed to keep people safe. The way too many of our processes are designed keeps people who are doing on-the-ground work too far from the tables and rooms where policies and expectations are set. They aren't the theorists or the legislators, but they are the ones holding crying children, crying parents, and making seemingly impossible decisions about people's safety. There is much work ahead for all of us in building better systems and keeping the right populations and the right voices at the center of all of this work. But for right now, today, I want to say that every social worker employed at our county, the board sees you. We deeply value your work and your commitment to the safety of all vulnerable residents. We are grateful you have chosen to pursue your careers here. You're all up here, so I'm not calling anybody up, but I know that a number of you want to say a few words. Please go ahead and do that, and then we will turn our backs on everyone here for just a moment so that we can take a picture of this occasion. And I actually have a proclamation.
Good morning, everybody. Damian Wright, Director, DFCS. We are honored to announce that March is Social Worker Month, a special time to honor and appreciate the incredible contributions of our dedicated social workers. These devoted professionals work tirelessly to support individuals, families, and communities, helping them to overcome challenges and build better lives. As an executive team for Social Services Agency, we recognize the significant impact of all social workers and what they do in the lives of the people they serve. And we are committed to providing them with the resources and support they need to continue their vital work. As the director of DFCS, I want to especially honor our DFCS social workers as they keep children safe, families strong, and build partnership with communities. I will turn it over to Roman Reyes, one of our DFCS social workers, to say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the attention, Thank you for the attention and recognition for the dedicated and compassionate individuals who tirelessly serve our community as social workers. The invaluable contributions these professionals make to uplift and improve the lives of the most vulnerable members of society is to be celebrated. It's crucial to point out that social workers face numerous challenges in their line of work. Social workers witness firsthand the harsh realities of poverty, abuse, neglect, and other societal issues. Despite these hardships, we demonstrate resilience, empathy, and unwavering dedication to the community that we serve. Today, as we come together to honor and celebrate Social Worker Appreciation Month, let us not only express our gratitude, but let us express our commitment to uplifting the social work profession at DFCS and within our community. As leaders, we can do this by being aware of our unconscious bias, relinquishing the all-knowing thinking, and challenging ourselves to look past our blind spots by developing a truly collaborative approach to address the areas of concern within DFCS. In order to achieve the best outcomes for our communities, children, and families, our efforts must be jointly aligned as possible. It is critical to the work that we do to create a culture that values joint decision-making, open communication, trust, and respect, while actively seeking input from frontline workers and ensuring that their voices are heard and respected by agency leaders. Thank you again for recognizing the significant contributions of social workers during this special month. Let us continue to celebrate their remarkable work, amplify their voices, and pledge to them our continued support. Let me end with this famous quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Never, never be afraid to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person or animal is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds that we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. Thank you.
Thank you. And if my colleagues join me, and we'll flip around. And Roman, do you want to hold that? Or why don't you- let's get us here. Front center here. Just a second. There you go. How are you? Good. Thank you. I just want to turn. Thanks for sharing. Just thought you should. Don't go downstairs, of course. Oh, who's coming? We're just, if we stay long enough, someone will take our picture. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
So who do we give this to? Do we take?
No, that's your problem.
I'm only going against on my cute one. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Now I am pleased to invite Supervisor Simidian to the podium to present a commendation for Sherry Sager.
As much as I would like to do that, Madam President, it is my duty to inform you that Ms. Sager, after decades of service in the healthcare arena, happily and retired, only to be summoned for jury duty. So she is engaged in fulfilling her civic responsibility this morning, and if there is no objection, I would like to continue this matter to our meeting of March the 12th and take the matter up at that time.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Item 6 is public comment. This is the portion of the meeting set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on matters that are not on today's agenda, but that are within the purview of the board. I do see we have a significant number of folks here today and almost 400 on Zoom. So let me take a quick inventory of how many of y'all are actually planning to speak, and I love that you are here supporting your colleagues, but let's figure this out.
So I currently have 34 in person, and the online is raising rapidly. We are currently at 12. Okay, maybe not so rapidly. Now it's at 13.
Okay, what I would like to do is hear an hour of public comment, which will enable everyone who is currently signed up, the 30 plus in chambers and the, I'm guessing, approaching 20 or so on Zoom, and want you to all know that you are heard, and if you aren't speaking but want to stand and demonstrate your support for speakers, you're absolutely welcome to do that. I do have to ask folks not to either applaud if you like something that you hear or make a negative sound if you don't, and that is to ensure that everyone in this room, regardless of their perspective, feels heard and feels safe. Any sort of silent gestures, I guess polite gestures. Maybe I shouldn't go there. Maybe just sit quietly and smile and nod. So let's close the queue in person and 36 and close the queue on Zoom. Where are we on Zoom? Is that still rising?
It seems to be holding at a, well, now it's rising again. We currently have about 19.
Okay, so for folks on Zoom, do put your hands up now, but please know that we're going to hear an hour of public comment, and we've got 34 minutes in person. So we good? County Council?
Yes, it's fine to limit the overall amount of public comment.
As opposed to shortening people's time for comment, which I don't love to do. I want to be able to hear everybody. All right, so I'm going to close the in-person queue and close the Zoom queue right now. So why don't you begin calling people in person, and I believe 5 at a time is our practice?
Yes. All right, so we'll start with the first 5, which are Andrea Arce, Romita Magnampo, Cecilia Kayabyab, Elise Nathian, and Jay Pigdalio. And I apologize for any name mispronunciations.
So sorry, we won't start your clock yet, or we'll restart it, but we need to get you mic'd first.
Oh, sure, okay.
There you go.
There I am, all right.
Go ahead,
Good
please.
morning, esteemed Board of Supervisors, county executive, county leaders, and members of the audience and community. My name is Andrea Arce, and I'm one of 6 nurse leaders, middle managers, supporting a highly specialized segment of patient care for the County of Santa Clara Health System, which includes hospital outpatient departments, hospital departments and clinics. Our support in our day-to-day jobs provide high-quality, compassionate, and accessible care for the patient community of Santa Clara County. This work is only possible because we are registered nurses and nursing professionals. Collectively, we have nearly 125 years of experience and support over 600 highly specialized clinical staff. Our educational backgrounds include bachelor's, master's, and doctorates in nursing practice. We are here today requesting your support to be reclassified as nurse managers. Regretfully, we have not had a fair evaluation by ESA. We meet and or exceed all of the qualifications of the nurse manager classification.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to have us speak. I'm one of the health center manager in Santa Clara County, and I've been a nurse there for more than 21 years, 24 years as a nurse, and 15 years for nurse management. And in many years of our service, we have expanded our services. We have lead nurses, RNs, LVNs, MAs. In 2020, I started the first COVID testing for the county, not just for the health system, but for the county system. We have expanded GI services that free up some OR services and expand the GI and liver procedures for our county system. With our collective experiences, expertise, commitment in the contribution to the healthcare system of the county, we are requesting we get classified as a nurse manager. We are nurse leader in specialty care, and we are nurse managers.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Kayabyab, and I'm the manager of surgical specialties. I have oversight of 14 highly specialized procedural clinics with over 400 patient visits a day. Some of you have seen our areas and appreciated the complexity and comprehensive care we provide to our patients in the community. We perform highly specialized procedures to save a limb and vision of our diabetic patients, as well as procedures to diagnose cancer to ensure timely and appropriate care. Because we manage large specialty areas as well as oversight of various disciplines, including assistant nurse managers, my position requires a nursing degree. For 7.5 years, I have performed the job responsibilities that of a nurse manager, which is in alignment and matches most of the job description of the inpatient nurse manager and med-surg. We have been performing our job responsibilities without the proper recognition and title. We respectfully ask the board to assist us with ESA.
Good morning, my name is Elise Ngiem, and I'm a health center manager, oversee 16 departments from San Jose O'Connor Hospital to South County St. Louis Hospital outpatient specialty services. I oversee and manage all medical services and treatments in
Forgive
all
the
my
interruption.
specialty
Through
areas.
the chair. I wonder if we could ask for the volume to be turned up just a little bit. I apologize for the interruption, but I want to make sure I can hear your
Thank
every
you.
word.
And we did stop the clock.
Thank you.
Continue? Thank you. I oversee and manage all of medical services and treatments in all my specialties areas. Because I'm a nurse and I'm also certified in my wound and hyperbaric and also a safety officer for the enterprise hyperbaric program. I'm a responsible oversight and consultation of the hyperbaric protocols administered employees of the hospitals. I also audit and review diagnosis, outcome, identify care planning for physician documentation, coding, progress notes, and then other indicators as identifying quality improvement plan. Just want to share overall our net income from our enterprise wound care is over $4 million per month.
Thank you very much.
If we can go ahead and call the next 5 forward: Nelda David, Richard Loftus, Charlotte Thornton, Bill Carlson, and Cynthia.
You can go ahead, please, sir.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jay Pagdilaw. I am the Health Center Manager for the Sobrado Cancer Center at Valley Specialty. We are here to urgently request your support and interventions regarding a significant matter that has been unresolved for over 3 years. As a registered nurse currently serving as a non-clinical managerial role at Sobrado Cancer Centers, I am seeking the reclassification of our titles to nurse manager. Before assuming the role as a health center manager, I have accumulated over 17 years of nursing. My background includes working in the infusion clinic, serving as an inpatient case manager, and also emergency nurse. This wealth of experience has equipped me with the skills and knowledge necessary to lead and support the healthcare team. Currently, I oversee 5 specialty clinics, manage 80 staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nelda David. I am a nurse leader and your health center managers for community health and infectious disease clinics. That includes TB, HIV, infectious disease, and refugee health. I've had the honor of working with some of you in our fight against COVID during the pandemic at the very beginning in March 2020, when I led a group of nurses to address the outbreaks in 100 congregated living facilities. And again, in 2021, when I led the clinical operations for our 9 mass vaccination sites for the County of Santa Clara, that actually led us to be recognized as one of the highest vaccination rates for all large counties in the United States. I come here before you, together with my colleagues, to ask you to please help us be recognized as the nurse managers that we are. We have been doing this work tirelessly for a number of years, and we have been waiting for this help from ESA. Thank you very much.
We're going to go ahead and call forward our next 5. We have Patty, Sandy, Terry, Cindy, and Lan Nguyen. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Judge.
Good morning. I'm Richard Loftus. I'm Vice Chair of the Behavioral Health Board of Santa Clara County. Yesterday, the Executive Committee of the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Board wrote a letter to the Board of Supervisors that reads as follows. It has been well documented and discussed that the number of licensed board and care beds nationally as well as locally are in decline. Santa Clara County has been especially hard hit relative to the number of licensed board and care beds due to a variety of factors. As a result of the decrease in available licensed bed, the number of unlicensed beds are becoming more frequently utilized by the county behavioral health providers and case managers in quest to secure housing for county clients. Many of those unlicensed beds are in substandard environments with substandard services, dietary offerings, medication management, overcrowding, etc. It is not uncommon for many of these homes to struggle with infestations of cockroaches, bed bugs, illegal substance use, etc. In an effort to improve the quality of the bed...
Thank you, Judge. We do have the full letter.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it does look like we have some people that have left, but I will call their names one final time at the end. If we can have Lindley, Diane Diamond, Alan Kamara, Kitty Liu, and Jennifer Nuno, please come forward.
I'm Jen Nuno. The nurses of St. Louis Maternal Child Health strongly object to the proposed plan of mandatory floating to other facilities. Maternal Child Health Department provides a vital service to the South Valley community. The women and families of this community deserve to receive care locally. Instead, they are being forced to drive over 30 miles to receive the same care in San Jose. This causes many hardships for these families, including financial, transportation, and child care. Patient safety is also being compromised by increasing the risk of roadside deliveries. It's a long drive, often with traffic. In addition, this is discrimination against a population that is predominantly minority women and is often underserved. Other patient populations are not being told to drive to San Jose. Santa Clara County made a commitment to the South Valley community when they acquired St. Louis. The county has failed to recruit physicians, both OBGYN and pediatricians, creating a gap in care for the families of the South Valley. Instead of floating the MCH nurses, county needs to fulfill its promise of 5 years ago to take care of the people of the South Valley. Recruit physicians, stop sending these women to San Jose, and let us take care of the people of our community.
You were being so good. Thank you.
Protocol being established. My name is Diane Diamond. Please do not change the ratios on our hospital staff. For the last 30 years, I have worked on the respiratory rehab unit. I've been 1 nurse to 2 patients. Now the proposal is 1 nurse to 5 patients. This will put our patients on life support at extreme risk. Their lives are now in our hands.
But this, I'm really going to ask again to not have the applause, in part because I want to keep us moving and make sure we get to hear as many speakers as possible. Come on up. Signs are cool.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisor. My name is Kitty. I work in county for actually will be 21 years. I work in the oncology floor and med surg. So I'm address one issue just recently changed. Incorporate placement of the patient. When the people come to the ED, they place the patient not the right floor, like a birth unit patient, ortho patient, surgery patient, oncology patient, they put a different place. We have a 6 med surg on VMC, but we have a special oncology floor, but they don't put an oncology patient on the floor. So they put also the ICU level patient to the med surg. So we have so many RRT, cold blue, and then even worse, they put a 50 to 60% isolation to oncology patient. They put a patient on rescue neutropenic. I told the interview by KQED.
Thank you.
If we can go ahead and call forward our next 5 speakers, Erin Nelson, Alyssa Dulang, April Grady, Letitia Picard, and Leland Zaballero. Go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisor. My name is Alan Kamara. Today I'm here to address James Williams. Mr. James Williams, at 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. last Wednesday, you authorized Matthew Cottrell to send a very divisive message to the rest of the county employees trying to shame our nurses. And you know Matthew will not send that out if you didn't approve it. You sent a letter to the county employees trying to shame our nurses that we did get realignment and therefore we should not complain. We deserve every right, everything that has been asked for all our nurses in the Santa Clara County during COVID. With all the challenges this county faced, our nurses have stood up and have fought for this county. And you want to shame us when you know the letter that was sent out is inaccurate. Today, our nurses responded. We have over 400 participants on Zoom, and many of our nurses here to tell you, do not test our will.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Erin Nelson. I work at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center for 24 years as a registered nurse, 14 years as a vascular access nurse specialist. I am here today to ask for competitive wages, improved working conditions, and most importantly, improved staffing ratios for the hospital, vascular access teams so we can provide vascular access in a timely manner and save lives. Management has been consistently pruning down staffing in our department. There are several days with 1, maybe 2 nurses on a schedule within 24-hour period, which is not sustainable for the county hospital for a vascular access nurse to tackle the entire vascular access needs. Our team provides vascular access services to both inpatients and outpatients. In 2023, our vascular access team inserted 5,724 ultrasound-guided IVs to our patients, not counting the ultrasound-guided blood draws.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is April. I am a NICU nurse. In 2019, we avoided a strike when the county promised us a salary realignment to bring our wages closer in line with other Bay Area hospitals. We train up new grad nurses and they turn around and leave for greener pastures in 6 months to a year. Well, here we are again. The Bay Area hospitals are getting 5, 6, and 7% salary increases while the county is offering us 3 to 4%. This completely negates the realignment we fought for in 2019. We will once again be hemorrhaging experienced nurses, and that is a bleeding that even the best nurses cannot stop. It is unfair that the county brings us to this point with every contract. I am 47 years old, you guys, and I am spending my precious times off making TikToks and memes and texting information out to my colleagues. Please do not make me do this when I am 53 and 56 and 60, okay? Ask the county to give us what we deserve and wages that retain our experienced nurses.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I am a VMC neonatal ICU nurse, and I've been working for the county for 15 years plus. As a county nurse, I feel undervalued and embarrassed by the current contract proposed by the county. How is it that the county has money to purchase hospitals and give executive and district raises, but doesn't have money for nurses of us on the front line? Please do what is right. Support a fair RMPA contract. You cannot put patients first if you put us nurses last. Thank you.
Next speaker. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Alyssa. I am reading a message to you today on behalf of a nurse that couldn't be here today, but her message needs to be heard. She says, I have been a registered nurse on the RRU for almost 7 years. While I've always been proud of the care that I provide to my patients, today I am hurt, I am scared, and I'm angry. What the county is doing to our unit, changing the ratios, is so backwards, it's appalling. Has nursing administration forgotten Provision 3 of the ANA Code of Ethics? The nurses on RRU haven't forgotten. So that you're aware, Provision 3 states that the nurses must promote, advocate for, and protect the rights of the health, the rights, and the safety of patients. We are advocating for them and trying to protect their safety, but you are not listening. We should be having conversations about how to make patient care safer, not less safe. Our friends, our families, and our neighbors deserve care that nurses are proud of delivering. They deserve compassion, dignity, and respect. The changes that the nursing administration is... Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If the next five can please come forward. Adam Harris, Jeffrey Bolton, Sejal Patel, Craig Petersman, and Gardenia Angeles. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leah. I'm reading this message to you today on behalf of a nurse who can't be here. They say, I am an RRU nurse and we care for patients who have suffered and worse accidents or illnesses that you could ever imagine. There is no cure for these patients. Their lives that they knew once is now gone forever. They are totally dependent on us to stay alive. They often learn on our unit that they will never walk again. We keep them safe, we breathe for them, we feed them, we clean them. We support them, we encourage them, we give them dignity, and we show them respect. I have always been proud to be an RRU nurse, and because when I go home every day, I feel like I made a difference. Changing our ratios could be unsafe and unfair for patients and for our nurses. County administration should be ashamed of themselves for even making patient safety and equality an issue to care for our patients. Thank you.
Come on down, next speaker.
Hi, thank you. My name is Adam Harris. I'm a registered nurse in the emergency room at St. Louis Hospital. I wanted to come in. I drove an hour and a half to get here, and I wanted to address the labor relations update that states that the County of Santa Clara is number 2. I left El Camino Hospital 2 years ago to come to the county, and by my calculations in doing so, if I had still worked, I would be making 11% more than I make now. And what 11% represents in my family is my oldest son's Gabriel's ability to get his teeth fixed so he's not ashamed of his smile. It represents a non-existent college fund for Jefferson and Olivia, my other 2 children. And it represents Saturday mornings having, cartoons with the family. Instead, we're in line at the food bank to supplement our budget. So I put on you, please, pass a fair resolution here, pass a fair budget. Give us what we deserve. We do good. We take good care of our patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeffrey Bolton, and I'm a nurse over at O'Connor in the operating room. I work evening shift, so I'm not on the clock. I'm here to talk about safety in the hospitals. You know, one of the things that bother me is, as a nurse in the operating room, a lot of times I hear code gray, code gray, code gray. I'm waiting for that time where I'm here code silver. And that means we have someone in the building with a weapon. All I'm asking is, along with the fair contract, is we do what we have to do to keep us all safe. Hospitals these days are not the safest as they used to be, as we felt they used to be. So I'm here because that's kind of near and dear to my heart, because I worked at a hospital. We had a shooting in the hospital back in Washington, D.C. So my big thing is, all I'm asking is, when we're looking at contracts and everything, we're also looking at the safety in our hospitals. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Craig Petersman. I'm an RNPA employee. I'm also the county. And today I'm embarrassed to be part of the county. The propositions that the county is offering for RNPA salaries are significantly below average. We just had Adam speak about the difference between his, despite the fact that the county says that we are among the highest paid in the county. It's embarrassing to me that they are presenting that to us. The county's latest proposal, using their numbers, which we prove are skewed, is still 11% lower than what other hospitals would be getting at the end of the contract period. We are taking care of patients because we want to take care of county patients. We want to give back to the community. We shouldn't be among the lowest compensated nurses in the county in order to do so. CPI rose 18% in the past 3 years. Hospital minimum wage has gone up almost 100%, and our salaries should be compatible. Please stress to the county negotiators, stop playing games, put a reasonable offer together, and let us get back to work instead of being here in front of you.
Next speaker, come on down.
Good morning. I've been a county nurse for 9 years. My job is to assess and appropriately care for my patients, sometimes even regardless of doctor's orders. I have to make sure that medications, therapies, interventions, and education are appropriate and do what's best for my patients. I am a professional that takes great pride in caring for my patients. I do my job very well, and so do my fellow nurses. County hospitals have excellent nurses that give excellent care. My question today is, who is taking care of the nurses that are taking care of the patients? All we want is for the leadership and decision makers to take the same level of pride, responsibility, and professionalism in their job in order to take care of those entrusted to them. That means protection from violence in the workplace, safe nurse-to-patient ratios, and fair compensation. Please do what's right. Don't force us to strike in order to fight for what's fair.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If we can call forward our next five, Ejioma Ure, Mark Trout, Paul Soto, King Banana Suri, and Charlotte Thornton.
Good morning. My name is Sejal. I'm a surgical nurse for 10 years, and I'm here to represent my fellow nurses here. We were called heroes, healthcare heroes, for working through COVID and to provide best care. But now county is treating us as disposable by insulting with a contract offer, with an insulting contract offer. County should not balance their budget off of nurses' back. We deserve safety and we deserve to be compensated so that we can afford to live in the area we work. We deserve balanced work environment, both in terms of wages and safety of our patients. The biggest challenge that we are going to face with this new change is floating to 3 different county hospitals on a temporary basis. It is not safe to do so without much support and training. All 3 hospitals share different policies. It's not safe for our licenses. It will jeopardize both our licenses and patient care. So I do not agree with this new change floating to 3 different hospitals. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Well, first of all, I thank you for letting me hold up my sign, and it is creating a fire, and I'm still holding it, and I appreciate that very much. Nice to see all the nurses. You know, God works in mysterious ways. very mysterious ways. I was reading about Florence Nightingale, great nurse. They take the oath when they become a nurse to help people, to protect people. And, you know, I don't know how much knowledge these nurses here in this room have about remdesivir, but I do know that Dr. Brian Ardis is the greatest male doctor. He's tied for first with Ben Marble, okay? And they've been exposing this remdesivir thing that has been going on for years now, that every nurse and doctor must know about. It's snake venom, and if given for 9 days, it will kill them 100% of the time, and it's still being given.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Ijoma Ure. I work in the 4th Surgical Unit of Valley Med. I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to please intervene as we continue to negotiate with the county, asking for competitive wages. Most of the nurses that work in Valley Med chose to work in the county hospital. Some of us got offers from other hospitals, but we chose to work with the underserved. Therefore, we're asking that we have competitive wages so that we can continue to work in the county and continue to provide services to these people who would not normally get good service, except the kind of service we give. We're asking for safe patient ratios. We're asking that we are not made to float to other hospitals, other facilities, because this will also affect patient care. And we're asking for protection from violence. We ask that as our elected representatives, that you mediate on our behalf and get the county to continue to negotiate in good faith with RMPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you to all our nurses. I love you all and I support you all. My name is Surinder Kaur Dhaliwal. I am leader of CALSA. CALSA was initiated in 1699 to protect the innocent from religious persecution. We are over 30 million people strong worldwide with over 30,000 Sikh Gurdwaras where we teach Sikh philosophy and serve free meals. I'm also a candidate for San Jose City Council District 8. And I want to talk about Sunday, February 25th, when a U.S. airman died after setting himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy. His name was Aaron Bushnell, and he yelled, "Free Palestine." It's been 143 days since Hamas strategically attacked Israel and took hostages. It's been 662 days since I've seen my son or even talked to him. He was taken by Vanessa Zecker, a judge in Santa Clara Family Court, who allegedly had an affair with our district attorney.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I had other remarks prepared, but I'm not going to sit here. I would be remiss as an advocate for the poor if I sat here and I listened to this social services department speak about the protection of the children. Well, then why is baby Phoenix dead? Why is she dead? That wasn't even addressed. I can't sit here as a citizen that has an ethical and moral standard that I hold my government accountable to. There was people within the social services department that did the proper protocol, and they sent and they warned the county executive, and they warned him, we need to protect this child. It was very clear, that email that was sent. They denied that. They denied that, and they allowed the child to stay with the father. And because of it, baby Phoenix is dead. She is dead. And I hope those attorneys hear this, because I'm not going to sit here and allow you to mock the death of baby Phoenix.
So I'm going to call the speakers that I've called one time before. If you are here, please come forward. Charlotte Thornton, Bill Carlson, Cynthia, Patty, Sandy, Terry, Cindy, Lan Nguyen, and Lindy.
If those individuals weren't able to stay with us, I don't see anyone coming down. Let's please move to our speakers on Zoom.
All right. We currently have 21 speakers on Zoom. We'll give you a second, and then we'll close out the Zoom.
Great. Rhonda, if we're holding, let's get started, please.
All right, it looks like we're holding at 21. Our first speaker is Sarah Catrignelli. Sarah, we've asked you to unmute.
Thank you. While I support your efforts in dealing with mental health issues, there needs to be a balance of where mental health residential homes are placed. In my neighborhood, there are 5 residential facilities less than a mile of each other. One is in a court, my court, Marie Court, right next door to my home. There are also 6 sex offenders. This is unacceptable. We are concerned about our families' safety, health, and welfare. Please look at for-profit facilities to come to either Board of Supervisors or Planning Commission prior to approval. This will avoid clustering, that they are not placed in courts, upfront emergency plans reviewed with neighbors, and all state and county codes are enforced and monitored. Lastly, to ensure septic and welfare systems are in place. Now imagine we have already had the Sheriff's Department come multiple times. We have been witness to a patient being dropped off, that patient trying to attack someone. We've already had increased crime on our street in my driveway where my son's car has been broken into. All this has happened after this facility had opened. We implore you to look into the codes that they are supposed to upkeep and stop the saturation.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica. Jessica, I've asked you to unmute.
Hi. I know you guys don't run the California Department of Public Health, but it's listed on your public health website for PCR COVID testing. I went to 3 of the listed sites for a PCR test, and none of them had PCR testing. Wastewater data is medium and high in our county still. The World Health Organization's technical lead says we're still in a pandemic. It's a little gaslighting not to see any of these nurses wearing high-quality respirators, unfortunately. But because we're still in a pandemic, at least all the data points to the fact that we are, it would be nice if Santa Clara County had at least one accessible PCR test site, especially for folks who are uninsured. Or at least, at the very least, would be nice if your website indicated where you could get one or if it wasn't available at all. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connie Romo Ludwig. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. Unpermitted roadside sales take revenue away from tax-paying retailers whose income helps support Santa Clara County. Such revenue funds code enforcement. Please hear our plea to address this and support local businesses so their revenue will help prevent traffic obstacles. Also, thank you to the social workers, and my thoughts are with Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie's iPhone. Julie, we've asked you to unmute.
While I support mental health facilities, I'm concerned with placement. There are 5 residential facilities within a mile radius of each other, with one being on our court. As you're aware, a court has one way in and one way out. This has caused an increase in traffic, and most concerning to me is where our home sits at the end of the court. When people come through, they peer into our window, then make the turn, then decide to park in front of the facility. We had a gentleman dropped off in front of the facility, seemed to be struggling with an episode. He was combated, agitated, and couldn't be calmed down. The Sheriff's Department had to be called. The facility went into lockdown, which left the altercation to be played out in the middle of our court. These for-profit facilities have yet to go through the San Martin Planning Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, or Board of Supervisors for approval. They come to the neighborhoods without informing the neighbors. While we are told to call code enforcement,
Our next speaker is Alex from RMPA. We've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Alex. I've been a registered nurse. I've been with the county for 26 years now, and I'm here because for a fair contract. It's sad that it's been more than then since last year that we don't have a contract. It's really sad. I mean, I was just going to reinforce what a previous nurse said, that we were called heroes through the COVID pandemic. While you guys were at home, nice and comfortable with your families, protecting yourselves, we were at the front lines. Don't forget that. Don't float the nurses between hospitals so they don't have good policies, good unified policies. That's going to be patients are going to be put at risk, as well as nurses. So please give us a fair contract, because if not, it's going to be a strike, and a strike won't be easy on our patients and on the budget of this county. So don't forget that we were called heroes at some point, and now we're begging over here, while inflation is crushing us right now. Inflation is crushing you heroes. And another.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Galarte. Cheryl, we've asked you to unmute.
Okay. So as an RNPA member, we are requesting to be heard. We want the implementation of a new contract that prioritizes workplace safety, safe staffing, fair wages, and the provision of adequate equipment and supplies. As dedicated employees, we believe that these fundamental factors are essential to ensure a secure, conducive work environment. By addressing these crucial aspects, it will promote a healthier, more productive work environment for all employees and for all the patients we serve in our community. We work tirelessly through the pandemic, short-staffed and fearful of the unknown, to ensure our patients remain safe and continually putting our own safety on the line without questioning it. We are kicked, hit, and spit on regularly by our patients and don't have the proper security on site to support us. Let's not forget about the event that recently happened in our ER, and our local enforcement didn't respond for an acceptable amount of time due to disagreement of whose jurisdiction the hospital belonged to. That is unacceptable for our safety and the patients. We want to.
Our next speaker is Shauna Reyes. Shauna, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. I work at Valley Medical Center, and I'd like to address a couple of things. The code breaks don't just happen in the emergency department. They happen all over the hospital. We did have an incident. Well, we have several, but one that comes to mind is an HSA caring for a patient. He masturbated in front of her. She turned away. He grabbed her breast. She told him to stop. He slapped her in the face and split her lip. Took forever for the police to come, and then nothing was really done about it. Regarding floating to other units, specifically RRU, it's very unsafe. I, as an experienced nurse, am scared to have to float to RRU. Can't imagine the extra help employees who have less experience than me doing that and staying at our hospital, or even being willing to work at our hospital once they find out that they're going to have to float not only to unsafe units, but also to all the other hospitals in the county. And that's going to affect our retention. And they for sure don't want to do that when they're being paid less than all of the other nurses.
Our next speaker is James Mount. James, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. My name is James Mount. I've been a nurse for 25 years and part of the RNPA board. RNPA is committed to patient care and serving the Santa Clara County residents. We are critical to the infrastructure of this county. We are fighting to improve patient care, patient and employee safety. The county has been manipulating the acuity system on the backs of our nurses, which threatens patient care and safety. They're manipulating and interpreting the laws, calling nurse practitioners, registered nurse anesthetists, and assistant nurse managers exempt from breaks. 80% of our nurses also feel unsafe working at the county. We do not want to strike, but you're forcing our hand. Nurses are being asked, or actually being told, to travel great distances from places like St. Louis to VMC at great sacrifice to their families. We deserve a living wage, no matter how the county has skewed their message to you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Luna. Sharon, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. Sharon Luna, SMNA. We empathize with the mental health issues. However, you need to know the cause and effect if no standards are put in place with residential homes. There has to be rules, regulations, and communication communication between the state and the county. You cannot cluster these homes in one area. You need to have safety measures and measures for residents to bring issues to. Not placing courts with one way in and one way out. Imagine being asked for your telephone number should you have to be placed on lockdown. We need your help and understanding, for we have been left to deal with these issues. It's not a case of not in my backyard. Please help us address this issue. It's not just Supervisor Arena, it's all of you to listen to what is happening in our area, but it is and could happen in yours. Good workable plans need to be put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie from our MPA.
Hi, my name is Julie Burke Sanders. I am an RN at St. Louis Regional Hospital Emergency Department. I am speaking on behalf of a per diem nurse that has been paid unfairly. Hello, I am Laurie Minard, a per diem RN for the St. Louis ED. I have held this position for 2 years, finding much fulfillment in it. However, recent uncertainties surrounding contract safety protocols, scheduling, and disruptions in pay have eroded the once positive feeling I had towards my profession and workplace. Instead, I now grovel with anxiety, hyper-alertness, fear, and deep concern about making ends meet and securing quality off time amidst uncertain shift schedule. It's unreasonable to expect your medical staff to work in an unsafe environment or to resort to hand-to-hand combat techniques due to a lack of proper security presence on healthcare campuses. Supervisors, while you may feel secure in your workplace, denying that same.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danielle Mahaver. We've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. I am a nurse at O'Connor Hospital. I have been working with the county now since 2015, and I am here today to speak out in favor of a just and equitable and safe contract for nurses working for RNPA. We work for the county because we love our patients and we love our community. We want to live in the community. We want to raise our children here. And we can't do that if we're feeling unsafe at work, if we're burned out due to unsafe ratios and understaffing. And without a competitive wage, we won't have time to spend with our families that we love so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Zhang. Andrew, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Andrew, and I am the Assistant Nurse Manager at the Barbara Aaron Pavilion, the inpatient psychiatric hospital at the Valley Medical Center. As a county's safety net institution who serves our most vulnerable mental health patients, I'm here advocating for safe staffing level, competitive compensation, and a fair contract. As psych nurses, we work in a dangerous environment. Currently, we have 14 open codes at our Barbara Pavilion. Our RNs are getting hurt constantly. We are understaffed, overworked, and it is hard to hire and retain quality nurses when the county is refusing to pay us a competitive wage. Please ask the negotiators to get serious and offer us a fair contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blair B. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I've been around for a while, so everyone's doing okay. Time for my usual. I guess we're all understanding, Alex Navalny's death a week ago. Things are changing and how to understand how he died. U.S. propaganda was really, and the West were really saying it was Russia, the battle, Russia. And guess what, guys? It probably was not. As usual, we really have to consider our war propaganda machine. Santa Clara County had a big pitch to fight against China and cybersecurity, and really fought hard to hurt the surveillance and technology ordinance when it comes to cybersecurity and how to explain public policies to the public. I hope you return that process of open public policy practices with cybersecurity issues and overall practice concepts of peace for the future of the surveillance tech ordinance, not concepts of war. That's what you guys have been doing the past 5 years. Please stop. Work towards peace.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean. Sean, we've asked you to unmute.
I'm happy to follow Blair, and I support the nurses. So I agree with Blair and the nurses. I just wanted to say it is really, really hard being an advocate lately. We are burned out. We used to do some heavy lifting, but now it is way beyond that. Our backs are broken. And I just want to say, like, I have several people who have been in line waiting for a New Haven Inn, and they're not getting calls. People are not necessarily moving out of New Haven, so other people can't move in. You need like 2 or 3 other New Haven Inns. And just because it's so small, people aren't being served. And I have been paying for somebody in a hotel for a month now who was beaten so severely and could not go back to their camp. And so we have been housing them for a month. And that is because the county is not serving our LGBTQ population with such a small shelter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Anchetta. Michelle, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I've been a nurse at SLRH for 5 years now. I've been a nurse for 11 years total. I've been caring for critical patients now, and especially during the COVID pandemic. We as nurses, we take physical and verbal violence daily. We are burnt out. We are scared for our safety. We've been asking for PSOs to protect us, not just security officers who can't do anything. We are asking county to provide us as RNPA with a pay increase so that we can continue to be competitive with other hospitals. We should not be losing our newly trained nurses to other hospitals just because they have higher pay. County states that we are the second highest paid, which is not true. I urge you to pay us what we deserve. I, as a mother of 4, cannot afford to pay for our necessities as well as the wants that my children have when half of my paycheck goes to taxes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is identified as iPhone 2. iPhone 2, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. I also live on Marie Court, where this new mental facility is. We now have 5 facilities within 2 square miles. We need to have facilities, but why are they all landing in San Martin? They should not be on a cul-de-sac. 2 reasons: children's safety, lots of traffic, one way in, one way out. We've already had sheriffs out here 2 or 3 times for different incidences. Now we have to lock our doors. We are implementing security cameras now. We don't want San Martin to be a drop-off spot for rehab facilities any longer. Hopefully, you can change laws and or legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sudeshna. Sudeshna, we've asked you to unmute.
Hello, my name is Sudeshna. I'm a pediatric nurse. I've been a nurse at Valley for about 10 years now. And I also worked in adult med surg and PP unit during the pandemic. We provide care for the most vulnerable population. We take care of children who have been safely surrendered, have been removed from unsafe home situations by CPS, and take care of children with multiple and complex chronic illnesses with CCS insurance. We go above and beyond to provide the safest care by noticing the smallest changes in their conditions and do not want our care or safety to be compromised because of poor working conditions, increased ratios with higher acuity patients. We are a specialty in pediatrics, so going to another hospital and working in adult units makes absolutely no sense. Please listen to RMPA for a humble request for competitive pay and to retain our nurses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Resident. Resident, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, hello, good morning. I find it ironic that this month is the Social Worker Appreciation Month. That's because my son had already confirmed that my ex-wife was letting a man anally rape him beginning when he was 13, and my other kids are showing signs of the same type of sexual abuse. Now, social services is refusing to conduct a screening, even though my son has confirmed this, because there is a conflict of interest that exists with my former attorney, Valerie Houghton, who's well-connected, and also Judge James Towery, who just want this sexual abuse to continue to occur. I've addressed this with county council about this conflict of interest, and they just will not even respond to any of my communication with them. How this county is treating my kids is how it's treating other kids. And I'll tell you that this happened also to Violet Brooks and her 3 daughters. They let the sexual abuse continue. This has got to stop, and this county needs to change this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Houn Kim. Houn, we've asked you to unmute.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Houn, and I'm a student activist at Deanza College, and I'm a Santa Clara resident. I am here to urge the Council to approve Item 11 and establish a new West Valley Clinic on the Deanza College campus in order to give more people, especially Deanza students, a safe and affordable healthcare from campus clinic. Establishing a new West Valley Clinic encourages people to get the proper healthcare when they otherwise would miss the moment of illness. Deanza is Cupertino's representative places that connect different neighborhoods and communities. The clinic will serve as a good place of treatment for low-income students and residents, and will also be a good place to learn for many medical field students attending Deanza. Please support Item 11 and establish a new West Valley Clinic. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for today on item number 6 is Catherine Hedges from Surge.
Good morning. Thank you very much for supervisors. And first of all, I would like to support the nurses, and I would like to support what Sean was saying about the interim housing. Our system is just so overwhelmed. And I also want to speak with the, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Anyway, to support regulations of the board and care homes, not just for the location that the people in San Martin are talking about, but for the health and safety of the residents. I've already sent a letter. The conditions in many of these homes are just absolutely deplorable and inhumane, and it's just horrible thinking about having someone placed there by their therapist. And
that concludes our public speakers for this item.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone who came out and waited patiently for your turn to speak and was respectful of others. Very, very appreciative that you all take such advantage of the civic engagement process, and we hear you. We absolutely hear you. Have a wonderful day. To anyone who is on their way out, you don't need to leave. Happy for you to stay all day, but I understand, and if there is some motion right now, I'll just give that a second for people that want to head out. All right, Rhonda, I think you can begin item 7, a review of the consent calendar as it currently stands.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start with a statement. Items on the consent calendar may be subject to the LaVine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. Now for our consent calendar. There's a request from President Ellenberg to delete item number 4B. Item 4B is to adjourn in honor and memory of Yolanda Maria Gallegos Reynolds. There's a request from President Ellenberg to remove item 32 from the consent calendar to be heard after item 16. Item number 16 is to receive the quarterly report from administration relating to mental health and substance use as a public health crisis. Item number 32 is to approve a request for appropriation modification number 150 for $5,345,659, increasing estimated revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Behavioral Health Services Department budget relating to behavioral health bridge housing. There's a request from President Ellenberg to add item number 20 to the consent calendar. Item number 20 is to consider recommendations relating to the Family Homelessness Challenge Grant Round 2. There's a request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is to consider recommendations relating to real property located at 4388 Alpine Road, Portola Valley. There's a request from administration to hold item number 24 to date uncertain. Item number 24 is to approve modification to inventory item number 137 to reallocate funding from Nueva Vida to an alternative organization. Request from administration to hold item number 25 to March 12th, 2024. Item 25 is to receive a report relating to potential future uses of Reed Hillview Airport site, leaded fuel advocacy, and East Ridge Little League. There's a correction to item number 30. The item should reflect that it is subject to the LaVine Act. Item number 30 is to approve appointments, reappointments, and privileging actions of specified medical staff and allied health professionals at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, O'Connor Hospital, and St. Louis Regional Hospital as outlined on the credentials report dated January 25th, 2024. There's a correction to item number 34. Possible action E should read as follows. Item 34E, introduce and preliminarily adopt Executive Leadership Salary Ordinance number NS-20.23.09 and Ordinance amending Santa Clara County Salary Ordinance number NS-20.23 relating to compensation of employees, deleting 3 CSCHS Chief Operating Officer positions and adding 3 SCVH Hospital Executive Operations positions, retitling the classification of CSCHS Chief Operating Officer to SCVH Chief Operating Officer, increasing the salary range of SCVH Chief Operating Officer classification by 10%, deleting footnote number 8, providing for 10% differential for one employee in the classification of SCVH Chief Operating Officer when performing the duties of the enterprise chief, adjusting the salary range of the Director Emergency Medical Services classification, deleting 1 specialty care medical director position, 5 patient quality and safety medical director positions, 1 chief medical information officer position, 1 perioperative services medical director position, 1 utilization and evaluation medical director position, 1 whole person care medical director position, 1 primary care medical director position, and 2 behavioral health medical director positions, and adding 13 CSCHS medical executive positions, and deleting 1 director children, youth, and family system of care position, and 1 director access and unplanned services position, retitling the classification of director adult/older adult system of care to director system of care, and adding 2 director system of care positions in the County of Santa Clara Health System. There's a correction to item number 59A. The item should read as follows. Item 59A, adopt commendation for Susan Hines to be recognized by the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce at the 66th Annual Celebrate Morgan Hill Awards as Woman of the Year for dedicating years of her life in being an exemplary educator, advocate, and mentor to youth in Santa Clara County. There's a request from administration to hold item number 71 to date uncertain. Item number 71 is to approve contract change order number 29, interim VMC at Bascom Seismic Improvement Project. And that concludes our consent calendar update.
Thank you very much, Rhonda, and well done. Do we have additional changes from any of my colleagues? I'll start with Supervisor. Oh, you'll let me know, Rhonda, if Supervisor Arenas raises a hand, please. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question of the staff. Item 47, I have two item 47s in my packet, and I just wanted to make sure I was focused on the Covenant House lease extension. Could somebody give me the number of that item? My staff was looking for it too with your staff, but.
Covenant House extension looks to me as item 47.
So in my packet, item 47 is a pathology reference laboratory contract. That's what's in my actual packet.
I have that as 48.
Okay, so, oh, go ahead.
There was an issue in the printed packets, and it was discovered after they were printed and distributed that the numbers are a little bit off, but the items were generally in order. So without looking at it specifically, I would wager it is the second one if there's two that are listed as 47.
That's helpful. I'm raising this both from a public transparency perspective, because I don't know what people have out in the world, and it made it difficult for me to track down information, because frankly, I was looking at the wrong item. So on item 47, and this is the lease amendment agreement with Covenant House, I'd like to pull that off consent. And then I'm going to read into the record that the pathology reference laboratory is actually item 48. Is that accurate? Okay. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can you just repeat the number that you pulled off of consent?
47.
47.
And that, but the reason I'm stating that it's the Covenant House lease extension, and I'm putting that in the record because like I said, I have two different numbers. So thank you. And I saw there was another couple places it was marked out, but not in this one. I mean, where the numbers were acknowledged to be incorrect.
So the version that is online was updated, but it was too late for the printed packets that are all being printed.
Got it. So the public is accurate.
I believe that is the case.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. I know for those listening in, we have a new system that we're working the bugs out of, and I'm assuming that's part of what this is.
Yes, and I appreciate the board's patience as we work through all of those.
Thank you. And then, colleagues, I wanted to, so I'm going to pull, so item 47, yeah, if we could just pull that off. And then on item, I just wanted to affirm that item 19 is still on the regular agenda, but item 20 is on consent.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm about to make the customary and practice set of announcements, but I did just want to indicate appreciation to County Council and his office for trying to help us navigate these LaVine Act items. I understand that Council was recently in Sacramento and that there's some conversation there about the current state of the legislation, and appreciate being kept fully informed and advised as best as we possibly can be, given some of the ambiguities. I wanted to reference that in connection with the fact that I believe the clerk just provided us with an update that item 30, which had not been identified as a LaVine Act item, now is identified as a LaVine Act item. And on the flip side, just at the last meeting, one of the items that was continued at my request to today's meeting had been identified as a LaVine Act item when it wasn't a LaVine Act item. And my reason for highlighting all this is as council is working with the rest of the team in Sacramento, I think it's just a sort of a symptomatic of the fact that if county counsel's office, the clerk's office, and the department or agency submitting these items cannot, with all of their expertise and familiarity, identify precisely what is or isn't a LaVine Act item on any given moment, hoping and expecting that members of the public or members of this board are going to be able to do that on 5 days' notice, I think is not terribly realistic. So it sort of underscores the need for some greater clarity about how to comply, which I know every board member and member of the public presumably would want to do. That being said, here comes the obligatory announcement. We have been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subject to the LaVine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. Specifically, we have been advised that items 30, 31, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 47, 48, 49, 54, 64, 66, and 71 on the consent calendar may be subject to the LaVine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the LaVine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And then I would also ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the LaVine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, do you have changes?
Actually, I do not have any changes. I just have a comment on some of the
Go right ahead.
consent agenda items. First, on item number 55 of accepting donation of $35,000 from the San Jose Police Department to support our Office of Sheriff Gun Buyback Program. Just wanted to say thank you to the City of San Jose and the police department's participation on this effort, the recent effort we had at the retail village, which is very successful in December. And I hope that we will have more of these type of collaborations in years ahead to get the unwanted weaponry off our community. So, that's one. Second issue I want to talk about briefly is just want to highlight the important work that we are doing at the VMC Bascom Seismic Improvement Project. These are the very big ticket items. It's a long-term project, but we certainly want to make sure that our VMC is seismically safe, which is extremely important. So I just want to highlight that. And then the last one I want to talk about is what we've talked about in the last meeting about the adding of those 3 Veteran Services representatives to our VSOs, the Veteran Services Office. I just want to thank again my colleague and especially Supervisor Simidian for co-sponsoring this issue. This is something very much appreciated by our veterans. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is Supervisor Arenas raising a hand?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
Chair. I don't have any changes, but I do have some comments for item 20, which I believe is now on consent. And this is regarding how our Heading Home campaign, which this is, I know, a grant and it's a funding arm of the Heading Home campaign. But I just wanted to highlight that there is an opportunity for us to work with our local school districts in order to make sure that all of our families are being served, and of course our children, especially in the McKinney-Vento, and for us to encourage these kinds of partnerships and coordination so that we don't have any gaps in services for our children and our youth. This is something that I've already discussed with Consuelo, but I just wanted to publicly publicly say it, and also let my colleagues know that
there's an opportunity for us to continue to coordinate services for children and youth with our school districts and within our family-focused services that we have for our unhoused communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have public speakers on the consent calendar?
Yes, I currently have 1 in chambers and 2 online.
All right, as is our practice, we will close the queue for in-chamber speakers when the first speaker begins speaking. So if you are interested in speaking and have not yet completed a yellow card, please scurry to the back of the room and get a yellow card at this time. Those of you who are on Zoom, we will close the Zoom queue when the first Zoom speaker begins. And given the fact that we have currently a total of, I already forgot. 3 speakers. Let's please offer 2 minutes to each speaker.
All right, thank you. Our first speaker in chambers is Paul Soto. Go ahead.
Good morning. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm referring to item 25. And I spoke with the president of the Eastridge League, and the cost of participating in baseball is $200. Now, this is a population that historically has been impacted by the segregation policies that were set forth in Santa Clara County since 1939. And so these families do not have $200 to dish out for these kids to play. Now, the reason why they're in this position is because they were removed from Reed Hillview Airport. I get the reasons why. I'm not concerned with that. However, they were burdened with the cost of $10,000. You see, if the county, all I'm asking, $10,000 to be paid for, because that's how much they have to pay in order to reserve the field. So they were burdened with this particular cost as a result of the removal. So $200 is a significant amount of money for these, but there's untapped talent on the east side. These youngsters, I mean, there are some good youngsters that all they need is the opportunity to play, because we're talking baseball gloves, we're talking cleats, and then the mothers have to wash their, wash their uniforms and stuff. So there's a lot of, cost associated with that. Now, Manny Ortega is a black beret here in San Jose, and he is supported. He has been a very, very effective advocate on behalf of the youth. He's one of the coaches. So what we need is $10,000 to be paid so that they could reserve the field, because what the coach told, the president told me, he goes, Paul, if we do this, he goes, we can lower the cost. The costs are this high because we have to compensate to pay for the field. So if we can get, he goes, dude, if you can help us advocate for that 10 grand for this field, he goes, we can lower the cost, and then more people can have access to play sports. Thank you.
It does look like we're holding at 2 online speakers.
All right, we'll close the queue at 2. Let's begin.
All right, Blair Beekman, we've asked you to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman, the words of Paul Soto. For myself, I wanted to speak on item 61. The park issue, grant funding. Now that I've moved to San Diego, we just had a flood in the county, and so it hurt. It's a flood in lower income communities. The drainage, stormwater runoff issues happened, and we weren't prepared, and it hurt. It could have been prepared. And it's reminding me of what we had to work through in San Jose in 2017. And it's brought up the ideas of equity, the importance that we need to be practicing and work towards our issues. San Jose has made some really good strides to better understand conflict, and I think it's a great example to San Diego at this time. And I hope that in the continuing effort and the push and pull in decisions of equity, how funding can take place, that you can really, ongoing issues that we work towards the positive, and that people can succeed and can be given opportunity and have good lives. and good luck how we can really work towards that, and want to respect that. I know, to quickly offer with the international issues going on in Ukraine, the Ukraine side has come up with 10-point that I think we're going to really be working on. That basically is addressing the future of the region, how to address concepts like that. It's been something that's been a part of ourselves for the whole time the war has happened, this 10-point peace plan. And it involves equity, it involves our good people.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Isabella from RMPA. Isabella, are you there? All right, she doesn't seem to be unmuting. And that concludes our speakers.
All right, we'll have to move on then. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with changes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lee, second by Chavez. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item H was time certain not to be heard before 10 a.m. We are well past that hour. It's a public hearing on the purchase of real property off Congress Springs Road and requires a LaVine Act announcement.
So item number 8 is subject to the LaVine Act. Any parties or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Thank you very much. We will. Sorry. See you down there, Don. We will hear any presentation from our Parks Director, and then I will open the public hearing and then come to my colleagues.
But Madam President, before we do, if I may.
Immediately after we hear the announcement. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to recuse if that's called for, of course, as I'm sure we all do. We have been advised that item number 8 on today's agenda may be subject to the LaVine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. And we've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the LaVine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And finally, Madam President, while it is, of course, a matter of public record, I would also like to note that since January 1st, 2023, when Senate Bill 1439 took effect and amended the LaVine Act, I have, in fact, received various campaign contributions, which have, of course, been reported in full as required by law. All such reports are, of course, public, and I would ask if anyone has any reason to believe that any of those contributions were unlawfully made, that they advise me of that immediately so that I might correct the situation and ensure that contributions that are not permitted are not subsequently given or received. And finally, let me just exhort any and all potential campaign contributors, please make no contribution which violates Section Senate Bill 1439, the LaVine Act, or any other provision of law. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Council's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the LaVine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don Rocha, Director of Parks and Recreation. I did not have a formal presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, let me open the public hearing first. Do we have any speakers on this item?
We do currently have one speaker in chambers and 0 on Zoom. Our speaker in chambers is Paul Soto.
All right, let's offer Mr. Soto 2 minutes, please.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. It's good to see you, Mr. Rocha. I'm glad that you're creating spaces for park preservation. What I'm asking the county to do is start considering a racial equity component when it comes to considering park preservations. Coming within the next year, I'm creating a space for the county to start instituting racial equity within the context of park preservations, namely Hellier Park to be preserved as a historical landmark because of the lowrider movement and Chicano movement history that is associated with that park. The first issues of Lowrider for the first 2 years, the photographs were taken at that park. So it was the photographic history of the Chicanos and the lowrider movement, and coupled with the support of the Black Berets when they worked with the county, with Sheriff James Geary. They worked with Sheriff James Geary in order to institute, to maintain the cultural significance, the cultural gathering space, and the protection of the Chicano community as they gathered in La Parque de la Paz de la Raza. And so I appreciate that you have this momentum already built up in order to preserve parks, but I'm just putting the county on notice that there also needs to be a racial equity component because we need to start institutionalizing racial equity within the context of all these different areas, and one of them is parks. Thank you.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. Then I will close the public hearing with a flourish and turn to, I'll go right down the road. Does Supervisor Arenas have her light on? Hand up?
Not at this time.
Okay, then I will go to Supervisor Chavez, Smitty, and Lee in that order, and then we'll check back with Arenas.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind taking a moment to talk about the trail opportunity here. And the reason I think that's important is I believe the point that was raised about how we need to invest regionally in a really disciplined way relative to how we're investing these dollars, which I think we'll talk about in just at one of the next items. But if you can just talk about the trail opportunity here that may be a little difficult to see even on the map.
Sure. This particular property does, during a master plan development for Sanborn, there was a gap between linking trails on a regional trail connection. So this property helps us fill that gap. Additionally, this trail going through this property, if it were to be acquired, brings us through a historic area that also has some historic buildings, so it provides public access to some historic areas.
And that's at the historic area on Sanborn Park?
Yes, as part of Sanborn Park.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't want to take an action because I forgot whose district this is in, so I want to let them, whoever it is, say.
Supervisor Lee?
I just want to thank our Parks and Recs Department for this type of work to try to connect our trail for better access to our parks. And when I see numbers like $880,000 and you get 103 acres in Santa Clara County, I'm just like, wow, what a good deal. So thank you for doing that.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Checking back on our colleague online. No hand. All right.
No.
Let's vote, please.
All right. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian?
Yes.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And I see that Mr. Rocha is not moving. We have item 9, a second public hearing on the purchase of real property on San Felipe Road. And this item also requires a LaVine Act announcement. So I will go first to the clerk and second to Supervisor Sumedian.
All right. Item number 9 is subject to the LaVine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam President. And as we just heard, we've been advised that item number 9 on today's agenda may be subject to the LaVine Act, as is indicated in the language on our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the LaVine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And finally, Madam President, while it is, of course, a matter of public record, I would like to note that since January 1st, 2023, when Senate Bill 1439 took effect and amended the LaVine Act, I have, in fact, received various campaign contributions, which have, of course, been reported in full as required by law. All such reports are, of course, public, and I would ask that if anyone has any reason to believe that any of those contributions were unlawfully made, that they advise me of that immediately so that I may correct the situation and ensure that the contributions that are not permitted, are not subsequently given or received. And finally, let me just exhort any and all potential campaign contributors, please, make no contribution which violates Senate Bill 1439, the LaVine Act, or any other provision of the law. And I would also ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the LaVine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any report, Mr. Rocho? Should I open the public hearing?
I do not.
All right, I'm opening the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
I have no public speakers, but I do have a hand raised from Supervisor Arenas.
Let me close the public hearing first. And I will start with Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you so much. Well, this piece of property is just outside of Evergreen, and it's beautiful rolling hills up a Richmond Ranch, excuse me. If you've ever been on San Felipe Road and you're driving towards Metcalf Road, you'll see how beautiful this area is. And I've often wondered, because I've gone down this road with my children and we've taken just drives, and it really creates an opportunity to disconnect from city life and to just really appreciate nature. There's some homes off of Metcalf and San Felipe that I'm sure are on septic systems and not connected to any city or county services. And so there's a different way of living out there for sure. And I think it's wonderful for us to not only acquire this piece of property, but to be able to share this with a lot of our community and our residents. And just technically, I want to just say it's 3,653 acres. It's a green space. It has hillsides, mountaintops, and it connects the East Hills with Coyote Ridge. And it begins right inside of San Jose city limits. So it has such potential for hiking and mountain biking and horseback riding, and it really brings us much closer to closing that trail gap between the county parks, the Habitat Agency, and I'm sorry, the East Hills and Coyote Valley. And it is in conjunction, what we're doing is with the Habitat Agency, the Conservation Fund, Valley Water, the Moore Foundation, the Wildlife Conservation Network, and of course, not last and not least, our county park system. So congratulations to you, Don Rocha, and your team for working together with all of these agencies and bringing forward this acquisition, because it only works when we build it together and we work together to make sure that these open spaces are available. And I heard Paul Soto loud and clear about having our open land be strategically available to all of our community. And so I want to make sure that when we acquire these kinds of lands and that we preserve them, that they're also
is an opportunity to bring the community into the area and create recreation and, of course, protect our endangered wildlife. So this is a major step forward in this work, including tracking the impact of our parkland and our open space acquisitions, including the planning process, the connectivity of our trails and park systems with our acquisitions. And so all that to say is that I'm going to make a motion and I'm going to approve the recommended action. I'm going to direct the administration to report back to Hewlett in spring so that they can provide us with the status of county parkland and open space acquisitions, including Richmond Ranch and the planning, and I'm going to say the equitable planning process of connectivity of our trails and park systems with our county parkland acquisitions, specifically between Evergreen, East Hill, Foothills, and Coyote Valley, and Anderson Lake down to Harvey Fair. We are very blessed in South County and in District 1 and in Evergreen to have so much open space, and I look forward to bringing it forward to our community so that everybody just gets to enjoy what we have in our backyard. Thank you.
I'll second that, and then I have a comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. And I too want to just really acknowledge the long body of work that's gone into acquiring this piece of property. And but I feel like just no report here may not, again, tell a little bit of the story. This piece of property is incredibly important relative to the connectivity of trails and access, but this is also a piece of property that's been threatened with development probably for generations. And so if you wouldn't mind just taking a moment to talk a little bit about the additional parcels that are discussed in the report about what may be happening over the next year and who the partners are in that acquisition.
Certainly. The Conservation Fund acquired all the parcels. They are working with the Habitat Agency to acquire the majority. I believe it's 8 or 9 parcels that they're acquiring, and then the county is looking at acquiring the one piece within that. But the idea, we are also working with the Habitat Agency and the Conservation Fund to create an MOU. So that we all work together towards making a mosaic of this landscape on how it's managed, as well as public access. And we'll be bringing that forward to the board when we bring the other documents forward.
That's wonderful. And, you know, I really appreciate Supervisor Arenas' request to have that discussion come back to the Hewlett Committee. You know, a little bit more about just understanding sort of what the horizon offers. And I do, and I am very interested in how, Don, the partner agencies see their role relative both to preservation, protection, and access. And colleagues, and Supervisor Arenas, I'll share that one of the challenges I know the department's been having is balancing between acquisition of new properties and then making them available to the public in, you know, over a particular period of time. And I recognize that, and one of the reasons I'm so excited about this is that I think, Don, under your leadership, there's been a lot more assertive, a much greater approach in terms of being opportunistic when land becomes available. And I know that's causing some tension within your budget. So what I would just encourage as you speak to the committee is maybe to help everybody understand what those trade-offs are, because they're real, and the role that our partners could play in both alleviating the trade-offs, but also helping us to expand the protection of wildlife and open space and agricultural land, especially in South County. But this is a concern that I have even as it relates to the East Foothills as well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I echoed all the comments of my colleagues of how special this area is. Having represented the Evergreen area for the first few years while I was on the board before the redistricting, I have had multiple dozens of times driving up Metcalf Road and get to see behind the villages this really beautiful piece of land and seeing the traffic situation and the urban sprawl that Evergreen has suffered from, by the residents. This is a piece of land that we're really trying not to get it developed into more housing. As much as we need housing in our county, this does not help in terms of our smart growth, right? This area it needs to be conserved. So this is exactly something that has been worked on for many, many years, if not decades. So I just want to say thank you, Don, for your hard work and partnership to make this happen. This is no small feat, and it will be something that certainly be appreciated by our Evergreen residents and also hopefully to be enjoyed by our residents throughout in the future. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. We have a motion by Arenas, a second by Chavez. There was no public comment. Let's vote on this item, please.
All right. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 10 is our third public hearing today. This item does not require a LaVine Act announcement. It is a proposed ordinance amendment for weighing and measuring device fees. Welcome.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, members of the board. I have the pleasure of introducing item 10 before you at a hearing relating to weights and measures device fee update. I am Edgar Nolasco, your agency director for the Consumer Environmental Protection Agency, and with me I have my colleague.
I'm Joe Davini. I'm the sealer of weights and measures here in Santa Clara.
And we do have a presentation on Zoom. If we can click to that, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edgar. This comes to us today. There was an assembly bill that passed last October that actually allows us to increase, it increased the cap of what we can charge for our device registration fees. So we brought it here today, and we're hoping to amend our current ordinance with these new fees at the little bit higher level that they come in at.
As Joe mentioned, AB 1304 allowed for the increase in fees and weights and measures. This is a mandated service that we provide for our community, and it promotes the economic health of the community that we serve. Currently, our current funding program at the current fees do a cost recovery of 53%. The general fund doing the rest of the costs associated with what we do. Our program costs have gone up 92% since the last time the state allowed for the increase in fees. The state statute is what allows local municipalities like Board of Supervisors to increase fees. The recommended fees in front of you, if approved, will dramatically help with our current budget target that we are facing at the agency. It would bring in around $594,000 in revenue that we are anticipating for the fiscal year 24-25 if approved, which represents about 58% of the agency's $1 million budget target reduction as our primary target. If for fiscal year 24-25 at current cost, this would bring an average cost recovery across everything that we do in weights and measures to about 70%. So not fully cost recovery, but definitely moves us in the right path from 53% to 70%.
Okay, and this slide, just a simple display of the changes that this piece of legislation allowed us to do. Several fees stayed the same, but these are the ones that we hope to change today.
Could you just explain, are those fees monthly or annual or weekly or some other division of time?
Annually.
Annually, okay, thank you.
Sure.
And that concludes our presentation. Therefore, we recommend for the board to approve the registration fee increases and to do a preliminary adopt the ordinance code revisions, and we are here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. I'll go first to public comment. Rhonda, is there anyone waiting to speak on this item?
No, ma'am.
All right, then I will go to my colleagues first, and then I have some questions.
You do have Supervisor Arenas with her hand raised.
Okay, I'm going to start with Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I really just wanted to take this opportunity for us to acknowledge the work that's being done here and to make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll make a second. Yeah.
All right. Did you have additional comments, Supervisor Arenas?
No, I just think,
Okay.
there's a lot of departments that are, and we'll see them unfold as the year transpires, and we'll see that there's some opportunity for us to update our fees that are associated with our services. I think we've seen it in our planning department not too long ago, and so I think this is just another opportunity for us to continue to take a look at how we can increase our revenues when it makes sense. And so I want to appreciate Edgar and his team on the work that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
President Ellenberg, if I might.
Oh, you might.
I just wanted to clarify, Supervisor Arenas, you said that the motion was to accept report. I just wanted to clarify that the recommended action is to introduce and preliminarily adopt the ordinance, and just wanted to clarify whether that was the intent of the motion.
That was the intent of the motion. Thank you. To preliminarily adopt the
Ordinance code
finish that
revisions.
for me.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I just had a couple of questions. One is, this says that there are only some recommended fees that are being increased. And what I'm curious about is, what fees did we not increase? And I'm really thinking that this is about cost recovery. So we're getting as close to cost recovery as we can. Were there fees that you opted not to increase? And if so, why?
Thanks for the question, Supervisor. The state legislature, the AB 1304, allowed for the Business and Profession Code to increase most fees, and many counties around the state have gone to this new maximum amount to an effort to do most of the cost recovery associated with what we do in weights and measures. My colleague can provide further details on which ones were picked.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the statewide association of sealers. We review these from time to time, and this current legislation will expire in 2027. So, 2029. So in 5 years, we can look at them again. But when we look at each one of the different fees, and there's lots of different things like heavy capacity scales, electric meters, it's quite weights and measuring. It's a lot of details. But these were the ones that all of the sealers said where we were most or least cost recovery. So it's hard to do all of them across the board because they're set at different levels. Some are over $100 and some are much less, as you can see. So these were the ones that were least cost recovery and that we attempted to increase this time. And then through the legislative process, then all the different industries that are affected have an opportunity to voice their concerns.
I just wanted to clarify, and you can confirm, I believe we've increased all the fees we can under the legislation, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that makes more sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, just another question about how much. And again, I recognize when we're doing something cost recovery and we haven't done it for a long time, it can be very alarming to people to have a dramatic increase. And if the legislation allows for increases through 2029, does that mean this is phase one and that we'll slowly increase the cost before the end of the legislation?
No, this is, it's set now. It's, in 2029, it will sunset, and then it'll have an opportunity to be opened up again. But these fees are set until then, unless somebody goes in to try to change them.
So, oh, James.
Yeah, so my understanding is basically we're capped by the legislature. The cap is actually, in most instances, far short of full cost recovery for us. And the proposal here is to bring us up to the full state cap. It's actually, if you look back at that chart that showed the dollar amounts, the specific dollar amounts are relatively modest. Going from, I think it was like $22 to $26 in one instance and things like that. But that's the cap, and then we will be at that state cap until there is additional legislation.
So I understand that the way this was written, those two areas were not clear. So we're moving to the maximum the legislation allows.
Yes.
The current legislation that's being discussed is permissive to this point, then halts any other increase until 2029.
That's right.
Okay.
And I think, in terms of advocacy legislatively, this is a challenge, especially where you have different counties like ours that have different costs than maybe other parts of the state.
Yeah.
And where the legislature does these in, bites that sometimes are many years apart. As opposed to allowing for incremental CPI-related increases.
So one recommendation I would make, and this really would be, I think to probably the Land Use Committee, would be to say thank you to the governor, but to send a letter about what the remaining gap is and what the gap will likely be in 2029. And the reason is that I think one of the challenges for our communities is when they feel like we're moving drastically and dramatically instead of thoughtfully and incrementally in partnership with them. And I just think, I know we have a big legislative package, but these are the kinds of things that frankly I think cause people to get really upset when the degrees of increase are dramatic, more so than if you're being frank with people about we're covering costs. Frankly, we're not covering costs. We're going to be close to cost recovery, but that gap will yawn again, and we're going to then be taking another X percentage increase. So I just think as part of our legislative communication, it's just important that we acknowledge the 2 points one point that you raised, along with what the gap would be. One is just how expensive the place that we live in is, and it's different than the Inland Empire as an example. And then the second is, what it does to the trust and relationships we have with folks who rely on us for these kinds of services. And, and then anyway, that would be my request with the maker of the motion's permission. I don't know if
So, Supervisor, you'd like for the Hewlett Committee to develop a letter with a recommendation that would reflect the remaining gap and the concerns or the impacts of having a high cost of living area and how this impacts those involved?
that would be great. Thank you, Sylvia.
Okay.
And the last thing I just want to say, every day being at the county, I learn something new. Honest to God, it's such an incredibly interesting body of work. But I did not know there was an association of sealers, which I now do, Joe. And wow, you're probably one of the few people in the county that has your own seal. So well done on that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been informed that I neglected to formally close the public hearing. It is now closed. I'm happy to be the final speaker on this item. And thank you, Joe and Edgar, for your work on this. I fully understand our need to recover costs. I want to make sure that we always have an eye, especially toward our smallest businesses. Because the actual numbers here are are small dollar values. I'm less concerned literally, but conceptually, I think that we should always be thinking about whether there's a need to, or if it's even allowed to exempt particular classes, perhaps one location, fewer than 5 employees. I'm making things up, under $1 million. But just when you bring things like this to us, I will always want to know what the impact is on our smallest businesses and just make sure that we're not, in our effort to recover costs, leading to potentially the closure of other businesses, which then is counter to the general work of the county of really seeing more people in communities thrive and be housing stable and build wealth for their children. So I may ask about a year from now for an update on the impact of these fees, but I'm prepared to support it today. So thank you. We have a light on from County Executive James Williams.
I just wanted to share before the vote, and just wanted to thank SEPA. We've asked departments to bring fee items forward to get us closer to cost recovery. This is really a key strategy to preserve precious general fund resources for core safety net services, especially in these fiscal times. And to the point that was made in the earlier discussion, to really have a program of looking at these on an ongoing basis so that we're not doing so in fits and spurts, although, of course, this particular set of fees is impacted by legislation. So you'll see more of these as the months progress, echoing kind of Supervisor Arenas' comments at the beginning earlier in the item, but appreciate the work of the department to bring these forward.
Yeah, very much appreciate that, and the addition to the motion that we do this a little bit more consistently so that the jumps aren't felt and the impacts aren't so great. We have a motion by Arenas and a second by Chavez. Let's vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11 is to hear our county executive's report.
Thank you. I have a couple items I wanted to highlight today for the board. First, as you all know, but for the benefit of the public, Tuesday, March 5th is the presidential primary election in California. In our county, 23 of our 11-day vote centers opened on time and have been successfully operating since February 24th. This coming Saturday, an additional 81 vote centers will be open for a total of 104 vote centers that will be open from March 2nd through Election Day. Voting hours on Election Day are from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are over 1 million registered voters in Santa Clara County. As of yesterday, we received 82,231 returned ballots. Estimates are that this will be a relatively low turnout election. We, of course, want everyone who is registered to vote. The ROV is estimating probably a 45%-ish turnout for this election, but there's plenty of time. It's also not too late to register to vote by doing conditional voter registration, where you can register and vote at the same time. This can be done at the ROV's offices or at any of those over 100 vote centers. The other thing that I wanted to share with the board is there continues to be bad news on the state budget front. Unfortunately, the state budget deficit appears to be growing, which ultimately has significant implications for us. LAO has increased their estimate of state budget deficit by another $15 billion to an estimated deficit of $73 billion. We don't know how the legislature is exactly going to grapple with this. I do think we will end up seeing a very significant set of revisions that the governors may revise. We'll continue to monitor what's happening on that front. We're obviously also, as the board is aware, pushing strong advocacy on the excess ERAF issue. But there's many county-operated programs that rely significantly on state subventions or other state funding, and we'll be keeping a keen eye on what those impacts could be, given the situation at the state level in addition to the situation here locally. Happy to take questions on these or other items.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I do have two questions. One related to just the voter engagement in our vote centers. I don't know if we've done an analysis post the last couple of elections, just to look at the placement of vote centers and the vote mailboxes. And just a couple of observations I want to make. One is that we have gotten some feedback, particularly on the east side of San Jose, that there aren't very many vote centers, but also not places that people can just drop off their ballots. So I want to make sure that as the staff is preparing to open up the centers and I think place boxes, that we've really taken a very good look at neighborhoods, particularly where we have high transit dependency. I think it just makes sense for us to have a different eye toward how we're making this available, especially just given it's still a dramatic change from what we were doing. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I know that there are certain requirements under the Elections Code regarding placement, and we can certainly look at that and make sure that that's being examined, specifically the issues that you've raised in the context of the upcoming November election.
That would be great. The reason I'm pressing on this this weekend is that I think given the low voter turnout, that the disadvantage is more dramatic than perhaps it will be even in November if folks have a difficult time accessing the voter. So there's the vote centers, which I recognize that takes a whole set of body of work, and the staff has been magnificent. Like normally they reach out to us and ask for help if they need them, but I'm particularly interested in where people drop off their ballots right now, because that I know we have more flexibility about that. And I just want to make sure we're not missing opportunities, especially like I said in communities where we're seeing voter turnout is so historic. I mean, this is out of even historical character. And I would just say, for one, I would love it if the state went back to a June primary. I feel like March 3rd is one of the silliest things we've done to be relevant, because it doesn't make us relevant. It just makes it harder to engage the public in something so important. So anyway, I'm just want to put that on record. I want to just better understand from your perspective the timing relative to the budget and what we need to be paying attention to in regards to ERAF. And if you could, I didn't hear the number for us, but I think the public needs to know that we're talking about $34 million. Is it 34 million? 32
on the ERAF issue is $32 million to the county and another $10 million to the cities and special districts within Santa Clara County. The timing is a bit uncertain, but my guess is, and there's no specific trailer bill language that's been put out yet by the governor's office, but typically this is the kind of item where the actual legislative language will not drop until May or June. Because it'll be what's called a budget trailer bill. It will show up very late in the process. It could show up potentially as late as 72 hours before a vote, in theory, and typically would be pretty late in the process, probably in June, when we'd actually see a bill go into print that would then be voted on. But we have been moving quite aggressively on the topic, even though there's no specific language. We don't need to see the legislative text to understand what the proposal is. I think it was spelled out quite clearly in the governor's budget message. And we've made that clear to folks and are working very diligently and building coalitions. In fact, there's a letter that recently came out opposing the item that was joined by CSAC and the League of California Cities, as well as Urban Counties Caucus and others. So already there's movement, notwithstanding the fact that there's no actual vehicle and no actual text out there yet.
And then the last thing I would just say is, I know Susan at a state level's been just aggressive about this. At a regional level, my office has engaged other board of supervisors in the county, other counties, to get their nonprofits to get engaged in this subject. And there's a lot of concern. I do just want to make another request that we be able to demonstrate concretely what we imagine the impacts of this to be, so that we can talk more about, not about money, but about the actual services that are going to get impacted. And I would love to get that information. I'm sure the entire board would, as soon as possible.
Yes, I know that that's in progress.
Thank you.
And the significance of the involvement from both the State County Association and the cities is that even though the excess only impacts 5 counties, there is broad support for being on top of this item.
Yeah, thank you for your good work on that, Susan. How that happened.
Supervisor Simidian, then Lee.
On a different topic with the county executive, if this is the appropriate time.
Let me just see if we have anything else on elections or ERAF. You do?
Election.
Okay, then is it all right if I come back?
Please.
Go right ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, James. Given the low numbers we're seeing right now, I just want to double check. You might not have the answer for this, but you can get back to us in the future. Is what exactly are we doing in terms of outreaching to the public, reminding them about the election, and also being in language so that different communities are getting "quote unquote" reminded that they are. That there is an election, right? That they need to vote, and also the other issue is to the locations of the drop boxes, because if I recall correctly, we no longer have to pay for postage for the ballots for the past few years, which is great because I recall having to find extra stamps, and that was difficult, right? These days to find stamps. So that's being the case. But also we also know that there aren't that many mailboxes like we used to, say 5 years ago, on our neighborhoods. What are the criteria to make sure we A is get the word out, B is that they could vote as late as the day of the election, which is this coming Tuesday, and how many days do we have to wait? I mean, in other words, it could come in for, I think, another 72 hours, something like that. Maybe you can elaborate that on that. Thank you.
Sure, and we can have ROV provide additional information, but obviously a number of mailers go out to all registered voters, not just the ballot itself, but the voter information guide, postcards, other things that go out, as well as the general advertising that ROV does to make sure people know about an election, that an election's happening. And so we'll make sure that that information is provided to the board. Ballots can be received after the election day as long as they've been postmarked, if they've been put in the mail. And that's one of the things that's made the voting results piece a little more complicated, is that actually a lot of people do wait until the very end nowadays to vote by mail or to return their ballots on election day at vote centers or drop-off locations. So that can sometimes delay and affect results, but it's not surprising that based on the patterns in the last several election cycles, it's not surprising that many of the votes will be cast in the period just before the election or on election day. But we'll provide the board with information on the types of outreach. And it is in multiple languages.
Thank you, James.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to sunshine for the administration and also colleagues in the public a referral I am planning to bring to our March 12th Board of Supervisors meeting, which would direct administration, obviously if there's a board majority in support, to formally engage in the current PUC proceeding with respect to AT&T's application to withdraw from being the carrier of last resort in California, including here in Santa Clara County, and direct staff to advocate on behalf of county residents who would be adversely affected by AT&T's withdrawal. My preliminary understanding is that it's not altogether clear that the county can be a formal party to the proceeding, but at a minimum, I think the county should be advocating on behalf of our residents and providing comment by the final PUC public forum on March 19th, and that's one of the reasons the timing. I wanted to give staff a heads up that the request would be coming so that people don't say, oh my goodness, we only have a week when the time comes. And I think there may be other ways, frankly, in which the county can get involved. I don't want to limit the scope of this to the PUC. Certainly there may be state or federal law or some FCC rulemaking process that we want to reference as well. But as I say, the referral I plan to bring at March 12th will ask for the county's full engagement on all options and consider sort of every recourse that we might pursue. And this is not a district-specific issue, obviously, so I may well reach out, smiling at the county council, consistent with the Brown Act, of course. I may well reach out to one colleague and see if we have a joint proposal we can submit. Okay? Thank you. Just wanted to start the wheels going sooner rather than later on that one, because I think we may be confronting a challenging timeline. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you. Does Supervisor Arenas have any questions for County Council? Rhonda?
No, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I was looking to Rhonda to see if she could tell me if your hand was up, but thank you for piping in. All right, then we will move. Let me just do a time check with everyone. We're going to hear County Council report and Valley Homeless Healthcare Program report. 14 and 15, I don't have a sense of whether those will be long discussions, and I'll look perhaps primarily to Supervisor Simidian, as these are surveillance issues. If you think they'll be quick, happy to hear those before lunch, and if not, we will.
That would be my hope and expectation, Madam President.
All right, then let's move to County Council. So then my plan is that we will break for 30 minutes following item 15.
At the February 26, 2024 closed session by unanimous vote, with all members present, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for council? All right, thank you. Then item 13 brings us to the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program report. Good afternoon. Please turn your mic on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Christy. Good afternoon, Supervisor and President. The report is pretty direct. If you have questions, let me know. We're just reporting on our QI metrics, which the key metrics we're identifying are colorectal screenings, hemoglobin A1C, and depression screenings.
Thank you. Let me first see if we have public speakers on this item.
Yes, we have one person in chambers and currently no people on Zoom.
All right, anyone on Zoom wishing to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand now. We'll hear our single speaker first in chambers and then return to Zoom.
All right. Our person in chambers is Paul Soto.
I'll decline. Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes our public speakers.
All right, thank you. Do my colleagues have questions? Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you again for the incredible work that you and your team do. And congratulations on getting the homeless grant for another 3 years. That's wonderful. I'm interested in understanding the decrease in the colorectal cancer screenings in the fourth quarter last year. And specifically, I'm just wondering if the gift card or incentives help, if we need to expand that program. I'm just trying to understand what would help you all continue that good work.
Yeah, great question, Supervisor Chavez. We did increase the gift card amount to $10, so we're hoping that's going to be helpful.
And what's the gift card for?
Target.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other lights. I have just one question too, and thank you as well, and congratulations on the grant. I'm just curious to know how colorectal cancer and depression screening and the hemoglobin A1C monitoring were selected. by the QI committee for evaluation. Certainly the list could have included diabetes, heart disease, glaucoma, syphilis, a host of other delightful maladies.
Yeah, great question, President Ellenberg. So those are the three that actually Santa Clara Valley Health Center chose because they're very we can get the outcome from them. And we do we track all of the metrics. It's just these are the three that we focus on.
That's interesting. So I understand from a research perspective that you want to track what has a clear metric, but I would want to know also that that's actually in line with what our most prevalent health concerns are, and not just that we pick the ones that we can measure. Can you say anything about that?
I think it's also that these can affect change. So for the colon cancer screening, we can detect it and then treat it. Same with hemoglobin A1C with diabetes, and then depression screening. I think that those were the most critical to affect change for those three things.
I think I didn't realize that the hemoglobin is a diabetes test. Thank you for that. All right, great. Thank you very much. I have no other questions. I see no lights on. May I have a motion to receive the report?
So moved.
Motion by Lee, second by Chavez. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 14 is the District Attorney Bureau of Investigation body-worn cameras item.
I'm happy to move the recommended action.
Second, Chavez.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I do have one card that does not have a name on it. I suspect it might be Paul.
If there is someone who turned in a card for this item and didn't put their name, please come on down. If not, we'll assume that person has left. Do we have any speakers in chambers?
I do have two. That was the only speaker in chambers, and I do have two that just came online on Zoom.
Then let's hear our two speakers on Zoom.
All right. Our first speaker is Resident. Resident, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, hello. Good morning. I was just wondering, this is a question for the District Attorney's Office, if these new body-worn cameras that are going to be purchased, if it would be possible to use those cameras to investigate what's going on with my children. They're being sexually abused, and nobody's doing anything to protect them. I mean, there's a conflict of interest within this county that I've mentioned many, many times because Valerie Houghton, my former attorney, she'd like this sexual abuse to continue to occur. I mean, I posted all the information online. If you Google Valerie Houghton, sex trafficking, the multiple sites with information will pop up. Another problem with what's going on and why I'd like these body cameras to be used is because I'm also being assaulted because I'm trying to protect my kids. I mean, like, all my organs have been damaged, my testicles have atrophied, the shape of my face has changed. I mean, if you do the Googling, you'll see the great bodily harm that's been done. And I mean, there's got to be somebody in this county who can put a stop to all of this. I mean, we're supposed to be living in a community where there's law and order, and right now it feels like there's chaos. I mean, anybody can do anything to anyone. And well, if you're connected and you're an attorney or maybe you have some money, I mean, and so I mean, if you guys could address it in this meeting, if these body-worn cameras can be used to investigate these types of crimes, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Blair B.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. I hope the person previous public comment, I hope it can be addressed. staff here today. For myself, with this item, what I was trying to say earlier, I have a real strong belief that if we practice better open public policy, it creates better practices of participatory democracy, openness, and our better human reasoning, and that brings ideas of basic. I mean, that is just the step-by-step process we go through. When we stop one of those steps, man, we lose something. And effort, work towards open democracy, openness. It creates our best stuff. So with this item, it's been years that you've been working on. You've had body cameras in 2016. So what are the reports coming in on the health effects on police officers wearing a body camera on their chest day after day, year after year? You need to learn to have those sort of conversations openly and not be afraid of that subject matter. And I would like to understand what that exactly is saying. I don't quite know what it would be saying, and I would like to know. And you can't be fearful to not have those conversations. It's so key to the future of our technology. We have to be open how we talk about our tech, and we have to be responsible. That means we have to be clear if there's going to be harm with it. And police are taking a great risk. Also, with open public policies, with body camera issues, are witnesses being able to get reports that they need if they have trial lawyers and everything. They're not. Please work towards it.
And that does conclude our speakers.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Are your lights on, ready to vote? Okay. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much for coming down and being available for us. Item 15 is regards video security cameras at the Charcut campus.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I have one on Zoom.
All right, no speakers in chambers. Let's hear our single Zoom speaker, please.
All right, our speaker on Zoom is Blair. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman again. I'll try to make this one short. Just a reminder that we've been starting to take shortcuts with video camera accountability, I think, closed circuit television accountability. Good luck in trying to keep that process open, as all parts of the future of our technology process should be. I know Supervisor Semidian, he did some of his first early best work pre-2014 on developing good public policy practices with closed circuit TV cameras. And it would hurt, I think, for his good efforts to just kind of be torn asunder and be forgotten about and thrown under the rug based on wanting to do things more quickly, efficiently, and to not involve our CCTVs into the surveillance ordinance practices in our future. So good luck in keeping that open and accountable. Thank you.
And that does conclude our public speakers.
Thank you. I don't see any lights on for questions or comments, so we've just lost Supervisor Semidian. We'll take a slow vote. Go ahead. You can vote at normal speed.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yeah.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
And Doug, thank you for being available. We are now going to take a 30-minute recess, so we will come back together at 12:55, and the first item we hear will be item 16, the quarterly mental health and substance use disorder report. Thank you, everyone, for the support this morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we regroup up here. I believe if we have Supervisor Arenas that we do have a quorum present, so let's do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Arenas? Sorry, we didn't catch that. I see you online. Could you try saying here?
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez? Supervisor Smidian? Vice President Lee?
Good afternoon. Present.
President Ellenberg?
I'm here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We are going to begin with item 16. And this is the quarterly report on mental health and substance use disorders as a public health crisis. And it will be immediately followed by item 32, the appropriation modification for behavioral health bridge housing funds. I'm just going to share kind of some meeting management logistic comments before I turn to staff for your report. I know that staff's verbal presentation on item 16 is going to focus on sections 1 through 4 of the presentation that we received in our agendas. That's the SUTS expansion work plan, behavioral health facilities update, SB 43 quarterly report, and the CalAIM update. The school-linked services topic was presented and discussed at the February 2nd CFSC meeting. If my colleagues have questions about items covered in that section of the written report or in any of the appendices, staff will have those slides handy for easy reference during our question and answer period. I would like to request of my colleagues that you hold all questions for item 16 until the end of the 4-part presentation. I'll then hear public comment on 16 and then come back to each of my colleagues in turn for questions that you have on any of the 4 sections presented or on the written reports and appendices that weren't part of the verbal presentation. As a reminder, mostly to members of the public, item 32 will be held immediately after item 16 is concluded. So for anyone wishing to speak on topics covered by the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Report, including the Habitability Improvements Fund and unlicensed board and care homes, I would ask that you hold those comments for item 32 rather than making them during 16. With those notes on meeting management out of the way, I want to make just a couple of opening remarks and perhaps provide a bit of direction before staff's presentation. First and foremost, I just absolutely want to commend staff on this truly impressive and comprehensive report. Each quarterly report has improved on the one before. And this report is not only visually engaging, thank you for the Venn diagrams and the flow charts and the tables, but really highly informative and rich in detail. The appendices and the comprehensive list of related reports were also very useful. I particularly appreciated how staff clearly laid out the roles of different county departments as they relate to Care Court, AOT, and SB 43 implementation. I would like, in our mode of continuous improvement, for the next iteration of the report to also include the roles of non-county agencies, since entities such as the Superior Court certainly play a significant role in implementing several of the statewide initiatives. And additionally, while I recognize that we're still in really the nascent stages of SB 43 implementation, I would like to ask administration to include people with lived experience, their families, and patients' rights groups in the planning process wherever possible. For example, stakeholder engagement may be appropriate and helpful when designing involuntary hold or cultural competency training curricula. I also want to express gratitude to Supervisor Lee's office, Supervisor Cortesi's office, our county staff, and Dave Mineta and the Momentum team for the many, many hours that you all work to get the the 28-bed adult residential treatment facility at 650 South Bascom open. After many months of state licensing delays, it was really gratifying to learn that the 650 South Bascom admitted its first few patients shortly after it received the license on January 22nd. So mostly gratitude all around for the whole of county effort that I see really moving us forward on this important work that is clearly a board priority and clearly a state priority. So with that, I will turn to you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'll just make a couple initial comments before turning it over to the several staff from whom you will hear today. So next slide, please. First, just wanted to briefly share what we intend to cover in this quarterly presentation, and that's laid out here. I will just note that we included a set of slides related to School Link services, highlighting some really significant service expansions and outcomes associated with that program. Given the length of the slide deck and the amount of material we have to present today, and the fact that those highlights were presented at CSFC, we're not planning to present the material on School Link services, but did want to highlight it for the full board. So we've included that in the slide deck, and thanks to Supervisors Chavez and Arenas for their questions and comments on that report at CSFC. If we can go to the next slide. Did also want to highlight for the board and for the full public that if you are interested in following closely various specific aspects of the work happening in the Behavioral Health Department and the broader health system to expand access to behavioral health care, there have been a number of reports presented to the board and are available for review addressing very specific topics, and those are set forth in this slide and the next slide, please. So those 32 reports are just the ones that have been presented since our last presentation to the full board, and I wanted to make the public aware of the availability of those reports as well. Next slide, please. And with this, I will turn it over to Deputy County Executive Key Lee, who will talk about briefly our major initiatives before, I believe, turning it over to Dr. Cheryl Ho.
Thank you, Greta. Key Lee, Deputy County Executive. I'll just introduce my colleagues who are here with me. As you know, the board, the behavioral health major initiatives for last fiscal year and this fiscal year are really about expanding our substance use treatment services, expanding our behavioral health treatment facilities and temporary shelter beds and permanent housing programs, and really transitioning the county system and our provider network system to a fee-for-service system. With me here today is Dr. Cheryl Ho, the Behavioral Health Department's new medical director for substance use treatment services. She'll be covering our substance use treatment services expansion. Paul Lorenz is here as well to answer any questions related to the hospital and the clinics. And then on the other side, we have Megan Wheelahan from the County Counsel's Office, who's back. Welcome back, Megan. And Sue Jung from the Behavioral Health Services Department, and they'll cover SB 43. And then I'll be covering the behavioral health treatment beds expansion and the CalAIM initiative. So thank you. Dr. Ho?
Thanks, Key, and thanks for welcoming me, supervisors. I'm going to be covering this first part, which is the Substance Use Treatment Services Work Plan. Next slide. Just a few highlights here. So under the larger subheading of harm reduction, I wanted to note that the BHSD is proud that to have started the mail-in naloxone program that went live in December 2023. This was advertised on a number of the county social media pages, televised through NBC, ABC, Telemundo. There was press conference with the Mercury News, and this was also this information was also given out through Supervisor Chavez and Arenas' district letters. So this was something that we're quite proud of. Public Health Department as well has also sent out a number of naloxone distribution and fentanyl test kits as well. Next slide. Under partnerships, BHSD has partnered with a nonprofit called Song for Charlie, which is really focused towards youth and young adults. This was a nonprofit that was started by a family who experienced a death of their loved one. And so this organization has we're working with them to conduct focus groups and provide educational materials for the community. In addition, another highlight on this slide here is, this is something that I'd been working on prior to my transition here that I continue to work on, which is to provide capacity building for, there's existing harm reduction specialists at the Office of Supportive Housing, the permanent supportive housing sites. And so we're working closely with public health to provide capacity building for all those specialists at the different sites, as well as to provide a steady supply of naloxone. Next slide. In terms of staffing, so I joined on board, but soon we'll also be hiring a SUTS system of care director as well on the administrative side. And I think those are some of the main highlights.
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. I'll be covering the behavioral health treatment facilities. Next slide, please. This slide provides some highlights on our effort. We've been making incremental but hard-earned and impactful improvements to our behavioral health treatment facility system and our temporary shelter system over the last couple of years. As indicated, we've added 139 beds at the mental health and substance use treatment community residential and temporary shelter levels of care. As Supervisor Ellenberg noted, we opened 650 South Bascom, and the first few clients were moved in earlier this month. The staff also were able to increase our subacute care rates, allowing us to place another 29 individuals just in this fiscal year. And as you may recall, San Jose Behavioral Health constructed 53 new beds at their facility in San Jose, and they anticipate all 53 additional beds will be operational by the end of this month. Next slide, please. At the acute level, we are continuing to make progress on the construction of the new child and adolescent psychiatric facility that is still expected to have the staff and stock completed by October 2025. The third bullet highlights the total average length of stay for all patients at our Barbara Aarons Pavilion. As you see, there's been a slight decrease over the last year. We'll continue to monitor this metric and identify other metrics to try to provide the board with a better sense of the impact of our additional treatment facilities at the subacute and then the residential treatment levels of care. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight two things on this slide. First, we said previously that our staff were able to provide 29 additional placements at the subacute level. This includes the 11 additional Murphy Conserve clients. But I wanted to highlight that because per our RAND report, in addition to just needing more facilities and more beds, we need more facilities and more beds for individuals who have additional challenges or barriers to placement. So having those 11 placements of Murphy conserved individuals was very critical and impactful. And the third bullet, we're still making progress on the Morgan Hill Skilled Nursing Facility. As you may recall, that will be a 36-bed facility with 18 of which will have a special treatment program, meaning they will serve individuals co-occurring medical and behavioral health conditions. Next slide, please. Here, I wanted to just highlight that while we've been making progress in adult residential treatment, we're going to put additional emphasis on the expansion of our licensed residential care facilities. You'll hear a little bit more about that in our Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Report. And as the board may recall, we're also trying to use our community care expansion funds. Those are one-time funds from the state. There was a slight delay in use of those funds because the state changed their program administrator, but that is now all been resolved and we are back on track. Next slide, please. Adding substance use residential treatment programs, both for withdrawal management and longer-term residential treatment, is a priority for the administration. Here I wanted to highlight two projects that are underway. First, Pathway Society did receive a grant from the state to construct/renovate property to add 30 additional beds. That construction is underway. And we will be working with Pathways to identify the appropriate number or means by which we can access those beds for behavioral health Santa Clara County clients. As part of the board's agenda today, I believe you approved a lease for 264 North Morrison Avenue. This will be a new 32-bed substance use residential program. There are some renovations, improvements that are needed at the property. We're working with the Facilities and Fleet Department to identify the scope and timeline, and we'll be reporting, providing updates through FGOC. Next slide, please. Wanted to make two comments on this slide. First is the first three bullets cover a type of temporary shelter or transitional housing that we call mental health transitional housing units. Effectively, these are homes that our providers lease and then provide temporary housing, temporary shelter for individuals with a serious mental illness, and the length of stay can range anywhere from 3 months to over a year. And it's a critical temporary shelter placement option for individuals in our specialty system. We've been making some progress, and we have a goal of an additional 69 beds by the end of the fiscal year. The various shelter and emergency interim housing projects listed at the end of the slide are large, mostly non-congregate shelter projects that are being developed or will be developed or could be developed for individuals and families who are homeless. The county's goal is to determine some number of those units that could be set aside for individuals with behavioral health conditions. We have not, we're still working on the planning process for all of that, and we'll provide updates to FGOC. Next slide, please. And then finally, in this section, just wanted to make the board aware of 3 other potential projects and opportunities. The first is we are looking at the feasibility of converting some space at the reentry center to a 10 to 14 bed withdrawal management program. I think this will pair very nicely with the VHHP services that are there, but also the Mission Street Recovery Station. Second is we're continuing, we're almost done with our feasibility of converting the 101 Jose Figueres to a mental health rehabilitation center. And then finally, we have $8 million from the state through the CHAFA grant that we're beginning the program planning for and should have an update at the next or the following FGOC. With that, I'll turn it over to Megan Wheelahan and Sue Young for SB 43. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Megan Wheelahan here with Sue Young. I'll be covering the part about SB 43 and overlaps with other changes to the law that have expanded programs for individuals with mental illness. Next slide, please. So this slide is the flow that currently exists for people who may or may not meet the criteria for involuntary treatment under the LPS Act. So currently, the definition of grave disability under the law applies to individuals with mental illness, and it also can apply to individuals with co-occurring substance use disorder, as long as the grave disability flows from the mental illness and not solely the substance use disorder. And as a reminder, at that first level of determination, when you're determining whether the person meets the criteria for grave disability, The standard of proof is probable cause, which is a fairly low standard of proof. It means that law enforcement or the clinician writing the hold doesn't have to be absolutely sure where the grave disability criteria behavior is coming from to decide that they meet the criteria for the hold. They can just have some evidence that it might be coming from a mental disorder, and then the assessment in the LPS facility will sort that out. So these holds, in effect, are already being used to provide treatment to folks who may have solely a substance use disorder, but that's not clear at the outset. And at every stage of the evaluation, both the 5150 rider and the doctors that evaluate them in the facility need to assess whether the individual is willing and able to accept voluntary treatment. That is our front line in any crisis response. If an individual, even though they might meet the criteria for grave disability or even danger to others or danger to self, if they're willing to accept the services that will remedy that condition, then that is what the law requires to happen before the person is detained against their will. So if they're able to accept voluntary services, they're offered that full range of services, whether that be from our mobile crisis team or once they're brought into the LPS facility at that initial evaluation. If they are not willing to accept voluntary services and they do meet the criteria for grave disability, that is when we're looking at those successive progressive involuntary holds where a person is treated in a locked facility. And ultimately, if the individual continues to meet criteria and refuse treatment, they could be referred to the public guardian for either a temporary or later term permanent conservatorship. But throughout that process, whether that be 2 weeks or 3 months, staff in the locked facilities are evaluating whether the person is willing and able to accept that voluntary treatment that's available out in the community. And happily, the vast majority of people do. We know that from the difference in the number of persons brought in out of 5150 versus who ultimately gets conserved. And in addition, if the person does not meet the criteria for grave disability, but perhaps is not fully willing to accept voluntary treatment, we do have AOT program in this county, as you've heard from us before, which is intended to address kind of that population that doesn't quite meet the LPS detention criteria, but could really benefit from mental health services in the community and is not fully on board with engaging in them. And we will have Care Court, of course, which we'll discuss a little bit further coming up, that addresses essentially the same kind of bucket of folks with a few more qualifications. So next slide. And so this is the treatment pathway, kind of the flow of patients once SB 43's expanded definition of involuntary treatment is fully implemented. So it will mean that patients with a substance use disorder and without any mental health diagnosis, again, if you're looking at that initial contact with the person in the community, it means that there doesn't need to be probable cause to believe that their behavior is flowing from a mental disorder at all. You can be 100% sure if it's coming from a substance use disorder, they can still be placed on a 5150 hold. Again, if they are unwilling or unable to accept voluntary treatment, otherwise, voluntary treatment is the first line of intervention there. If they're not willing to accept that voluntary treatment and they do meet that grave disability definition, then we're moving into potentially placing the person on progressive involuntary holds. However, they have to continue to meet the criteria, as I've said, and that means that the behaviors that cause that grave disability need to be present in that moment that they're being evaluated for the hold. Given the nature of substance use disorders, it's possible that that might be very few, if any, patients past the 72-hour mark of 5150 hold. However, voluntary treatment must be offered at every stage, as it currently is right now. And individuals who are not willing to engage in treatment are still offered the ability to do so upon discharge if they don't meet criteria at the 72-hour mark. And the slide also contains the kinds of voluntary treatment that we're talking about, which I think if a person is coming out of a locked facility during the 5150 timeframe, they're primarily being referred to detox beds, which Key has already explained how those are being expanded. So we'll go to the next slide. All right, so this slide is helping us understand how each of these new laws and initiatives overlaps and what the differences are between them. As you can see, SB 43 is really distinct from AOT and Care Court in that, like we talked about, it's a mechanism for bringing people into involuntary treatment, whereas AOT and Care Court, although a court order is involved, the services that are at the heart of it are really voluntary in nature. The work of AOT and Care Court is really to encourage individuals who don't meet LPS criteria but do warrant a higher level of attention with even more intensive outreach and engagement. Essentially, the court gets brought into the role of providing outreach and engagement as well as the Behavioral Health Services Department. And then there's also some overlap between Care Court, who's eligible for Care Court and who's eligible for the AOT program. The difference is mainly that with Care Court, the person needs to have a psychotic disorder specifically, whereas for AOT, really any mental disorder, as long as it causes behaviors that meet those other criteria, that they're unlikely to survive safely, and they've had a number of either hospital contacts or incarcerations resulting from their mental disorder, that would meet the criteria. Care Court essentially just narrows it down to be people with psychotic disorders only. And the services that will be offered really are the same robust, intensive, voluntary services that get offered at the outset. So with both AOT and Care Court, before the court gets involved and issues an order, the person will be offered a set of robust voluntary services that they can choose to engage in before the court order is issued. SB 43, again, is a mechanism for initiating involuntary treatment in a specific locked facility for people that meet the grave disability criteria, which is typically a person may meet that criteria at a point in time, but they don't necessarily meet it for an extended period of time. So individuals involved in AOT and Care Court may meet that criteria at any given moment, and the treatment providers that work in those programs are trained to assess for that criteria. But for the most part, those individuals in AOT and Care Court don't meet it on a daily basis. SB 43 is essentially another tool in treating those individuals. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide provides an update on the state's efforts to implement and provide guidance on SB 43. The state has issued a draft BHIN. It's not yet issued a new 5150 application, but the county has inquired as to the timeline on when that may be coming out. Next slide, please. So the draft BHIN issued by the state did reiterate that there are increased reporting requirements resulting from the implementation of SB 43, and those are around reporting the use of involuntary holds under the expanded definition of grave disability. The draft BHIN also made clear that DHCS does not have the authority to approve new categories of LPS facilities. So that means that the treatment that we're going to provide to the individuals who may be brought into involuntary treatment under SB 43 will be in the same categories of facilities that we are already treating people in. Yep. It also discussed that DHCS licensed facilities are unable to admit patients on the basis of substance use disorder only. And that's per the current regulations. And SB 43 did not give DHCS the authority to change those regulations. The draft BHN did not discuss Medi-Cal billing rules and any changes that might be forthcoming to those. So next slide, please. So although it is not clear whether new types of facilities will be needed or how they could be added, our county and most others in the state of California continue to work at expanding capacity at all levels of care, as you just heard. And this is really the treatment capacity that we know will be needed to serve individuals that are brought into involuntary treatment through the expansion under SB 43, and then offered the voluntary services that will truly provide them treatment for their condition. Next slide, please. So the work of ensuring the current trainings and planning for a more broad initial training of all LPS 5150 riders in the county has begun. Additional state guidance would be helpful to make sure that we are in line with other counties. To the extent that hasn't been issued, the department is working with other counties to discuss implementation, to identify best practices, and to try to ensure a more uniform rollout across the state. All right, next slide. So BHSD is focusing on expanding their capacity to perform outreach and engagement, which will support the intent behind SB 43 of bringing more people into care. Workforce expansions in other departments are right now difficult to predict because they are largely based on what the additional volume of persons brought into involuntary care under SB 43 will be, and there just aren't quality estimates on that. But over time, the experience of other counties will provide some direction on that issue. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a handy summary of all the anticipated needs to fully implement SB 43. So it involves training, adding additional capacity that we know we already need, and then expanding to what extent we're not clear at this point, but expanding the workforce in terms of more patients' rights advocates to handle additional volumes of hearings or perform outreach to more patients in our locked facilities. Increased legal support could be needed if there was an expansion of the number of conservatorships filed, as would more public guardian staffing. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Sue Young.
Hi, I am Sue Jang with Behavioral Health Services Department, and I'm going to just kind of briefly go over some of the things that we've been working on as a department to prepare for the implementation. So since the last report in December, we immediately began working with our stakeholders, really initially to just kind of figure out what might be the impact and the needs. So we began meeting with Public Guardian's Office, our training department, and also like Law Foundation, who actually provides training on 50 and 50, just to figure out, hey, we need to really update the criteria and the training curriculum to make sure that we have over 2,100 50 and 50 cardholders. And so we need to make sure that we roll out the right timeline to provide training. We also began meeting with the work group. So there is a work group that's been formed about 2 weeks ago, actually, with other counties. And in that work group, we're meeting weekly to really just talk about for example, what does gravely disabled means, and really trying to figure out what that means and how to really create infrastructure and create policy and procedures to implement this. So we kind of have a timeline created for current year so that we would be ready so that come the next year, we can actually prepare for workforce staffing and budgets and things like that to actually roll it out come the January of 26. So that's what we've been doing. As also Key shared, we understand that when someone with such only diagnoses come into, say, EPS, for example, really they will likely be referred to other voluntary services. And we will really begin discussing about what are some of the services they may need and typically what they will really need is a place to be referred to for additional treatment, which will be such residential or withdrawal management type of services. So we've been working also with FAF continually to try to expand that type of facility and programming as well. Let me see. Yeah, and we also plan, once we have a little bit more idea about the timelines and all the programs that needs to be implemented, we will be we are working with Law Foundation, but we will really make sure that we're including the stakeholders who are peers or people with lived experience, advocates as well, and patient rights advocates, and other partners to continue to dialogue together about how best to implement the program. I mean, we have a little bit of time, but we also know it's a large project, and we want to make sure that we have everyone's voices at the implementation stage and preparation stage.
Thank you, Sue. Next slide, please. Key here again, just the last few slides and the staff presentation. So for at least since the last fiscal year, we've been working with the state and our network of providers to transition to operate in a fee-for-service model. In December of last year, we brought to the board 5 actions or recommendations that we thought were necessary to continue an effective network and to support our organizations in the transition. The first was to allow mental health contract agencies to continue to transition, but to ensure that they would have their operating losses covered through the end of fiscal year up to the 100% of the state rate, as long as they were submitting all of their mental health claims. We've rolled out a process to implement that, and we'll probably have an initial report at the next quarterly report, but probably a full report sometime next fiscal year. The second item was to implement prevention and outreach services for substance use providers treating young adults. This is essentially providing a cost-based reimbursement for prevention and outreach services. This particular intervention or strategy, if you will, was identified in the work group meetings that we had in the earlier part of the year with the SUTS providers. The third item was to assist the adult service providers, substance use treatment providers, in their intake and administration. And this was identified because the providers were concerned about the high no-show rates. So we proposed providing this intervention and this strategy coupled with other administrative changes that would allow the providers to more easily provide services or clients to access services from our substance use treatment providers, like same-day access, post-authorization, groups, drop-in services, et cetera. The fourth change that we made was while our substance use treatment providers are submitting fee-for-service claims to the state, and we are providing to us, and we're providing those to the state. That's the way in which we are being paid. We allowed the substance use treatment providers to continue their current payment structure, which is a cost-based payment structure through the end of fiscal year. And then finally, there were two organizations that were operating in the black as far as we knew through the end of October, and we wanted to incentivize, encourage them to continue operating and expanding, and offer to provide some workforce development grants to them, and that is also underway. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the transition to fee-for-service is a process, and this rather dense slide speaks to a little bit of where we're at in that progress. And I'll just focus on the two central center bullets. The first one we've talked about quite extensively. Dr. Terrell mentioned that we were able to make a change into the screening process for children and youth, and that has resulted in significant increases in referrals to the specialty system. The second one I want to spend just a little bit of time on, and the third bullet really speaks to two measures, two indicators of our progress. The first is the volume of claims, and the second is the approval rates, the rate at which the county is approving our network providers' claims. Initially, when we started, claims were quite low as people were transitioning. Now, according to our team, we're in the 90,000 to the 100,000, sorry, that's a million, but it's 90,000 to 100,000 claims per month, which is, we believe, commensurate with pre-CalAIM, but we're confirming that. And the second is that the approval rate has jumped in August from about 10% to it was 86% at the time of the preparation of this report, but currently we're at 93%, which is equal to or greater than what our approval rates were for pre-CalAIM. Next slide, please. Just to emphasize again, the fee-for-service transition is a process. We are still in the middle of that process. Through the interviews that we had with the 24 contract agencies, we and the Behavioral Health Contractors Association agreed that in developing the new rates or new rate structure for the next fiscal year, it's important to have the best data that we can, and so we are receiving updated, refreshed data from our contract agencies, and that will include data through December. Previously, we had it just through October, and having that information will be critical because it will help us set appropriate rates and a rate structure. Even though I think we've made a lot of progress overall in the system overall, it doesn't necessarily mean that all agencies are making the same progress or that different levels of care don't have specific issues. And by levels of care, I mean outpatient versus intensive outpatient programs. The next steps for us are to collect that data. We should have most of it by the end of this week. And then we'll begin a process of sharing and communicating and working with our contract agencies for about mid-March to mid-April, and then hope to begin new contracts starting next fiscal year. With that, happy to answer any questions the board has. I don't have my partner in crime, Dr. Terrell, who's with her family for an emergency, but we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to the public for input first and then back to the board. Hi, Jess.
Hello. Thank you. I have 2 cards in chambers, 1 hand on Zoom.
Okay, let me just share the usual announcement that if you are wishing to speak on this item and you are in chambers, now is the time to turn in your yellow card. If you're intending to speak and don't have one yet, please go get one from the back table. The speaking queue will close when the first in-chamber speaker begins speaking. For folks on Zoom, when the first Zoom speaker begins speaking, we will close that queue. Given that we are under 10 speakers.
We're holding at 3.
We're holding at 3 speakers, so we can do 2 minutes per speaker, please.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Paul Soto, to be followed by Daniel. Apologies, not getting the last name. Paul Soto, are you in the room? Paul Soto does not appear to be in the room. Is Daniel here? Yes. Would you like to come up? Or would you like a microphone?
This is for item 16.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Daniel Costa, member of SOS. My colleagues are seated right there. And I'd like to talk on this. I wasn't planning on speaking on this topic, but then I read some of the information that this kind gentleman was going over, and this young lady, wherever she went, they gave, and it's concerning the SUDS program, right? SUDS, Substance Use Treatment Program, and that's kind of what I major in, and I've been through recently. I got 6 months clean off crystal meth. I gained 40 pounds, and what I've learned is that I went through a program called Contingency Management. It was sponsored by Stanford University, and what they did was a rewarded recovery. They would give us gift cards to Target by attending meetings, by turning in clean, dirty UAs. And at first, I gotta be honest, my wife loves gift cards. So I said, I'll do it, and got the gift cards, and she was happy, and the rest is history. But needless to say, it was selfish in the beginning. It made me go and attend. And I heard this gentleman talking about how you guys in your suspect having problems getting people attending. It used a reward system to get me in. And it's a 3-phase program. The first phase, I was falling asleep during the meetings, I'll be honest. Okay, my UA tests, my urinalysis tests were dirty, but hey, I still got the card. And I kept going. I went to the second month. And then I started staying awake for the meetings and learning about boundaries and stuff like that in recovery to stay sober. And my UAs, some were clean. By the third phase, 3-phase program, not 30 days each, by the third phase, I was talking in the meetings, which I'm sure you could be surprised.
Thank you
It's
so
easy for me,
much.
but anyway.
I hate to, sir. Thank you so much. I would love for you, the time is up, and I need to take care to make sure everyone has equal time, but thank you, number one, thank you so much for sharing your story. Number two, definitely connect with the folks sitting on this side. I know we've done some work in contingency management, but really, thank you very much, sir. All right, we'll see you again for your next window of time. Do we have...
Last call for Paul Soto. Thank you. We're up to 4 hands in Zoom.
All right, folks on Zoom, if anyone else is desiring to speak, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. The queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. So let's give that a second or two and see if we hold it 4 or increase.
Up to 5. Holding at 5.
Holding at 5?
Holding
All
at
right,
5.
let's hear our 5 speakers, please.
Our first speaker is Mira. You'll have 2 minutes. We'll open your microphone. Please accept the unmute. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
All right. This is Mira, a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. On behalf of Surge, I would like to thank you all for creating a plan and timeline for trust within item 16 to launch the direct line. We appreciate your efforts and willingness to make this non-law enforcement line more accessible to the public. Let's also make sure that the SLC committee and public comment period are well advertised so that the county can gather input from the Trust Community Advisory Boards, Pacific Clinics, Momentum Health, and people who have used Trust and other community stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Rogers. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Rogers. I'm the Vice Chair of the Health Advisory Commission. Along with Ken Horowitz, the last couple of years we were pushing for adding integrative medicine and functional medicine into the county health system to deal with chronic disease using metabolic nutritional frameworks. There's an analog for our emergency with behavioral health in the county, which is a burgeoning new field that uses similar frameworks called metabolic psychiatry. Probably the most famous guy right now in current stuff is Chris Palmer from Harvard. And he's actually the acting psychiatric director for this field with a local investment group called Mizuki Group in San Mateo, which is funding research in this area. Similar to functional medicine, using a similar framework actually changes the trajectory of behavioral health conditions and outcomes, dealing with the root cause. Chris Palmer wrote a book about 2 years ago called Brain Energy, which describes this theory of brain energy, which started with a schizoaffective patient, which is a severely disabled patient, actually transforming their self at their own instance, but he partnered with him and started developing this theory. So got a lot on our plate with SB 43 and CalAIM transformation of services and fee structures, but it's just the forefront of things that actually changes outcomes for behavioral health issues. And somehow I'd like to figure out how to engage with the county systems in this area. It's a little bit outside of our scope because we mostly deal with medical issues on the Health Advisory Commission. It's not officially in our work plan at this point, but Ken and I and others are interested in stuff in this area around behavioral health. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melanie Rowland. Please accept the unmute and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Melanie Rowland, and I'm a senior attorney with the Law Foundation. So even though voluntary treatment is supposed to be offered at every level of a certification hold, for the past year, we've collected data which indicates that only 25% of our patients in our county ever have a conversation with the psychiatrist about voluntary treatment before being placed on an involuntary hold. Only 35% are informed of their diagnosis during their hospitalization, and 45% are informed of the risks and benefits of medications. Our organization is deeply concerned with respect to implementation of SB 43 and Prop 1, if it does go into effect, about how that will interplay with cutting county funding for outpatient services, housing, and of course, more involuntary holds when persons with mental health issues could have used outpatient services. What we need in our county is more options and better training for voluntary care and treatment, informed consent, and affordable housing for all individuals at every income level, which includes those under 40,000, which is where many affordable housing options actually begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Catcher.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Lori Catcher. I am a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm a mom of 3 young adults, and I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for 21 years. I first want to again thank Supervisor Lee for bringing forward the referral for the direct line to trust. I want to thank county staff for all your hard work and locating the funding and creating a plan for bringing a direct line to trust into being, so that all of our residents, so that there's no wrong door into reaching compassionate care. As I listened to the speaker from SOS and to the speaker from the Law Foundation, I just can't help think about how trust is a part of those upstream ways to meet residents' needs in Santa Clara County. Non-police crisis response, which sends mental health and substance use responders and peer support to those with mental health and substance use needs, is a way for us to continue to grow our capacity to care for one another in our county in ways that can really make a difference in people's lives. And so I want to thank you again and want to continue to urge you to continue to expand and make robust trust and upstream support so that all of us can have a more caring and responsible community. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. I'll now look to my colleagues and Supervisor Chavez.
If I could ask a process question,
Go right
you
ahead.
gave a lot of direction at the beginning of this about what you wanted to be talked about now and later and all that.
Now it is a free-for-all on item 16. Anything in the
Okay,
slides
free-for-all.
that was presented and anything that
That
was
was in the
in the
packet of
ledge file
16.
that wasn't presented.
Okay, then give me a minute because I think I've conflated, I merged in some at 32, so
Okay.
come right back to me.
Supervisor Lee?
Thank you very much, President Ellenberg, and it's truly been an honor to work with you on this issue, declaring this happened, 2 years ago now, right? When we started this in January, and seeing the amount of changes and improvement that has happened, I really want to thank the administrations. Key, under your leadership, a lot has happened. Thanks to Dr. Cheryl as well, and Dr. Cheryl Ho, welcome. We've been waiting for you coming to our county for this, and of course Paul as well from the hospital side. And really it's been a tremendous amount of work, so I just want to thank a lot of gratitude in terms of how much has happened. Following up on that, there are quite a bit of questions I have, so I'll try to go through these one area by one area, and hopefully we could gain more knowledge on all this. One other thing I do want to mention is we did ask for the Venn diagram. We really appreciate the Venn diagram, really able to help decipher the complexity of these issues. When you look at the different programs that we're offering, it's like alphabet soup for the layman, or even for us on here in the dais, and so able to see them in different categories and put them in the right buckets in a way is really able to see the differences of under what circumstances, what flow chart, this is why this program is being used, but then if they say no, then it goes to the other side. That's extremely helpful because I'm a very visual person. I think that would be helpful for so many. Yes, thank you, President Lambert. Clearly, you agree on that. So my first question relating to this mail order for the naloxone Narcan program that went live a couple months ago. I heard a lot of press on this one. So the question I have is just trying to see how are we getting the word out about this mail program to our residents? And since the start of this program, do we have any statistics of how many Narcan kits have been sent via mail order?
Thanks, Supervisor Lee. We've advertised through social media sites on the county social media, as well as televised channels such as NBC, ABC, Telemundo, press conference with the Mercury News. And I believe that Supervisor Chavez and Arenas put that information out through their letters. In terms of numbers, it's early. We don't have the numbers right now, but that's something we will get back to you at a later date.
If you could, can I just follow up on that one point? I would just ask if somebody who's working on the program, if you could just shoot a text to them, because you do have numbers on that, and they're actually very impressive, given from December to now. And I haven't seen the latest ones, but I do think it's an important thing to be able to express. And part of the reason one concern I have overall about the report is the lack of numbers in it makes it hard to understand the implications and impact. But my office may have them too if they can't find them.
Thank you very much. My other question is related to the SB 43 update, and it's related to what we have on our ballot that we are due by a week from now, about Proposition 1. If Proposition 1 passes, what would be the impacts to SB 43 in our behavioral health system? And that's a question I keep hearing from so many people. Some maybe have you help illustrate that a little bit, how that would affect us.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, for the question. If Prop 1 passes, Prop 1 has two components, the bond side and the Behavioral Health Services Act. I think your question may be more appropriate on the bond side, but happy to go back to the other side as well. On the bond side, the administration or the state administration has identified that there are two uses. One is essentially some type of supportive housing, permanent supportive housing, a big chunk for homeless veterans. We can provide estimates as to how many units that might produce based on the total amount, but we don't really know the how those funds are going to be distributed. I think that portion of the bond is not necessarily specific to your question, but I just be remiss in saying that if I didn't say that, providing permanent supportive housing is probably one of the most effective ways of treating the needs or meeting the needs of individuals with serious substance use disorders, even if they've had long episodes of homelessness. On the other side of the bond, which we know that the proceeds of the bond sales can be used for the full range of treatment services to temp shelter. So acute lock facilities all the way down to some type of community residential transitional housing. But The state hasn't said how they would allocate the funds. They've said that they would put it through the behavioral health continuum infrastructure program. And you know that we're using some of those funds to fund our acute psychiatric facility that we're constructing. We're also planning to submit a proposal for our skilled nursing facility. So we definitely could try to access those funds, but how much, how quickly, we would not be able to say at this point. But assuming that the state has guidance, issues all the certification requirements for what a substance use disorder only treatment facility might look like, we could potentially, other counties could potentially use those funds to meet that need.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the slides that we have, I'm looking at the report. As we have mentioned or asked these questions a couple months ago when we talked about the potential closure, or actually did close, of those acute beds of the hospital, Good Sam, and that the answer to it is the fact that we're able to get the San Jose Behavioral Health, right, to take over and opening these new beds. And so on the report that says that they are now anticipating the fully staffing of additional 53 beds, and a total of 133 beds in the acute facility. So my question is, are these all acute beds, or some of these are subacute beds as well?
These are all acute.
Okay, good. I mean, certainly that would help significantly, because those are the acute beds that we are losing at Good Sam, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, on the subsequent slide, it talks about the wait time for BAPS step down for those clients going to a lower level of care has now decreased from 58.5 days to an average of 45.3 days. And certainly this is great news, and because of the fact that, as we have learned from the RAND report, we have a very huge shortage of the subacute beds, and so that's why we're opening those on 650 Bascom, for example, right? Do you see those numbers to continue to drop given where we're going?
Yes, that is the hope. We hope that the facilities that we either contract for or construct will obviously be used for patients that are the responsibility or under the care of the county. So areas that are the county operator, county control, like Barbara Aaron's Pavilion, we hope to see improvements in length of stay, reduction in administrative days for those facilities.
Okay, thank you. Next page, we talked about the additional Murphy conserved beds. There's the work to place 11 additional Murphy conserved clients. Those are not being looked at the acute facility. You put on the subacute section. So those are actually in the subacute beds is what we're trying to put them in. Is that correct?
Those patients are in subacute facilities, yes.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned that in the Morgan Hill, the 36 beds that we're talking about are for both SUTS and mental health services, right, for co-occurring conditions. That's what those are for, correct?
Supervisor Lee,
Yes.
Those beds would be for co-occurring being medical and behavioral health.
My bad. Okay. Medical and mental health. And that's what's going to the skilled nursing facility in Morgan Hill. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. There's also a mention regarding the grant applications, talking about the potentially 26 beds, and that's the $8 million state grant that might be coming. Just want to see, is that $8 million already been approved? And anything else we could share regarding these justice-involved clients?
Sure. We received $8 million from the California Health Care Finance Authority, CHAFA. We received those dollars to acquire, renovate, construct at least 26 beds for individuals with a serious mental illness who are also participants of formal jail diversion programs. And we are between behavioral health and the Office of Supportive Housing, we're looking at opportunities to invest those dollars in projects that are already in the pipeline. And we think doing that would be the most expeditious way of utilizing those funds.
So we're not necessarily adding new beds, but we're going to use those funds for the beds of the programs already planned, is what you're saying?
Well, there are projects in the pipeline that will add new beds, and we want to use those beds for the specific population. And the way that we would support that or effectuate that is to use our grant funds for one of those specific projects.
Okay, good. Going back to that Venn diagram, it looks like the care court and AOT have certain overlap in a few areas. As it relates to the planning for the implementation and funding needs, are there ways to try to solve killing multiple birds with one stone by creating services that are inclusive of the overlapping items of the care court and AOT?
So Sue, answer that.
Yeah, so the individuals that meet the care court criteria could actually be, they will receive the same level of services, AOT clients or participants of AOT programs. If people don't actually meet the care court criteria, then similar to AOT, we will still link them to other appropriate services so that no one is falling through the cracks.
Exactly. Yep. And I think that's what we always focus on. What we've learned in these work that we do is we are the safety net as a county, but there's gaps in these services. And hopefully by these overlapping program, we're able to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks, so to speak, right? And then again, I guess we could also look at that, even adding the SB 43 clients. That's something that we could probably do as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. On the other slide that talks about how there is a California Code of Regulations that basically said that DHCS licensed mental health treatment facilities are prohibited from admitting patients diagnosed with standalone diagnoses of SUDS, right? And so I just want to see, maybe understand the rationale behind this and how are we solving that issue?
So that's by state regulation,
Right.
and so that's what DHCS reminded the counties of. But DHCS licensed facilities aren't the only categories of LPS designated facilities. There are also facilities licensed by the California Department of Public Health, general acute care hospitals with psychiatric units or acute psychiatric hospitals like San Jose Behavioral Health that don't have that same prohibition in their licensing standards.
Right, okay, thank you. Other areas I don't believe we talked a lot about, but it's on the presentation that we receive here, on the issue of the alcohol use disorder area. I would like to ask the administration actually to come back in the May Public Health Crisis Report with information regarding the number of patients we are currently serving with the alcohol use disorder and the proportion of patients who are prescribed one of the FDA-approved medications through SCVH, the BHSD SUDS program, and also the VHHP. And what I would like to see is for the administration to come back with options to try to expand the awareness and access to treatments within our SCVH and our health system. At the November 7th board meeting last year, in the ED visits and overdose hospitalization, what it has shown is that alcohol actually is by far the most prevalent substance abuse issue right here in Santa Clara County, with meth actually a distant second and opioid being a third. So I just want to make sure that we are not forgetting the fact that alcohol is still the number one problem we have when it comes to overdose issues. Although the odds of average drinker dying from alcohol are much lower than the odds of the average drug user dying from substance, the illegal substance we're talking about, so many people do drink, and that certainly it adds up a very large number that we're seeing in our county health system. I just want to get your comment on that.
Sure. Thanks, Supervisor Lee. I agree that alcohol is a significant condition, and there are medications for treatment, as you mentioned. Those medications, I agree with you, are underutilized. Part of that reason may be because they don't, how shall we say, they reduce the urge to drink, but they haven't shown in terms of mortality, lives saved the same degree, but I do agree that since they're there and they're covered, that we should be using them. And so we will report back to you in the May report back, as well as work on some capacity building within the larger system. I also wanted to add, we did hear back that since the December 2023 launch, we've sent out about 2,022 kits since the launch.
The Narcan kits
Of the
you're talking
Narcan,
about, right?
yes.
Great. Well, that was a great answer. Thank you so much for the great work on your staff for running that to you. But honestly, I do think that we've been talking so much about the opioids crisis. We talk so much about fentanyl, which they are absolute crisis, and we're going to work hard on those issues. Alcohol abuse and the medication of it is absolutely important. And I think that the problem too is the stigma that people seeing alcohol addiction as a behavior health choice, which is absolutely not true. It really is a disease, right? And this is something that I think we need to work with our community and our medical professionals and our messaging to make sure people realize that they really need to go out there and there's no shame about seeking help. If you have a drinking problem, you think you might have a drinking problem, or you know somebody has a drinking problem, there are medications that could help them solve this issue. So I think it's something that we need to get a word out there. Maybe with Dr. Redman, we could work on the public health side to do better messaging to get the word out, because ultimately that is still the number one overdose issue of our county right now, affecting the most number of people. Moving on, another area I want to check in on is the opioid treatment access and the issue of the mobile opioid treatment center. First of all, I want to thank for the information provided regarding transportations. And while, ride-sharing services do offer a valuable transportation option for some individuals, mobile treatment centers address the complex needs of the opioid crisis certainly more effectively, I believe. Having that flexibility, right, instead of being bound by hours, we might be able to do better by sending out our treatment and our staff at different times of day to reach people that might be find it hard to get the treatment to our OTPs, hours operations in our county. So I would like to ask the administration to explore expanding the hours first at our own current NTP MAT clinic with our current staffing level, and see if we can come back at the next public health crisis quarterly report to see if we can expand the hours a bit more. And then two is, one thing like I mentioned, the mobile units we really think would be great because it will go to where people diagnosed with the OED may congregate. We talk about homeless shelters or tent cities. So I would like to ask the administration to come back in the next public health crisis quality report about this type of a creation of some type of mobile treatment center that's mobile and will go to where the needs are located. And in that sense, what type of funding requirement that would be. Of course, funding is always the issue when we talk about new program. I understand this is not an easy ask, but I think it also requires a lot of reporting, logging, security. But many other counties and states are doing this, and the results are quite promising, including, for example, we saw something in New Jersey that's good. So I just want to ask the administration if there's something that could come back and may a quality report on something like this.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Another area is the stakeholder group assessment survey results. It referenced on slide 44 clearly shows that the majority of the members from the 4-county opioid overdose coalition agrees on the set of recommendations. So I'd like to make a comment that I was going to be eager to see these recommendations at the May public health crisis report when it comes back. And then the other issue that we pushed forward a couple months ago was about the trust program. I just want to say my personal Huge thank you to our county staff for moving this forward with this direct line to trust to be implemented, in this case, no later than September. This is a vital and life-saving resource to our community, and I believe having direct access to the trust team will certainly make a huge difference. Thank you so very much for listening to our community members and for moving on this quickly. And of course, if we can start it well before September, that would be even better. And I think I might have all the questions I have for now. Thank you very much, President Ellenberg.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Arenas? Does she have her light on?
Does not have her hand up.
All right. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And I too want to thank the staff for all the momentum. And I apologize, I may ask a couple of questions over that Supervisor Lee asked because I'm not sure I understood all of the responses. Let me start with trust, though, as an area. And my main question is that a lot of the advocates for trust are asking, for example, the City of San Jose and us to invest more money in the program. And what I'm interested in knowing is, are we oversubscribed in the program today? And is there a deficit in the spending and the availability of the resource?
I wouldn't say we're oversubscribed in the program. I think there's a question of how do we, if we expand, first, how would we sustain the program after the MHSA innovation funds are no longer available? And then if there was additional demand, how would we expand the trust program to meet that demand?
So if I could, to the point that Supervisor Lee raised, I actually think that's an important discussion to have happen in May. And the reason is that the advocates have reached out to many of us to ask for that. And I was a little confused about the need, the gap. And then the other thing, I know we are looking at, but I'm curious about here is the sustainability of it relative to CalAIM or other insurances. And so I think we have to have a kind of a deeper analysis of that in the May timeframe, in particular as you're looking at a September launch, to the point that Supervisor Lee raised, because I think the sustainability of that program, not only is it critical, but it would help us answer another question, which is, by expanding 988 and having the trust phone number, are we in fact lowering the responses necessary by 911? And I don't know how to assess that. And in fact, if we do have success in dropping the 911 calls and responses, understanding the implications of that, because most of that resource is a general fund resource, what, if any, opportunity does that create? And again, for cities all across the county, because presumably there would be a sustained difference in the amount of calls that they have to respond to. So I know that's a complicated query, but I think it's actually going to be very, very necessary long-term to understand the environment we're operating in relative to both finance and appropriateness of who's responding, and then what's required on the ground to be that response. Because my one concern, and this has been always my concern about moving the trust number out, and I'll just share this with my colleagues, that I was supportive of it because I understand there's a perception issue, but what I have huge concerns about is, what do we have in place to track whether or not we're making the appropriate calls for service in the appropriate systems? And then how is all of that analyzed cross systems so that we can say, here's the total number of calls for service, here's the calls that were able to be disposed of in the appropriate way. And by the way, when we don't do it correctly, what's the response, and how, for example, does a trust response, if necessary, end up back in a 911 response? Like, those are all issues that, from my perspective, just diving into the 988 system may be something that our board needs to think about, and we should be thinking about it in partnership with the larger communication centers, by the way, including county comm. So anyway, does that make sense, the question I just asked?
Yes, Supervisor, it does. If I can just share maybe my understanding of the request, we will try our best to, I guess, correlate or understand the impact that 988 Trust has had on emergency calls to 911 and or PERT. We'll try to do that. I think a part of it, too, though, is the county has done a tremendous job over the last few years of really implementing 988 and expanding a full range of, I'll say, mobile crisis response teams, MRSS for children and youth, mobile crisis response teams, et cetera. And there are opportunities now under CalAIM to bill for some of those services to Medi-Cal. And I think we need to take a look at the investments we're making now, how to sustain them, and what impacts we're making, and how we might reorganize those services at some point. So happy to bring back as much information as we can for the May report.
Right. Let me just add one piece to that. So I think that's exactly right. And there are two additional components to that. And one is, like, for example, we know today, and I'm only going to use the city of San Jose, that area I represent, so I know it a little bit better. We know today that calls for service to 911 are taking almost 3.5 minutes longer than they did 10 years ago for a 911 call, right? That's an emergency call. And the question really is, are we making changes that fundamentally make it easier for that comm center to be able to respond to and prioritize high need calls? Because all of our systems, whether it's 988, by the way, 988, the CAN Center, County Comm, all of these systems are available for people to call. And the question really is, are we able to get the appropriate call to the appropriate place in an effective, efficient manner? And then, therefore, what are the implications to that? That's just the call part of the system. The response part of the system is then, therefore, how long is it taking us to respond? And then how do we determine whether or not we're investing the right resource in the right service and because these are 24/7 operations, at the right time of day? And I think that's a complicated question. I don't expect that to get addressed in May, but I'm raising it because, colleagues, I actually think that as we're thinking about sustainability and appropriate response and all of that, the board having that understanding is going to be critical to investments we make in everything from what part of 988 gets expanded to what goes to county comm in the future. And then also attached to that, I'm just going to say this question out loud, is that I also think we need to have a very strong understanding with our communication partners and our other responding agencies about liability relative to the appropriate call, because one of the fears I have is that a 911 dispatcher who could refer someone to 988 or Trust is going to be less likely to do that if there's not a very strong understanding of whose obligation to the patient, to the customer, client, patient, human being that they think they're obligated to protect and serve. And I know that is an issue based on my conversation with at least 2 police departments and their communication systems. So again, I'm just gonna lean in and say, we do not have shared, robust understanding across our systems about who we want responding to what, and then the implications of those responses. Because what we haven't yet seen is the report that says, here was the response, and then whether or not we've done an analysis of under what terms and conditions are we making the right decision to send a call to a particular place. And I want to just lean in and say that it's been my worry, again, that if we had one number, that at least we would have a record, a very rigorous record of the communication, presumably between all of the call centers. Absent that, and I'm not suggesting we go back, but absent that, mapping that is going to be really really important, particularly if we want to get buy-in from the police agencies that we're doing the right thing by sending something to trust versus, MCAT or, any of those. So anyway, that's, I think a high-level discussion about how to do that should come back to us in May, but I think it has to go on our work plan for a longer, more serious lean in. So anyway, just on that subject, I don't know if anybody wants else to comment on that, but I have two other areas I want to go to. No? Okay. I think one thing I still can't say that I know the answer to is whether or not we should be building out more subacute versus acute. And I thought it was interesting, the question that you asked about whether or not the beds that we're expanding are acute. From at least one report, I thought the emphasis from the staff, especially as we're moving into these new legislative changes, was acknowledging that we had a gap in service for subacute. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I think the RAND report identified some acute need for children and youth, but really we had significant need around the subacute, especially for people with additional challenges.
So I'm going to look to you all, because I'm not going to put you on the spot about this, but I'm going to say this to you, is that I think while we're doing these really important sunshining and reports, that I have not read a document. I've seen slides, but I haven't read a document that says, here's where we are today, and here's the strategic plan to where we're going. Now, I recognize that part of developing a strategic plan, which makes it really difficult, is the funding sources, especially from a state level, are so frankly inconsistent, confusing, hard to access, like fill in the blank. But I don't know if we're saying over the next 5 years we're going to get to X number of beds in this category, Y number of beds in this category. And if you have sent that to us and I missed it, I'm really embarrassed and sorry. But if not, where would we access that?
So a couple things. One, we've definitely shared the areas where we're trying to grow our system capacity as quickly as possible, subacute being one. And we have set some kind of rough targets, largely refined based on the RAND analysis in terms of targets, in terms of capacity at different levels of care. So the report that followed, and we can find it and send it to you, that's probably closest on point in terms of those long-term goals for capacity, is the report that followed the analysis conducted by RAND. Of course, since then we've also had things like SB 43 that have sort of created change conditions, and we're also seeing, an evolving set of conditions and needs in the community, as has always been true in behavioral health, which makes it a very challenging environment given the complexity of the projects to expand systems of care and the timeline for those projects with that ever ebbing and flowing need. But it's crystal clear that we have a handful of categories of levels of care where we need very substantial and rapid system expansion, and those are the areas of our focus. But we will definitely send back what we think is the best.
You know what? I read that, and to be honest with you, the thing that I found incomplete about it was, one is the RAND study itself, to me, missed some of what was happening on the ground here. And so when I read the study, it didn't mirror the phone calls that we get about, where people are not getting served. So that was one concern. The follow-up, what my takeaway from the follow-up report is that I couldn't understand what the targets were relative to the need, in part because it wasn't clear to me that what we were saying is that by getting to this number, the wait times for access were going to be restricted, or that we would be able to clear backlogs of people who were somewhere in our systems, and with the exception of one step, and that was from that one subacute category was the only one that stood out to me. But even that, I didn't look at the number and say, oh, by doing that, we're going to be able to deal with the checklist or whatever the other pieces were. So I think it would be fine to resend that to the board. But what I'm actually wondering is recognizing your really important point, Greta, and I just want to reinforce it, the ever shifting both needs and availability of resources, that I'm not sure what the right planning tool is, but I do feel that if we don't have a set of numbers by dates, even if we have to shift them, that we're going to stay kind of swimming in ambiguity. And I'd like us to at least be clear about where the deltas are annually, even if we have to shift them. And again, I'm not sure what the right planning tool is, but I recognize that what was presented to us was our best thinking in the moment. I have no idea how to prepare us better.
Yeah, we can definitely work on trying to figure out for our next quarterly presentation a way to bring back some of those estimated categories of need, to flesh out some of the areas where there has been some evolution, and then to also try and figure out how to reflect what I think has been part of the discussion today, and specifically some of the work that we're doing with the SNF that we're building in Morgan Hill is designed to target, which is this kind of Venn diagram of a really challenging population to serve that's getting stuck without a place to step down from, which is folks with really significant medical and behavioral health needs. And so some of the complexity in reflecting the categories of expanded bed capacity we need is because some of them are very unique to people with complex and multifaceted needs. So we'll work on a way to better reflect in our next report some of the ongoing work and some of the goals, targets, and timelines that we're aiming for in some of these categories.
And then just one last area. I was appreciative of the slides that were attached that responded to issues that were raised by the board. And one of them was an issue I raised about, and Paul, I think this may fall more in your category. You know, one concern that I have about how we're handling addiction medicine is really three-part. One, how available is it really in our services? And I think at some level, while you're thinking about training, I'm really actually thinking about the primary care physicians that would be open to getting additional training in addiction medicine. Because back to the point that I think Supervisor Lee raised, I think this is far more prevalent than we know. And young people, you know, I've read a couple studies that say that young people are drinking less but doing drugs more. And I don't know if that's just something a terrified mother reads, or, you know, what we're seeing out there. But what I'm quite convinced of is that if we're not doing dual training, that we're not going to ever get to scale in terms of even initial screenings. Is that something you are already pursuing in your healthcare system?
Thanks, Supervisor Chavez. You are speaking to my heart as a former primary care physician. I definitely think addiction medicine needs to be mainstreamed into the mainstream healthcare system. I think for too long, we have siloed it onto a side specialty. And so, you know, I know that the efforts that we're working on together with SCVH around the hub clinic and the consult service will really help to train the larger hospital systems. You know, from the primary care side, I think, you know, there is knowledge, and we can teach in terms of knowledge, but I think that really medical practice has changed when you work side by side with folks. And so I really do think the experience at other institutions have been that when you bring a consult service on, when you provide the additional services, people learn because they see what's happening in real time with the shared patients. And so I'm really looking forward in this next stage to bring these two services that we've talked about here online. I really fundamentally do think we'll bring some of these changes more than just, you know, a bunch of teaching sessions that I think have been tried, but I think don't go far enough.
Supervisor Chavez, I would absolutely agree with what Dr. Sharaho has shared. The point she makes regarding the inpatient consult service and the outpatient addiction medicine hub are going to be core to really raising the awareness within our system in terms of it being a priority, and then further educating our workforce around the importance of this important endeavor that we're undertaking. So I would agree that those two services that we're initiating are going to be core to our ability to raise the system to a different level.
One thing that I would just request is that I think better understanding how that's going to be integrated into our primary care system in a more meaningful way with the actual numbers of folks that we plan on training and engaging of our own staff is something that is going to be really important, I think, again, for all of us to understand, because I do think whether it's, doctors all along our continuum are dealing with addiction. And frankly, I think every time we use the word referral, just so you know, whenever I see that word, I think of the percentage of people who are going to get a piece of paper and not go. So to me, the ability to have that conversation with somebody before they leave, if we're ever getting a chance to talk to them, is so critical. So as you think about and imagine and I know you're working on this, but the opportunity for that and for more integration. And the other thing I'd be interested in us thinking about is we're a teaching hospital, and I would love us to be a center for excellence around addiction. And I know we're a center for excellence around a whole bunch of stuff, Paul. You're very busy. But I frankly think it is so prevalent that I'm concerned that, well, frankly, that we're missing such a significant patient need relative to the volume of human beings we're seeing with these challenges.
Supervisor, I would just add, and Dr. Sharaho can comment on this as well, is that the hub clinic is contemplating, as part of its vision, to have residents and fellows rotate through to begin to, as you point out, to grow our workforce and the knowledge around addiction medicine.
And then may I just make a recommendation that we think of another name for it? I'm thinking of our hub that we're using for our foster youth, and seriously, and those kids get to keep what they want, so you have to pick a new name. I'm picking the kids right now. Thank you for that. And then along those lines, I am also concerned about how prevalent the medications we're using are or aren't. And from getting feedback from some of the folks who've participated in the fentanyl working group with me, to be honest with you, we're a little hit or miss in terms of, and this goes back to the point that Otto raised, whether it's alcohol and this is actually the reason I was so interested in whether or not we could be a center of excellence, because what I'm hoping is it would give us an opportunity to try medications as they come on board a little sooner rather than later. And I don't know how to make that happen, but I am really concerned that frankly, in the absence of us being cutting edge on this, and and I'm getting feedback from folks who even use our methadone clinic that they compare our clinic to the one in San Mateo, and we have some folks that go to San Mateo instead of using ours because it's not as easy to use. And I just think, my goodness, if someone is trying hard enough to access methadone and we're not making it as easy as possible, there is something wrong with the way we're constructing our system. So again, I don't, is the methadone clinic under you, Paul, or is it under behavioral health?
Behavioral health.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions right now.
Thank you very much. I second you on the hub name. That confused me for a minute, too. I had to double-check the address. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I have one very specific, relatively narrow question or issue I want to just tease out a little bit more. In the countywide substance use treatment services SUTS work plan highlights, there is reference to the fact that public health notes 650 overdose reversals were self-reported to the harm reduction program in fiscal year 23. Who's the person I could or should ask a question about that number if I have a question? Don't all jump at once, though.
Dr. Rhonda McClinton-Brown's and staff are coming to the table to answer that question. Thanks.
Thank you. What I'm hoping to learn a little bit more about is what this means and what it tells us about our own efforts. If I'm reading this right, and I may not be, it means that somebody got in touch with us 650 times during the course of the fiscal year and said we had an overdose reversal. Is that what happened, more or less?
Thank you, Supervisor. So these were self-reported reversals reported to our harm reduction program. So these were clients coming to our harm reduction program, and we would ask them the question about, have you had a reversal? So this is by self-report. So it does mean, 650 lives saved from what they have self-reported to us.
And you got to my punchline right away, so thank you for that. So it does mean 650 lives saved, is what I heard you say, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you say they came to our harm reduction program, do you mean like they walked in a door and sat down somewhere, or do you mean they picked up the phone, or do you mean they used the email, or all of the above?
So our harm reduction program has some fixed sites. So we have our team that goes out to these sites, and then clients will come to those sites. We also do encampment outreach. So it is data gathered through all of these places that our program goes to.
Okay. And what immediately comes to my mind, which I'm sure is incomplete on this subject, is 650 overdose reversals to me evokes somebody using Narcan, naloxone, to achieve the reversal. Is that what that 650 number is referring to, or are there other kinds of reversals?
Usually with Narcan, that's usually what we're asking.
So if I were looking at somebody out in the chambers, would I be accurate if I said, as Supervisor Lee has often pointed out, we literally can bring people back, and that the availability of Narcan has roughly been responsible for saving 650 lives during the course of that year for folks who otherwise would have passed away as a result of their overdose?
Correct, yeah. It would mean that, Narcan was successful in reversing.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think, this is the challenge of these reports and all this, is that they're so comprehensive that sometimes there are important bits of information that can get kind of lost in the conversation. But to me, this one popped because, like some of my colleagues, I've been out in the community doing the Narcan trainings with help from public health. Thank you, everybody. And the giveaways. And, I think people are, well, I don't think, I have heard people ask, is this kind of for real? Does it really work? Are we really talking about saving lives here? And I just want to be really clear again, so forgive me for asking the same question twice. It sounds like I can say to them, look, over the course of a year, we got 650 people who are still walking around alive because Narcan was available and somebody was able to administer it to them and they reversed the overdose, yes?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that's not a small number, even in a county of this size. So I want to highlight it, underscore it, lift it up, whatever the right phrase is, but I also want to take it away with me and be able to use it as an indicator of success. And again, can't attribute all of that to our efforts, and it's not about getting credit. It's about sort of saying, very rarely in life do we get a sort of a second chance of this kind, and this is really that second chance. Thank you. That was my question. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Does Supervisor Arenas have a hand up?
She does.
All right. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm on the heels of that last comment from Supervisors Committee, and I agree. This is such a comprehensive report, and there's so much in it. And unfortunately, we don't get all of the information so ahead of time that we're able to really, or at least I'll speak for my own self, we can really dedicate all the time that I'd like to dedicate to really breaking all of the successes that are reflected in the report, and then maybe also the questions that we would elicit if we had some additional time in order to really have it sink in. The one item I think that I'll start off with, because we've already talked about it is SLS. And I think, you heard my comments in committee. I know that South County is an area that you all know is of high risk, and I want to make sure that our clients are always served, and that we think about when there's future opportunity to grow any kind of medical facility, medical support, integrated, certainly in the way that you were all talking about earlier, and that this is not, substance abuse, and this is sectioned off in terms of medical health, but that is integrated into on-site at clinics, that we certainly think about how this all impacts South County. As that it is very far from San Jose, and especially during commute times, and is so important when somebody really needs that bed, when they have taken that step to decide that they want to receive some support, and then for logistical reasons they're not able to. And so I just I know that we have some beds coming into Morgan Hill, but it's not comprehensive. So let me see. I have a question about I'm so sorry. I think there's so much to this. I would love and request, I don't know if anybody has a motion, but whoever has the motion, I would love to have for our next quarterly report, not to have this, such a huge report come in with SB 43, with CalAIM, with SLS. I mean, just all of this is so much, and I think it merits a good breakdown. So I would love to see a more focused discussion in our future quarterly meetings. Okay, so I'm going to go to the SB 43. I know this is something that we have received questions about, but I would like to have it said in public for the rest of my colleagues. And one of the questions was, when we look at SB 43, it has the potential of traumatizing folks, especially those who are already in a very vulnerable situation. And I know that there's already very much due diligence with behavioral health in identifying barriers and implementing and implementation and carrying on mitigating those. My question is, what will we do to make sure that we protect minors and ensure that there's minimal trauma for those that are subject to involuntary?
Thank you for your question. Currently, our 50 on 50 training has a component to focus on addressing the specific needs of target population, including youth and minors. And so the updated training will continue to include that aspect as well, and make sure that we are ready and prepared to provide training for specific population.
Okay. We know we haven't had any involuntary confinement just yet. So it would, once we start seeing the system function, I think that question will come back up for me to make sure that and I know that you are all the professionals that are very well trained in order to reduce trauma. So my trust is in you to make sure that when we're carrying this out, it's as sensitively done as possible. The other piece I'm going to ask about is this was around the children, youth, and family referrals. And that new screening tool that was implemented in March. I know that there was, I think one of the slides represented that there was a significant increase in referrals to behavioral health. And I think there was a time frame which was, if I can see on my notes, December 2023 and January 2024 referrals made up 2 out of the 4 highest referral counts within the last 18 months, with January referrals reflecting 182 increase. But when I don't have numbers connected to this, I don't know what that looks like. Is there an opportunity, and I don't know if maybe in any of the material that was connected to this presentation, I'll find it somewhere. I think my team tried to find it, we couldn't. Could we have a breakdown of that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Rennes. This is key. We can send the referrals by month over a 24-month period if that works. We can send it off agenda or just to you directly, however you choose.
Perfect. The reason I ask is because I want to know what that breakdown looks like. And once you get that to me, if you can include, by month, what that is, the age of the folks involved, and that way I can understand that a little bit better. I want to make sure that we see the whole picture. I know we want to put our best foot forward, and certainly I think we should be proud of the strengths and when we're doing well, but I also want to take a look, eyes wide open, take a look at the whole picture and see what we're up against.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Arenas. I think based on your last
That's
comment,
a compliment. Thank you.
we'll send not just the referral volume, but some other demographic data over a certain time period. We'll send that as off agenda for the full board. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The other piece that I wanted to ask about is, CalAIM. I know that we are, the CCPs have already transitioned. Next is to transition is the SUTs. And I wish we had a better acronym when we talk about acronyms, and Supervisor Chavez is talking about that. I don't know if we can come up with a better thing than SUTs, but if we ever do, I'd love to say whatever else except for that. And I know that they are set up to transition in July. What have we learned from and I know this is not exactly apples to apples, but if we have lessons that we learned in transitioning the CCPs, what is it that we are truly applying to the SUTs as they transition in July?
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for that question. In addition to providing some, I guess, cost-based supports for our substance use treatment service providers, and meeting with them over the last 6 months or so to identify administrative improvements, to increase access to services and then to reduce, the administrative burden. I think the main thing that we've learned is that we have to come together to identify what is a reasonable expectation around productivity and financial viability, and then think about the transition as a multi-year effort, and then set a structure that allows for that multi-year effort, setting some minimum floor, I think, for agencies to respond to. I think one of the drawbacks or benefits, if you will, of our substance use treatment system is that it is smaller than our mental health system. So I think that we can work with the half a dozen agencies more closely to monitor and implement that transition. And in terms of what would actually be implemented or recommended, I think we're still working on all of that and hope to have something to discuss or present to the board in the May report.
Yes, I would, because I know that we have a lot of crises that we are responding to, but I know for my colleagues and for President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee, mental health is definitely a crisis. I'm going to add myself to that. I know that probably all my colleagues will as well. I think what we already know and what we see on the ground and what we see in high schools and in our communities is not only just a mental health crisis, but a substance abuse crisis, because usually people choose substance abuse to be able to mitigate those mental health problems. And so I want us to treat these two in the same way and even more delicately deal with our substance abuse providers, because that network is so fragile. There's not that many of them. I know there were years ago where there was a huge transition within the county to use less paraprofessionals and more, I don't know if we call them certified or that meet a certain level of education for our SUTS providers. And that I saw created a huge instability in our community. We saw it in our court system. It was huge. And so this is another transition that I liken it to that. And what I'm afraid of is that those folks that we might have saved, that Supervisor Lee was quoting and discussing earlier, that we are going to see the equal amount of deaths because we don't have the right interventions at the right time for those folks, because there's this transition of our SUTS providers that may not be able to carry that weight in terms of having a fee for service instead of a cost-based program. And I am really afraid for our community, and I'm afraid for our network. And because of that, I really would like for you to come up with a very concrete, more substantial transition plan for our SUTS providers, so that we make sure that some of what we've learned over the years, which is we go to our community, we respond to our community where they're at, and a lot of our strategies that are really effective are the ones that might cost a little bit more, and that means calling more than 3 times. Heck, somebody has to call me more than 3 times sometimes for me to call them back. And I'm not, not necessarily in a place of crisis, but I can't compare myself to somebody who may be dealing with substance abuse or another mental health type of issue. And so some of the strategies, like I said, that are effective, we are going to lose when we transition to a cost base, a cost base instead of I'm saying it the other way around, a fee for service. And I want us to take a look at what are some of those strategies that the SUTS providers rely on in order to be effective within their field, whatever that is, if that's calling 10 times, if it means making 5 home visits in order just to get one response, to make sure that that person is safe. I want to know what those most effective strategies are so that we can protect them as they transition into this new fee framework. Otherwise, I'm really nervous, and I don't want to be responsible in supporting a transition that will create havoc in a very delicate network that so many people rely on. And I'd love to have a response to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ennis. We agree, maintaining and then expanding access to substance use treatment services in the specialty or the drug Medi-Cal system and in our primary care system is of the utmost importance. We hope to bring back a concrete plan in May that describes how we'll support our providers in making that transition, both for the youth and young adults and the adult side.
In the meantime, you're leading up in May, and the transition is you're going to expect them to transition in July. So that seems like you're cutting it really short.
Well, we've already extended the transition, and we've provided some strategies that will help them with the transition through the fiscal year 25. For example, the outreach and prevention services we will fund on a cost base on an ongoing basis for youth and young adults. We're going to make the intake coordinators, admissions coordinators, make those cost-based reimbursement through the end of fiscal 25. That will help with the intake process, the scheduling, the calling, help them identify those business practices that will continue. And then, we are going to take into consideration the data that we received at the end of this fiscal year to construct a rate system, a rate structure, I think that will help both the county and our providers more effectively transition in fiscal 25 and fiscal 26.
Mm-hmm. So I hear you. You're going to help with getting folks in the door. And so those are the intake folks. But what I'm worried about and concerned is for you to connect with those SUTS providers, because I'd like to know what are the most effective of the strategies and when they actually connect with folks. I mean, you can do an intake, but that doesn't mean that that person is already accepted in the door to the provision of a service. It means, they've taken their first step, and I'm glad that, that there is not going to be hopefully a delay. Because this will be cost-based, and so they'll be more effective in the way that they carry out that practice. But what are the other effective strategies and necessary strategies in order for those SUT providers to be effective with their patients? And so that is the other question I'd like for you to ask those SUTS providers. I know that you've already made an extension for them, but the extension to me is not as important as answering the question about what are some of those strategies that are very effective in engaging and in the provision of the service that we might lose in this transition. And therefore weakening this network and the kind of support that our community will be able to receive and access.
Thank you. Well, we can bring back in May more information about the strategies. I would like to just highlight that the funding of these outreach and prevention services for children and youth, that was a strategy both, recommended by the CCPs as necessary to engage and then, draw in students essentially into the substance use treatment program. So happy to continue that and identify others working with the CCPs or consulting with our colleagues in other counties. On the adult side, the intake coordinator was one of the primary strategies. We've also discussed other strategies with the CCPs, including which weren't available before, drop-in services, same-day access, not requiring checking in with the central sort of gateway, the central coordinating system, and in this new fee-for-service system, a lot of the services can be provided and billed for even before an individual is technically enrolled in the program, especially for people who are unstably housed. So I think one of the things that we're trying to work with the CCPs is how to implement and operationalize some of those strategies within the fee-for-service system. If there are other strategies that are critical and necessary, and we need to have them, I think I have said to those CCPs, identify those, prove to us that those are effective, and then we're happy to continue to fund those as long as it's achieving the outcome that all of us want, which is more people to access services, more effective outcomes. So happy to bring some more of that detail back to you, Supervisor.
I would love that. And I think there's an opportunity for school link services to also have a role to play here. As I think you might have or might have not heard, but we did a breakdown of the kinds of investment we have seen in school link services throughout our county. And it is dismal the type of support that kids in the east side are receiving versus kids or in Campbell. And not trying to pit one against the other, but we know where some of the needs are, and I want to make sure that our services are equitable. And if there's any bumps in the road, I'm certainly there to support. I met with our Eastside Union High School District Superintendent and convinced him, I think, to sign on the dotted line and to really have a level of investment with school link services that makes sense. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what that looks like. And I'd like to see more of this integration with school link services in terms of substance abuse support for our young people. Because when we talk about effective strategies, we have to meet kids where they are, and they are at school most of the time. And it is sad to hear from my own son the times that he has seen somebody or heard somebody overdose at his local high school, or that somebody has had to get ambulance care, or that there was a young gal who died of suicide across the street in Brigadoon Park, and there's a memorial there. And when I asked him about that, because I had gone to pick him up, and I had my daughter, he said, well, I think she hung herself. I think that's what it was. And I thought, I don't know about other children, but I don't want my children to be nonchalant about suicides. And and it's unfortunate my daughter has had that experience of in elementary school to have a fellow student die by suicide. For my son to be desensitized this way is a sign that this is happening way too often. And we need to make sure that we continue to connect the dots between our programs. And schooling services is definitely a pathway to our kids. And we have to make sure that we maximize those partnerships.
Thank you
Anyways,
oh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Arenas. We've heard from 4 of the supervisors. We're about 2 hours into this item. What I would like to do is make a motion to accept the report with direction regarding further iterations and additional requests per board members. I want to thank again Key, Sherry, Dr. Ho, Paul, Megan, others, all of you for this work. I do appreciate, again, the continued iteration of the behavioral health bed capacity expansion table. Supervisor Chavez, your points I thought were extremely well taken on what you were looking for. We haven't seen what you were describing. We've seen a lot of different estimations of what type of beds we need, and I understand, Greta, that this is fluid, but I would like to be sure that the next version of this report does include the total number of beds added. That's a definable number because we've done it, at each level of acuity, and the number and acuity level of any new beds in progress, whether it's new construction, new leasing, newly available to the county. And again, if the targets change as we're going, not a problem. Change the targets and let us know why. But we do need to be able to measure progress, and I found in trying to add up all of the numbers, I got a really big number, and then I was told I was double counting, maybe triple counting some of the beds. So that clarity is really important. Did you want to comment on that? Your light's on?
I did. I was also thinking about the comments just a moment ago from Supervisor Arenas about the number of topics we're trying to cover in these reports. And, as you all know, we're doing our best to really, in good faith, hit every topic that board members inquire about. For example, today at our next topic. At the same time, I also think that from staff's perspective, what Supervisor Arenas said is true, which is, it's also hard for us to prepare the level of quality in any one area that we might desire to, and we're also trying to cover so many topics, including then, the many reports that we issue in the interim. And so if a real area of deepest interest shared across the board is us really trying to come back in and focus on that bed capacity goals and time frame, as well as the SETS expansion work that has been the focus of the work plan, we're happy to bring that back as kind of what I hear, if I'm correctly distilling, as maybe the most important areas of focus.
This is where I was going next.
Oh.
So thank you. I'm glad that we're all hearing the same things. And
I'll second that.
And again, per Supervisor Arenas' request, kind of we want to do both. We're all asking for more information, and yet are then feeling stressed that there's not enough time to talk about all of these issues, certainly in the depth that they are all, that is warranted for all of them in the context of getting through the county's business on any given Tuesday. So I would like to work with you on what that next report, what you believe it will look like. It's something that you can then shop to each of us without a Brown Act violation, and see if you can get some consensus on a couple of pieces that we will focus in more depth on. And certainly each of us, where we have our own particular interests, can ask for additional time. For transparency, I have a meeting with Key and Sherry and Greta prior to each of these meetings, which gets through a lot of my questions. And if I may speak for you, I'm certain you would be willing to do that for others. So I think it's a conundrum that we ask for more and more and then need a tighter and tighter presentation. Did you want to say something about that too? Or anticipate what I'm going to say next?
No, I just wanted to say one thing about, it is a conundrum. I wish I could share the optimism that if we went to each supervisor that we would end up with a consensus list. I think that is exceedingly unlikely.
Okay.
So, if the desire of the board is to have a focused report, I would respectfully ask the board to pick those topics as a board, and then we can deliver that for sure. Otherwise, we've heard a number of information requests, and we will, of course, do our best to respond to those, but you will then get a report that's multifaceted.
I think it's fine to get a multifaceted report. I think what we need to do is focus where we're going to have the verbal conversation. Again, knowing that any of us can follow up with questions if our area wasn't delved into quite so deeply.
Maybe I would just propose that we definitely have heard a number of requests from the board today. We will respond to each one of those, as the county executive just mentioned. We've tried to adopt a format, which you've seen now a couple of times, where there's an appendix to the slide deck where we address certain specific questions, usually in a slide or two. Perhaps what I would propose is that we endeavor to address in that form each of the questions we heard today, and then really try and focus in on two areas next time, being SUTS and that the SUTS expansion and related topics, plus the bringing back of the way of presenting the bed capacity currently, bed expansion, and future goals as described by Supervisor Chavez, if that is acceptable to the board.
Can I see some consensus nods perhaps on that?
Just, may I share a thought? First of all, I just want to say there's a pro and a con with the board being so interested in a subject, and we're experiencing the con right now of just how long it takes to dive into it. What I would say, President Ellenberg, is that I do think that with the desire of the board being so focused on the overall issue area, and that at any one of these presentations, a number of tangents that could come out, that I would recommend that we think about doing an annual just workshop on this, on behavioral health writ large, because I think the point that Sylvia is raising and others is that you're getting ready for your board meeting, you're looking at the packet,
right,
and then you're going back and looking at all your notes to say, is this responding to the questions that we actually asked? And I say that not because we all have all the time in the world, but I think that the fact is this is so important that it would allow for a more robust dialogue. I think as it relates to the next meeting, I really do think at the core is what is our capacity today, and what do we think, and then to your point, what's incremental, and then what is our goal for each of our capacities with a year attached to it, to your point. I mean, I think if we could actually have that discussion, that would be really critical. The reason I wanted to marry the 988 issue, and let me just say, I actually think that we're going to see some challenges in that area if there's not agreement about how we want to proceed on that. Because one of the things, again, I'm observing with trust is that we're responding as we should to a part of the community that has really strong feelings about a particular type of service. But there are other services that are attached to 988 that we also need to be thinking about, and they're aligned with the capacity question. Now, one last thing I would just say, I'm confident that if you, Supervisor Ellenberg, as the president of the board, and you, as the vice president of the board, met with staff to structure out what comes back to us, especially given that it was your overarching directive that got us moving in a more comprehensive direction, I think that actually could also be helpful. But I really would encourage a workshop that's not on a board day so that we can get people's questions answered. And frankly, I think we have a lot of people in the community who would be interested in this subject matter if they knew 3 months in advance they were going to have a 9 to 1 conversation.
Thank you. Absolutely appreciate all of the input. I'm still have a couple more points that I'm working to make today. And again, I'm going to tie back to Supervisor Arenas' comments about kids in school. I had the opportunity last week, to visit the Napa State Hospital, and was afforded what I thought was a real gift of a conversation with 9 or 10 people who are currently patients there. There are people at Napa State Hospital who are have been deemed incompetent to stand trial or are conserved on Murphy or LPS rulings. And one of the most consistent threads that nearly all of the patients mentioned was that they wished that they had been connected to treatment and services when they were younger. And I think we cannot overestimate the value of schooling services. I will always shout appreciation to Supervisor Cortesi, who really got this vital program going. But prevention and early intervention as key strategies for mitigating the development of mental illness and substance use just felt so real and so poignant to me. And I know we're expanding wellness centers. I think in addition to the physical structures, being really thoughtful about how then those centers are used, how we actually are connecting kids to services, really robust schooling services. I know we have some shared concerns around MHSA reform and how that may impact funding for prevention and early intervention. But I think the more we do for children in schools, the fewer deep-end crises that we will see. So with that, I think somebody seconded my motion. You? Supervisor Lee seconded the motion. Your light is still on. You want to make a final comment?
Yes, exactly. So I just want to say, add that to the not that you want more in the motion. We kept talking about how many beds are being added, right? So we are looking at those. Those are great. Well, are they being filled, right? So I'd like to see if there's any way we could also put in some average occupancy rate on these beds that we're talking about. So we are not only monitoring what beds being created, but the usage itself. I think that's crucial because my past experience, I remember when we talk about the suspect pathway, we had 15 beds contracted, but when I visited them, only half of them being used. The other half was empty for staffing reasons and whatnot. So even though we kept looking at the 15 thinking we're doing good, but we're only filling half of it. So I think that occupancy rate is really where the rubber hits the road. Create the bed, great. But if we could see that, maybe like a weekly basis, not daily, that's crazy. That's just too much data. But I think at least on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, I think it'd be very helpful to show us how these beds are actually being used, if that's okay.
So I would ask for staff to come back with options on the best way and best cadence to present that. I'm thinking of the jail population that I think now for almost 4 years we've been getting that daily number. Again, daily isn't necessarily appropriate here, but I'm sure the organizations track bed availability. They know when there's capacity. We know when there's a wait list. But if you could come back off agenda to us, so separate from the meeting, with some suggestions of how we might all have a shared understanding of when we are at capacity, why we have wait lists, and how we're utilizing the beds that we do have. Does that feel clear?
I think so. I mean, one thing I will just observe is that for each of these different levels of care, the method through which people access beds is pretty different.
Maybe we start with one level.
Sure.
What do we think about starting with subacute, with adult residential?
Since subacute is the one that we have the most need right now, we're trying to increase more. So why don't we start with subacute first? Is that doable?
Let's start with that.
Can
I would like to vote.
May I just ask a follow-up question to that? I mean, my bigger concern is that if we don't have access to that today. If the staff doesn't have access to that information today in a monthly report at least, that is a different problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I guess what I would say is if you ask me what is the answer to that question for our acute beds, the answer would be one thing, and the answer would be totally different if it were for the subacute. That's more my point, and how we would track it, what information would be relevant, what the barriers are for, like why there is delays, for example, how we think about, I'll give you a concrete example. For crisis residential, what the waiting lists or waiting times look like might be different if the patient needing crisis residential is justice involved, because the programs that would accept a justice involved person needing crisis residential are going to be different than the full spectrum of crisis residential. Or for subacute, where you have somebody with combined medical needs and subacute behavioral health needs, the wait time and process through which we'd be trying to find a location for them would be different. So that's really the complexity that.
So let me go back then to the original request of first just getting options and recommendations from you for efficient ways to report out information that I am certain that you have and know, but how does it get to us in a clear and digestible way? Jess, we're going to vote on this item now. Notice I didn't even look to my left.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian? Yes. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes, and really, thank you all so much. Joking aside, the interest that everyone has and the intelligence and thoughtfulness of the questions and the recommendations and the seeking additional information, which I realize causes stress for our staff, really does indicate the level of seriousness with which we are all taking this issue. So, as I like to say as often as possible, I'm very grateful to serve with all of you. We're going to hear item 32 right now. And item 32 is to approve a request for appropriation modification, increasing estimated revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Behavioral Health Services Department budget, related to behavioral health bridge housing. So we will hear a quick presentation and summary of this item. We will go to public comment, and then I will come to the supervisors.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. I'll make some brief introductory remarks for this item. You may be aware or recall that the county was allocated approximately $51 million by the state for the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program. This was awarded to us. We recently executed the agreement. The funds can be used between now through fiscal year 27. In your report, we've described how we plan to use those funds through fiscal year 27. The attachment A lists 6 or 7 different programs and their expenditure plans over the next few fiscal years. The $5 million or so are related to 4 programs. One is shelter and interim housing for fiscal 24. Transitional housing units, which is a part of our behavioral health treatment facilities report in this fiscal year, also allocating some funds for the Palo Alto Home Key project, and then a little bit of money for administrative and staffing support in this fiscal year. I'm happy to answer any questions about that program.
Thank you very much. I understand we have public speakers on this item. How many do we have in chambers, please?
We do. We have 9 cards in chambers and 5 hands on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to ask if anyone else present is intending to speak on this item to please get a yellow card from the back of the room right now. The queue for speaking in person will close when the first speaker begins speaking. And for those of you on Zoom, if anyone other than the individuals whose hands are raised right now intends to speak, please do raise your virtual hand so I can get a sense of the number, again, for meeting management purposes. Is either number rising?
We are holding at 14 total. Nine cards and 5 hands.
All right, that keeps us in the 2-minute time range, but I will note that if anyone is now going to raise their hand to speak, that will hit us to 15, and we will shift down to 1-minute comments, which is why I wanted to wait and see if we had any other speakers. Okay, let's begin with 2 minutes per speaker. Welcome, everyone.
Still holding. We'll start with Lorraine Zeller, who has also provided supplemental materials that we will display. Following Lorraine will be John Betts, followed by Amanda, followed by Deborah. Please feel free to queue in the center of the room if you're present. We'll get Lorraine's materials on the presentation and then start the 2 minutes. I don't know what I just said. Please go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to say I am totally blown away and appreciative of the work that all of you do, supervisors and staff. And I want to thank Community Living Coalition Survivors of the Street, which is part of Sacred Heart Community Services, for being here and for sticking through all this time. Before I talk about the pictures, I just want to say my written comment with the proposal from Community Living Coalition and Survivors of the Street was submitted in written comment, I already told. This is for, the proposal is to support for the Board of Supervisors to initiate and help implement a community-led multidisciplinary task force to review current standards for housing behavioral health clients and unlicensed independent livings and make recommendations. You can go ahead and move forward with the photos, but family members and attorney from Disability Rights California, well, he didn't take the pictures, I did. But these pictures are pretty bad. This is housing that is paid for, and many of them are paid for by contracted providers. And we also need a registry to keep track of the housing and to know we need to reach out to the residents and to the operators and support them. So these people who are living in outside and in these kinds of conditions are paying rent. Contracted agencies are paying rent. And this is safe housing.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Save lives. Thank you.
Jess, did you call the first 5?
Hi. Oh, hello. I'm John Betts, and I'm also a member of SOS. So I want to support this proposal that Lorraine has submitted to you to have a comprehensive task force to totally figure out what all unlicensed providers there are and actually figure out some way to bring in some sort of oversight over all this. I have witnessed personally these kind of places. My girlfriend's daughter, a mentally ill daughter, was placed in one of these several years ago. She was placed in there by Crisis Residential, and they claimed it was a licensed board and care. And so we went along thinking that's what it was, and then over a period of time, like the manager, we'd have the phone number, no matter when you'd ever call, she would never answer or return a phone call. We'd go there numerous times. There was never a staff person there at all. And the daughter was put in there, the only woman in the whole place, with all men. And as it went on, it just became more and more blatantly obvious, what is wrong? And then eventually all it did boil down to was the only time the manager ever called us was when she wanted to illegally kick our daughter out several months later for non-payment of rent, because her rent was being paid for by the county, but somehow all of a sudden some weird mix-up happened and they started telling her she was supposed to pay it herself. And then when she protested being bagged out, she got extremely upset for suddenly being just locked out. So then she was, instead of them 5150ing her, she was arrested and spent like 6 or 7 months in jail, and then 5 months in Napa, just because
Thank you, sir.
of health.
Okay. Crisis Residential dropped my daughter off at a flop house, hoping for the best. They said it was a boarding care. My daughter, who had a child on the streets of Palo Alto, was placed in a house of all men without supervision. The first thing she asked was, "Where's the crystal?" About 7 months later, the house manager did not know what medication my daughter was even on and thought she was on injectable. The house was dark and gloomy. One of the residents was deemed the standing house manager. That person is now back on the streets. The house manager felt guilty for begging her out and evicting her and having her 13 months at Elmwood for being mad about being evicted and 5 months at Napa. My daughter described Napa as the most hideous place she's ever experienced, worse than jail, that the women were horrible. So anyway, the house manager felt guilty about not 5150ing her, which would be a 72-hour hold. She got 18 months in jail instead. She brought a crack pipe. The house manager brought Naomi's crack pipe, my daughter's crack pipe, to the court and to help her get rehab, to prove she needed rehab, and instead the house manager got arrested. So my daughter's been punished for her disabilities and her inability to manage money, which has been a lifetime, has been documented several times, and has been in the highest residential facility that exists in California since she was 16 and a half. She started showing signs of problems at age 7 weeks. She was in treatment by 4 years old. So she was definitely caught early, and due to her Medi-Cal, she never got appropriate treatment and has gotten worse for 30 years.
Sorry, can you confirm your name for me?
Amanda.
Thank you. We'll take David next, followed by Deborah, followed by Virginia, followed by David Mineta. So sorry. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. If your name has been called and you're still here, please come wait in the aisle.
About 15 years ago, I transitioned out of more acute or subacute mental health treatment into a licensed boarding care that was competently run and compassionate, and eventually I made my way into some better independent living situations. And I believe that the fact that I was transitioned into a good place was instrumental in my recovery and the progress I've made over the last 15 years. Since then, I've heard horror stories from friends and others who get transitioned from county funded care facilities into independent livings that are horrendous, as you've seen the pictures, overcrowded. They don't feel safe with drug use, and I know if that had happened to me, my recovery very much would have been in jeopardy. And I don't know, I would have, and very often these people end up on the street that is so bad, and I can imagine that happening to me too. So given that, I would urge you to initiate and support implementation of a community-led task force to review current standards of housing, behavioral health clients in unlicensed independent livings, and make recommendations as outlined in the proposal submitted by the Community Living Coalition. and work with the task force to develop a registry of all independent living shared housing and require all behavioral health providers to send their list of independent livings that house behavioral health clients to one central source. If you're funding these placement of patients in these houses, I believe it's your incumbent duty to ensure they're adequate to their mental health.
I'm sorry, the man who just spoke, I have two Davids. Are you David Mineta or David Searle? Thank you. And this gentleman thought that he had turned in a card but didn't. So while we figure that out, let's take Deborah. Is Deborah here?
She had to leave.
Virginia?
She had to leave.
David Mineta?
He had to leave.
And Young Fan?
He's here.
Thank you, Lorraine.
So I have cards for Young Fam and Derek Sanderlin.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Young Pham. I'm here on behalf of Disability Rights California. I also provided written comments, but I wanted to be here in person to urge you to support the community-led task force. I'm the director of the Abuse and Neglect Investigations Program at Disability Rights California. I spent nearly 15 years investigating conditions in independent living homes, abusive conditions, exploitative conditions. I am the community-led task force and registry proposal is critical to map out an underground industry that exists in our county. It currently operates without oversight, allowing for unscrupulous operators to exploit tenants, particularly those living with mental health disabilities. The registry and the community-led task force will be a critical, important first step to create protections for vulnerable tenants and allow for targeted initiatives and efforts by both the county and community advocates in addressing the housing conditions in these homes. I urge you to support the proposal because I think it'll put Santa Clara County ahead of most other counties in our state in ensuring that the critical housing is made safe and livable for individuals who may otherwise become unhoused. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Derek Sanderlin. I am a senior community organizer at Sacred Heart Community Service. Today I am here on behalf of SOS, or Survivors of the Streets, in full support of a community-led task force to look into these unlicensed boarding care homes. I found it really poignant. I had other talking points, but I found it really poignant that a few of you on the dais today were talking about a deeper analysis needed for some of our critical behavioral health services and the actual impact, whether or not beds are being filled, and even the quality of those beds. And so I'm hoping that this can be in that same vein, that we can be taking a closer look at some of these unlicensed boarding care homes. I'm sure that you've already taken a look at some of the pictures. Some of the living conditions can be quite dismal, to say the very least. So I think it's our responsibility to not only help save lives, but to ensure that those lives are thriving and living in humane conditions. So thank you for your time. I yield the rest.
Name's Daniel Costa, SOS, and representing CLC today, Community Living Coalition. I would like to have the pictures, if I could, back on the screen. Is that possible?
I think need to be resubmitted.
The pictures that were just, yeah, can I get them back on the
We
screen?
can't put them back up. They were part of a previous speaker's comments.
Okay, you guys have a pretty sharp memory, right? Okay.
They were pretty pointed.
I'm guessing, so, no, I'm kidding. The pictures are a serious issue because my wife went through 3 unlicensed board and care houses. And I love my wife. I went to those unlicensed board and care houses, saw the condition that they were in like those, and the only thing that kept me from getting a 7th prison sentence in the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation was that I decided to take the higher road and talk to you guys instead. She's in a licensed board and care now, but that doesn't negate the fact that you got operators in houses, unlicensed, that march to the beat of their own drum. And when I did that in my life, they had a place for me. It was called prison. I had to be accountable for mine. They have to be accountable for theirs. You can't just put anybody in an inhumane condition like that. We need a task force. We need something. Supervisor Chavez talked about where are we at. Those pictures where we're at. And then she's talked about strategies. And I love the word that somebody used, this young lady, Cheryl, I think used effective strategies are a lot better than just strategies. An effective strategy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That concludes in-person speakers. We're holding at 6 hands raised in Zoom.
All right. Last reminder that the queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. If we're holding at 6, go ahead and invite the first speaker.
Seem to be holding. We'll take Melanie Rowland. Please accept the unmute to turn on your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
So hi, my name is Melanie Rowland, and I'm a senior attorney with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. As patient advocates, it's incredibly difficult to monitor the large number of LPS and licensed facilities that we have in our county due to capacity, but unlicensed facilities at present are virtually impossible to monitor. We've heard about the horrible conditions at these facilities, and we've now seen these conditions on video. You all have seen them now in these photos. It's unclear if some of these residents are conserved, if they have rep payees, or if they're being failed in a way that necessitates that we need to step in as a county. We support implementation of a community task force for unlicensed independent livings and a registry because community stakeholders have chosen to come together in order to ensure the protection and safety of our fellow citizens. I'm going to hearken back to a colleague from Surge who commented on this earlier, and to Supervisor Lee, and say that we strongly support and recommend that the board supports this referral as part of a long-term process for community stakeholders to work together and end the gaps, which is what Supervisor Lee said, for the betterment of our community and county, particularly for residents who I think we can all agree upon deserve far better than the residents they're currently in. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Luna. You'll have 2 minutes. Please accept the unmute and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. Sharon Luna with SMNA. I take the time to review state and county codes. I reach out to other areas such as San Jose to see how they're handling their many issues. They are having many concerns, but they're not addressed. For-profits know the loophole. Nonprofits, inhuman conditions. For-profits abuse the California Community Care Act, starting with 6 patients, then increase with without state and county being aware to over 6, where they would have to go through the proper permit process. Leasing from a property owner whose business is to purchase homes and lease out to for-profit facilities is a concern. Clustering of light facilities is a Santa Clara County code and a state code, and it's not being adhered to, as is in the case with San Martin, with 5 facilities within a mile radius along with 6 sex offenders. No wells or septic systems are checked prior to approving homes. Just a few minutes ago, the sheriffs and the fire departments are at the location at Marie Court. This is unacceptable. I am in agreement with the community task force for us to have a voice. I understand that you're excited about the programs coming in, but the residents are having to deal with issues that they have no recourses of who to go to or who to see, write, and understand their concerns. There is a real need for the health and safety and welfare of residents who are surrounded by these type of facilities. Tell me, how would you like it if you saw a naked man running down your street? How would you feel about somebody walking into your home? These are just a few of the issues that we are faced. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Uday Kapoor. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, supervisors, for giving the opportunity. I've been a member of the Community Live Coalition for more than a decade. And so we actually have seen these conditions way back when. And that's the reason why after a fight of 5 years or so, we finally got some funding from the county to support the ILEP project. And we were very, very hopeful that something could come about. But unfortunately, the response from the providers, and we knew that this model was a difficult one. And the people that were administrating that were really non-performers. So I think now we have this hope of restarting the task force and the registry. And as Supervisor Lee knows, that we actually have been working on the registry, coming up with a registry for quite a while. And actually that functionality was never implemented by the county. And so we are restarting this effort. And this is really the housing of last resort for people that are being stepped down from care. And so it is so important for the community to have this care, this level of care for people that are underrepresented, that are underrepresented. And there's so much abuse. And so I really urge you to please take action on this and help us get this task force going and also the registry, because there are smart ways to come up with a registry with a public-facing option. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I really am sorry that I missed the opportunity to stay later so that I can meet Derek. Derek's advocacy and Lorraine's is, for myself, motivational. What they are doing in their capacity really has kept my commitment within this particular area because of letters that were generated by Lorraine, her institutional knowledge, and the fact that she brought the visual reality of what it is that we come here and we talk about. Now, I've never signed up for any one of these committees, but this particular committee, I would be honored to be able to give the benefit of what my life experience has been with these institutions. And not only that, but to use the life experience in order to inform the policy. You see, I don't see any pathway of success for what it is that the county is trying to do within the context of increasing bed capacity, increasing access to resources without that component of the bridge of this task force. I think from what I heard in the last presentation, and especially what Supervisor Arenas was talking about and how vulnerable she was, and talking about what happens in our community when we neglect this particular population. That kind of vulnerability is necessary because it humanizes a system that by design has dehumanized. And I think that dehumanization is evident with the pictures that Lorraine had showed. And so I think I'm very confident in what I heard in the last agenda item, that you will see this task force as consistent and contributory to what it is that the county is trying to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Cutrignelli. Please accept the unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to again further emphasize what Sharon said from SMNA. I would like you to also know that since the facility next door to me on a court of 6 homes, we have already had the sheriff's department. They are actually out there right now in front of my house, 4 sheriff's cars in front of my house, 3 in front of the facility. They have gloves on. They won't say what is happening. My child called me terrified. I should not have to live like this. I should not have to worry about being on a lockdown because they are having emergencies. They should have never been allowed to go in a cult where there is one way in and one way out. We have increased secondhand smoke going on in our backyards, not to mention my son's car has been broken into in our driveway. We have a constant flow of cars driving through a cul-de-sac, only going to this facility. We've never had this before. We've never had any kind of problems. You know, we have to lock our doors now. On my phone, you should hear it, has been pinging non-stop. There is no code enforcement that we can call to report on this facility. We are not getting any help from our planning commission or our board of supervisors and our state regulations. You know, the Department of ABC requires people who want to sell alcohol and beverage have to put in a permit, and they have to tell everyone within a mile what's going on for public inquiry. Why do these facilities have to tell us? Why do we have to go on lockdown according to the facility when they are having emergencies? Where is my safety? Not to mention the wells and the septics that we are on, and they have a minimum 6 people. And then how many staff is that? So they have at least 20 people per day, 24 hours a day. You can't tell me that we're eventually going to have some kind of septic and water problem. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Sean. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. One, any decision involving unhoused people should always have unhoused voices. And that means the earlier topic as well with mental health. There should be oversight committees for all of these issues, whether it's unhoused vendors, whether it's mental health groups. Every single one of these should have a committee made up significantly of currently or formerly unhoused people and advocates on those committees to oversee these issues. And I commend these folks for bringing it forward. Also, I just want to make a point when you were talking earlier about addiction and all of that. If you quote unquote fix people and they're no longer mentally ill or they're medicated or they're no longer addicted, but you release them and they're still unhoused, you're not helping the situation. So people need to be, once you've fixed the problem, in quotes, now you need to ensure that you're releasing them to housing. Otherwise, you're just repeating the problem. People who get sober and are released back to the streets are only going to stay sober for so long. And we see it all the time. People get out of, Mariposa, or they get out of the really cool place up on the hill. And then it lasts X amount of days, maybe a month, and then it goes all over again. And it's because they're just being released to the streets, or maybe a THU for 90 days, and then they end up in the shelter and it all starts over again. And it's the same with mental health. People are good while they're there, then they get out and then can't get their meds, or they start self-medicating again. So you have to do both things together. People have to be released from whatever treatment it is and then back into housing. You can't do half of it. And a lot of these people who are going to these facilities are only there after surgery.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of the members of the public, particularly those of you who shared your personal experiences or the experiences of family members. If our goal is truly to restore people to mental health and wellness, I think we, as the county, potentially undermine our own best intentions if we release individuals from county facilities to substandard living conditions. I think we also undermine our efforts to prevent and end homelessness if the only options are substandard and they are subsequently closed down due to health and safety code violations, that doesn't solve this problem either. I believe that the county does have to step in to lend our weight in a way that will improve boarding care and independent living homes. So I'd like to open the conversation with a motion to accept the recommended action with further direction to staff to come back within 45 days with options for a task force, an ad hoc committee, or some other advisory body housed either in the county or with a CCP that centers community stakeholders and individuals with lived experience to address issues pertaining to unlicensed board and care homes, facilitate stakeholder engagement in expending the $2 million for habitability improvements, and explore the creation of a registry of approved homes that meet habitability standards determined in consultation with that created body, task force, ad hoc, advisory. I don't want to limit the names. I'd like you to come back with recommendations of the best way to set this up. And before I turn to you, James, I'll look and
I'll
see if
second it.
I have a second. Go ahead, James.
I just want to make sure that, the item that's on the agenda is to accept a grant application, and I just want to make sure we're staying within the scope of the item that
So
would
I
be
want
questioned
to,
for council.
but thank you. And this is the tie that I'm trying to make in we're going to accept the grant application. We need to allocate the funding, and I would like that funding to be allocated in consultation with a group that can provide advice on the best ways to ensure that we can raise the standard of these independent living homes, and I think we're talking about unlicensed board and care as well.
I think to the extent that you're asking for staff to come back with options related to a task force looking at the expenditure of these particular funds, it's sufficiently within the scope.
Sufficient nexus? Okay. Thank you. Hang on 1 second. Let me just be super clear. The $5 million should certainly be adopted as recommended. The $2 million for a future year for habitability improvements. Hang on. I'm going to stop with my motion where it is. Thank you for clarifying, Tony, and I will turn to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Yes, I certainly strongly agree that we need to discuss how this fund money will be used in light of the growing mental health and housing crisis. Needs is extremely much there. We want to make sure that these impacted communities are also going to be involved in these decisions of how the money is properly spent. Housing is far more complex than just putting a roof over someone's head. It encompasses social, emotional, and economic factors that together contribute to the well-being and healing of individuals and communities. The Community Living Coalition and Sacred Heart Survivors of Streets have made us aware in their petition, asking us to create this type of a community task force to review the current standards for housing, behavioral health clients, and unlicensed independent living, and making recommendations. And we've seen those horrendous pictures. Working with this task force to develop a registry of all independent living shared housing and require all behavioral health providers to send their list of independent living facilities that house behavioral health clients to this one central source. If I recall correctly, this was actually something that I have asked for a couple years ago, trying to get a handle of what the numbers are. And so I really would like to see those being implemented so that we could actually see the availability and the conditions. And then I also do have a follow-up question, if I might, President Ellenberg. On the issue of the habitability improvement funds, what exactly does this fund include, the $666,000?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. We, as part of the larger program, we allocated $2 million to this specific component, and the idea was to use this as either grants directly to operators or funding for our own contractors that we would solicit to address any code violations at facilities that for which we have formal contracts with. They could also be used to make minor renovations to a facility to, make another bedroom available, or just to address any quality of life issues. For example, maybe the air conditioning no longer works and we just need to repair that. So that's the intent, and the intent was the types of uses, and the focus would have been on facilities for which we have the County Behavioral Health Services Department has placed individuals and is providing some type of rental assistance, whether that be tenant-based or an operating subsidy on.
Right. So I guess the question I'm trying to do some follow-up is if I could ask the administration in this motion to include in this program in the behavior health treatment facilities matrix as part of the monthly report to the FGOC. And with that, a more robust update of the program under the Behavioral Health Treatment Facility Report at the June FGOC meeting. The update should include the following components: timeline for program implementation and completion, partnerships, oversight and management of the program, clearly defining what types of improvements needs to be done, and how to ensure that the money that we talked about is directly spent on the physical habitability improvements and not for other type of purposes. In other words, I'm really trying to make sure that we've got the money that designed for doing it. I don't want that to be used for some so-called other purposes and not directly used on these things that we've seen so clearly on the photos that needs to be fixed.
Supervisor Lee,
Yeah.
Do you want this committee to make the decisions about it, or do you want decisions to be made through FGOC?
I think there's two-prong I'm trying to do is, I think the committee will eventually be formed and would come to a recommendation. But in the meantime, with the FGOC, I think we have some oversight responsibility that needs to be fixed now. So if we could actually have some of our staff to go out there and try to come up with these information to come back to this FGOC, at least we know what the problem is. I think that would be my concern.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure I'm being very thick-headed and not understanding this, but
sure.
we don't have any oversight or authority over these housing developments now. So I'm not sure what you're asking staff.
So let me ask the
do.
county council maybe on this one. We are paying a lot of the bills. And would that allow us to at least go visit the sites to look at these locations to understand the extensiveness of this problem? I know we're trying to create the task force. That's great for the long run. We need that. The task force is not the one-time thing and be finished in 2 months. No, that's not what we plan is. I think the task force is something that once we create it, we'll have to have it around until we find it not necessary, and I think it would be there for quite a while. But more importantly is if we're trying to fix this problem soon, instead of waiting for the task force formation and all that, that takes time, don't we have a way that we could actually, through our government responsibility, to actually pay visit to these locations?
Supervisor Lee, I think I'd want to look at what our authority would be vis-a-vis those particular facilities and report back to the board on it. I don't know that I could speak intelligently on it right now.
Okay, yeah, I think we need to look into it because at the end of the day, if we are A, spending money on these facilities, B, sending individuals to stay at a decent facility, as if we are saying that this is a good enough place for us to send you there, I felt we have some responsibility to make sure the place we're sending them is habitable. That's basically what the common sense perception I have is. So if you could please look into that, and if this is something that we do have the authority, at least, I'm sure we have a moral responsibility to do it. My question is if we do have the authority legally to do so, I really think we need to do that yesterday. Fair enough? Yeah, thank you. So if I could incorporate that as a question for the county council to come back and the motion, Supervisor Ellenberg, I appreciate it.
That's fine for more
Thank you.
information to come back. Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to say thank you to all the speakers, and especially staying all day. Really, thank you very much. I think I want to follow up on what Supervisor Lee raised. I think these are a kind of two discrete questions. One is that you did a referral a while ago on the issue about unlicensed facilities. And frankly, the community had been raising this with us for a very long time, and our response had been, it's not within our purview, it's a state issue or it's someone else's issue. And I think you had asked a question about, can we map out all of the unlicensed facilities? And again, the feedback we got was that again, this isn't within our purview, and it's a little bit of the discussion we're having now. I do think that the point you're raising is really a powerful one, because you're right that if we have some sort of contract where we are actually paying somebody, as a contractor, I think that's a really important question. And one recommendation I would make is that if council is uncomfortable with with us attaching too much to today's action, that your referral come back with an opportunity to reaffirm it or shape it up a little bit, because I do think that this issue is one that's going to have to be addressed, and I think you're right to stay on it. The second thing I just want to acknowledge is that I do want to say I think people with lived experience are really important. I think people who are property owners too, like who are some of the operators, especially if we have operators that we think are good operators, ought to be part of the discussion. And then the other is that I think, and I would really say this to staff, one of the things I'd want us to have a conversation with is the state and the other cities that are also trying to figure out how to grapple with unlicensed facilities and the way they're functioning in our community. Because we not only have an issue of neighborhood disruption, and you could hear the just strain and stress in our callers, the callers' voices. But I also think, to your really important point, I worry a lot about the safety and security of those locations. And I recognize too that, again, we've gotten a lot of feedback that the state is the leader in this area. But I think one of the things that I'm still confused by, and maybe you could answer this, I'm still not understanding exactly why the state doesn't have more stringent licensure oversight for these facilities. I don't know if that's a political question or if it's a functional question, a functionality issue.
Supervisor Chavez, when you say these facilities, you mean unlicensed? Okay. The state certainly has oversight over all of the licensed facilities. When they do inspections of those facilities in Santa Clara County, for which some of those facilities also have contracts with the county, we coordinate with them. When it comes to essentially large homes, and there are people in a shared living environment, those responsibilities really fall to the local code enforcement.
Well, I'll just say that local code enforcement, having served on a city council, what they'll say is that outside of the rule of how many, like 6 people in a facility, and I can't remember if there's more than that, they do not consider that necessarily, that they don't consider that they have very many levers to deal with those the challenges with those facilities. So what I'm just going to recommend is that as we're having this conversation with our community coalition, that we should be having this conversation with the levels of government that are presumably responsible or not responsible, because I do not think there is shared understanding about whose job it is to make sure these homes are safe. And I know and we just had this discussion a couple of weeks ago about how few code enforcement officers we have for the county. In fact, maybe that's something you brought up too, that we just, I don't know, do we have like 1 or something? So, not 1, but we don't have many. So I would just suggest that if Tony, if you came back and said this is not the right purview, I mean, if you wanted us to reshape it, I'd be interested in that. But I would just ask Supervisor Lee if you would consider asking for a working group for all of the staff, because there's a lot to wrestle to the ground here, I think. Greta, did you want to respond to my point?
Yeah, I wanted to just suggest that I think in whatever report that we bring back in response to the request from Supervisor Allenberg and Supervisor Lee, I think it would be helpful to your question to really differentiate what functionally is a substandard housing issue from a kind of an unlicensed board and care. The distinction between a licensed board and care and an unlicensed board and care, and then by virtue of their decision not to be licensed, who is really in the driver's seat to address habitability issues, like the really egregious ones that were reflected in the photographs that were displayed during public comment, I think is actually a really important component of this, to your point, because I think it's high complexity, given that, as described previously, we are providing a treatment service that sometimes includes some housing support, because we know housing and getting folks housed is critical to them being able to effectively utilize the behavioral health services that we're offering, while then not also conflating what might be limited authority that we have by virtue of funding a behavioral health provider to help supplement someone's resources to find housing, doesn't then always put us in the best position to regulate whatever might be deficiencies in the housing. So just really ferreting out some of that in the report that we come back, and allowing the board to then tell us specifically where you're looking for us to engage and potentially escalate our level of attentiveness to some of the concerns that we're seeing in the community, I think would be really helpful.
Well, and I think, Greta, you just raised a really, so first of all, I think that all makes a lot of sense. I would also just add that where the county has any investment at all, like we are writing a check for some facility, how are our agreements structured in a way that gives us the opportunity that Supervisor Lee just raised, which is to be able to go into a facility, check on the person, look at the staffing ratios, whatever was promised to us in a contractual agreement. What are the levers that we have to ensure that? Now, I recognize that one of the challenges is housing is so scarce that we find ourselves not in the driver's seat here, but I think making sure that people who want to do business with us understand what that means relative to, to who they have living with them. So, but I hear what you're saying. I just think I'd want to understand from council what we are and aren't doing right relative to contracts.
Yeah, and I think it would allow us to share with the board more information on the, most, I can't speak to some of the specific properties there, but in most instances, we don't have any contractual relationship with the unlicensed board and care. It's, we're contracting with XYZ CBO to provide behavioral health services. Some of the money they receive is to help the person find housing. They may use some of that funding to help the person find an unlicensed board and care. So there's no contractual relationship between the county and a lot of these facilities. In some instances, there is some financial relationship under certain programs. So we can also lay that out really clearly too.
Well, and then I would want advice about if in that case, then again, what is our contractual agreement with our nonprofit partner in terms of placement, right? So
yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, colleagues.
Is Supervisor Arenas' light on?
No hand raised for
Okay.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Lee.
Yes, Tony, going back to these authority, I just thought that with our other hat as the county health, making sure that people are living, eating safely, there might be purview under our other provisions of the powers of this body that I think we might be able to exercise if we cannot go through the other direction in terms of having the ability to make sure that these locations are safe. I just want to make sure that you look into that area as well when you give us the answer.
Yes, Supervisor, I take the direction to look at whatever source of authority we might have to look at those particular facilities.
Thank you very much, Lee.
Perfect. Thank you. We have a motion by Ellenberg, a second by Lee. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas? I'm not sure if you.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries with 5.
Very much. Item 17 is the Deanza College West Valley Clinic report.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. Joining me is Jeff Draper, the Director of Facilities, and Melinda Lynn, Principal Planner. At this time, I think we can move to questions regarding our report. We do have a presentation if the board is interested.
Someone give me a look if you want the presentation. If not,
Have
we'll go.
materials, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
we do. Let's see if we have public comment first, please.
I do not have any cards for 17. There is one hand in Zoom.
All right, let's hear our Zoom speaker, please.
Our speaker is Paul Soto. You'll have 2 minutes. The timer will start when you begin speaking. We'll have you unmuted here in just a moment.
Yes, if it's okay with the board, I'd like to hear the presentation that Mr. Lorenz has, if that's okay. Hello?
The board has made the decision not to hear that report. It is available in
Okay,
the
well,
materials.
as a member of the public, I'd like to hear it. It's my money. It's my money. So as a taxpayer that is fitting the bill, I would like to hear that presentation. I think as a member of the public, I think that's warranted. And you're going to deny me that?
Madam President, it would be the chair's discretion as to whether to take public comment and whether to hear the presentation or not.
Thank you, and I've exercised that discretion.
Okay, cool, no problem. I'm sick and tired of this equity issue not being centered within the context of this conversation. Okay, now, number one, Deanza College's name is going to be changed. Why? Because he's a colonizer. It was Deanza that drove up right here to this state. And what he did is he made it possible for Junipero Serra to create the mission system. I'm sorry, I got an issue with that. I happen to be a direct descendant of the first mission that was built. And yet you're going to allocate that kind of money to a place that is named after a man like that. What that tells me about the county is that it has settled the cognitive dissonance by just saying, well, this is the history, and so it's okay. You're giving this amount of money to an area. I want a clinic on City College property. Why can't we get the same kind of facility at San Jose City College or Evergreen? Why? Why is it all the time that particular area always just, hey, we want it, we need it, we get it. But for the Chicano community, we have to fight tooth and nail before we even get it considered. That's a serious equity problem. Settle it.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Semidian, let's begin with you.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by putting a motion on the floor, which I will then use to add a couple of directions, if I may, which is to move the recommended action, which is simply to receive the report. Also, and I'll speak to this in a moment and have some questions, I suspect, direct staff to resolve the parking issues as quickly as is possible. And I'll speak to that in a minute, unless there's a resolution that you can share today. And to report back to us with next steps at the earliest opportunity. Why don't we?
Happy second.
Thank you. Let me just make a couple of observations. Well, and let me incorporate in that motion, if the seconder is amenable, Madam Chair, direction to staff, direction to the county executive to work with his staff to refine the cost estimates on the clinic itself, because if I'm reading this right, there's we have a yellow tag item that indicates that the actual cost estimate, now that we've worked with a detailed estimator, a qualified estimator, to use the term of art here, is $20 million below what we had originally been concerned about. Do I have that right, Mr. Draper? I'm looking at the $47 million to $53 million number in the February 26th memo from you and Mr. Lorenz, comparing or contrasting that with 66 plus to 75, which was in the original report. So by my estimate, that's about $20 million lower. It's a pretty big differential.
Yes, Supervisors, I mean, it certainly is a big differential, I'll admit that. I think at one of our intermediate reports, that number was refined down to about $58 million at the top end, and this is a further refinement. So it's been evolving, obviously, as we get closer into the project.
Well, as I say, I think it's kind of a good news, bad news, Madam President. The good news is the number's lower and seems to be headed lower, which has certainly not been the case for a lot of construction over the last decade that we've had to manage around here. On the downside, however, I think we need understanding that costs change, and I think we need to get a little more clarity about what the best estimate using a qualified estimator is on the cost. So that's the part of the direction would be to county executive to have that conversation. I did just want to say I continue to be frustrated at the length of time this part of the conversation is taking. I believe it was April of 22 when Supervisor Lee and I came forward and said, we've got this expression of interest, can we go? I know it's challenging when we have our own bureaucracy and county rules and a different bureaucracy that has state higher education rules, but it's taken a long time just to get to the point where we've said, we think we know where it might go on the campus. Well, we know where it will go on the campus site. We have a range of costs. We've got the feasibility study, and we know we can make this thing work if we're committed to doing that. And by the way, we're still debating parking, which is $50 million. I don't think anyone wants to spend or has sitting around under the seat cushions ready to spend for parking that I think most people have long since sort of concluded really isn't necessary. So I don't know, what's it going to take, Mr. Lorenz, Mr. Draper, or Ms., forgive me? Ms. Lynn, thank you. Because I want to ask anybody and everybody, what's it going to take to wrestle this parking issue to the ground? This has been a perpetual conversation, and through the chair, I see the county executive's light on, and he's leaning in.
I think it's the opinion of county staff that the parking structure is not necessary to the project, that there is sufficient parking available, and I believe we should communicate to the community college that our analysis is that the parking is not necessary for the project, and that if the community college believes it is, that that's a part of the project that they should handle themselves.
Yeah, I don't want to play hardball with people unnecessarily, but I don't know what it takes to get resolution of this issue. It's, we're not trying to put somebody on the moon here. We're trying to figure out.
I think it will take something like that.
You really think it's going to take? All right. Well, in the kindest and gentlest of ways, if we could communicate that, I'll ask that be incorporated in the motion if the seconder is amenable.
Yes.
Because I think, our county is in the healthcare business. We're not in the parking structure business. As I say, I feel like this is an issue that should have been wrestled to the ground long ago, and I'll let go at that. The other thing I will say is I think it is important to remember that this is a system that serves low-income individuals. That's, Mr. Lorenz, that's what our county health and hospital system is designed to do, yes?
Yes, sir.
And there's language in the report we have, colleagues, that says very clearly that that is the purpose of such a clinic. I think in terms of whether this is consistent with the core mission, I want to underscore the fact that it is consistent with the core mission. As I look at the data that staff has kindly provided, 78% of the students are Asian, Black, API, Latinx, Native American, or Pacific Islanders. That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that people are concerned about whether there's countywide benefit, I think it's important to note that appreciably more of the students who attend Deanza, to the extent that they're beneficiaries, appreciably more of them come from the San Jose Evergreen district as their district of residence than do from the entire Foothill Deanza service area. Is that also correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay, so I'm looking at numbers that indicate that literally less than a quarter of the students there come from the Foothill Deanza area, and that the rest come typically from San Jose Evergreen, some from West Valley Mission, some from Gavilan. I'm also looking at data that indicates that the total population in these zip codes that are most proximate, and that's the 7 zip codes that you've identified, with somewhere between 200,000 and 250,000 people, that 18% of that population are under 400% of the federal poverty limit, yes?
Yes, sir.
And that 21,000 are Medi-Cal beneficiaries and 7,600 plus are covered California folks, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, these are the folks that we typically do serve, as I recall, in our clinics elsewhere in the county. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay. And as I look at the actual population of the student body, again, understanding that the project is designed to serve the larger community as well, 45% of the students at Deanza are considered low income. Is that, I'm looking at that number right out of the, yes?
That is correct. That is the data that is provided by the college district.
Okay. Then I do think we need to move forward, but with clarity about, a little greater clarity, thank you, Mr. Williams and team, around what the actual cost estimate would be, and resolve this parking issue sooner rather than later. And with the earlier direction, I'll let my motion stand and ask for an aye vote. I think the clinic is designed and located in a way that is wholly consistent with and supportive of our county's core mission and our service population as a safety net provider. And when I started all this, Mr. Williams, with your predecessor, Dr. Smith, one of the reasons I was able to engage him was because he actually thought that there were benefits to our healthcare system because this would be a feeder essentially for other services in the system. Mr. Lorenz, is that still the view?
That is correct. That is the view.
Thank you. I have moved approval, and I appreciate the second and the co-authorship, co-sponsorship from Supervisor Lee.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. So 2 things. One, I want to say on the parking, no. So just to weigh in on that. Not even close. The 2 things that I want to request when this comes back. One is that I am very interested in the point that Supervisor Simitian just raised about how this is reflective of the business plan of our overall healthcare system. I think we need to be able to quantify, like, when we're making particular movements in different communities to better understand how that reinforces the health of the system, as well as being able to provide services to communities that are clearly in need. So that's one request. And then the second is that I'm also very interested in understanding how this construction project, relative, again, to the business plan, where it lines up with the other projects that we have in the pipeline. And I just want to share why. Paul, can you remind me, or Jeff, probably you've been living and breathing this, but the new location on that's near a light rail station that we're opening up, I forgot what the cross streets are. is it Bascom and?
Yes, Bascom Station.
So the staff, that was really a staff-driven project. And frankly, I don't feel like we, the board, ever got here's how it fits into the business plan and here's why we're moving in that direction. And I just would say, especially as we're rolling into some tighter times, that better understanding expansion relative to the business plan and expansion relative to the population we're trying to serve is going to be really critical. And then the last thing that I'll raise with my colleagues is that I also think that we should be looking at how we're structuring services in high-need communities. And what I really mean by that is whether or not the model that we're using, for example, at the VASC is a model that would be transferred here versus the Bascom model, which to me is the downtown clinic. It's clinical, it's all those things, but it doesn't have the, like, it's not a community gathering place. It's not where people just drop in to figure out what services they need. But in this particular part of the county, since we don't have a lot of social services entities out there, I mean, meaning county services, this might be the opportunity to integrate the services, which I think is what is reflected in the program, but I don't know that, and I really want to understand how this is, how this can really address more than one significant issue for the county. Just again, it's a big investment, and it would make sense to be maximizing that investment. Thank you. If that's okay with the maker and the seconder. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Thank you. I really wasn't going to weigh in on this item, but since my area was mentioned, I do want to point out that in my district, my council district, but certainly county district, we don't have medical providers. We don't have any county-based clinics or access to clinics. We have to go out of this district. In particular, the area that you were mentioning, Supervisor Simidian, which is the Evergreen, North Evergreen. So I do want to point out that if we compare apples to apples here, and we take a look at 95148, which is the North Evergreen area, there is a significantly higher number. There's 5 times the need in terms of where Deanza is at. And so if most of those people are coming from my district, it would then reason to have a clinic or a provider in my district versus having them leave my district and receive services elsewhere. And so I'm just advocating to ensure that when we take a look at where there's further need for clinics, for county clinics, that we consider where there isn't any. I certainly would like to be considered in terms of that analysis, and would like to have that included. I've already asked for this analysis from my last request, and when we discussed this, I can't remember how long ago it was, but irregardless, I mentioned this before, and so I wanted to see what that would look like, because I think it needs to be need-based. And obviously, there's already some recognition that the people in my district are leaving and potentially will be receiving services elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to vote to accept the report today, and I want to use this opportunity to highlight efforts in FGOC regarding capital planning and prioritization, and then I have just one question that's specific to the ledge file. First, I want to emphasize my appreciation Jeff and company for the work that goes into our capital planning efforts. I know that it's no small feat to estimate the cost of the important and complex projects this county undertakes for the benefit of our residents. And as is the case, of course, with our annual budget, I understand that our capital improvement plan has been recognized as a model in the way information is presented. I'm also really pleased that our staff has been open to collaborating on ways to even further improve the level of public transparency and create better tools to inform the way the board prioritizes capital investments. I know that historically, the information on capital projects that appears in the approved budget and the 10-year capital improvement plan has been primarily focused on projects administration has chosen to include in their recommendations, certainly presumably based on their understanding of board priorities. I think we have an opportunity now this year to improve public transparency by including more information as well on what projects were considered but not ultimately funded. I think the board has to see a complete list of potential projects really in one setting in order to truly prioritize and maximize the impact of our investments, and we need complete information to make those decisions. The project before us today, I believe, has to be considered in the context of all approved but as yet unfunded capital improvements, and I want to be sure that we make space prior to budget for a fulsome conversation on all proposed capital projects, please. I know that you've been developing a matrix that forecasts not only one-time costs to build, but also estimates ongoing impact on revenues and cost resulting from new capital projects. Do you have an estimate of when this matrix will be ready for the full board?
I think we normally bring that supervisor to the full board at the first workshop, and I think there's another meeting in April that we actually start giving you the full list, if I remember correctly.
April would be much preferable so that we do have an opportunity before the workshops to talk about that, please. So if I could add that to the motion to get that matrix in April.
Would you, now that the back and forth has clarified, would you be specific about what it is you're asking for in April?
Sure, to be able to look at all of our current approved but yet unfunded projects so that if we are being asked to fund one project or another, we know what the whole panoply is and have the ability to prioritize.
And is that an off-agenda report request,
No,
or is it?
That's an April board meeting request.
Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page.
If I could add one point, supervisors and through the president.
Please.
It's the April meeting typically was an FGOC meeting in the past, as opposed to a full board meeting.
I think that will work. We can receive it at FGOC and have the opportunity to discuss it there, and everyone else can access it through that. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Happy to provide that direction.
Absolutely. And then my question is, I don't know who to look at, but could somebody give me a brief explanation on the agreement with Deanza College for the land use portion specifically?
There is no agreement yet today. It would be one of the next steps that we would undertake if the project is going to have legs and go forward.
Oh, okay. So at what point does a project grow legs?
I will leave that definition up to the board because you actually approve the budget for the project, if you will.
So the budget
Yes.
is essentially the leg giving. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I understand that timing better. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Through the chair then, before we wrap, to your point, Supervisor, I'll look to the county executive. It sounds to me like, I'm not trying to be flip here, Mr. Draper, but the fact that this project is taking as long as it is means that for the coming fiscal year, there's clearly no construction anticipated, so we'd be talking about design costs primarily if there's a cost in the capital budget, yes?
Yes, what we would be doing, and to kind of get to the next steps, it would be the agreement with Deanza needs to be solidified, and then we would be working on the CEQA process and the design process concurrently.
Well, then I think I should say thank you to Supervisor Ellenberg because her questions have prompted me to say that perhaps we should add to the motion, with the consent of the seconder, direction to resolve the underlying land lease expectations as well. It has been my expectation from the outset of this conversation, and you want to be careful about assuming along the way that the college would provide the land and we would provide the facility, essentially, at $1 a year or some negligible number. So I think that direction should include not only addressing the parking issue, as Supervisor Chavez and I have both called out, but also the land lease expectations as well.
I conceptually don't have an issue there, but just want to understand, because I think what I heard is that you need the budget approval first before you resolve the land issues. I don't know about the parking too, but yeah, I don't want parking.
That's not what I heard, Madam
Okay, so
President.
that's why I'm asking for clarification.
Very good. I'll answer the question, which in my view, this is Jeff's view, and I'll let the county exec, of course, do whatever he would like. He's my boss. And the way I see it is you would want to have some indication that the project will get some funding in next fiscal year before you start cycling the staff on all the real estate negotiations and deals to get that agreement across the finish line.
Got it. That was my understanding. Thank you very much. Oh, now everybody's lights are on.
My understanding, my expectation, my motion, with the consent of the seconder, is to let's get not only the parking issue resolved, but the basic outlines of the land lease resolved as well before we proceed. I think there's let's just be a little silly here. If the college says $1 a year for the life of the project, we've got a conversation still. If the college says $50 million a year for the life of the project, we say, oh, we don't have a conversation anymore. And I don't think that's what they're going to say, but as I said earlier, unwise to assume. So there are a couple of big threshold issues out there. And I'm distinguishing those, Ms. Draper, from your, in my view, very correct assessment that, before you go off and negotiate the fine points and the details. But I don't think a $50 million parking structure is a fine point or a detail. And I don't think the fundamental expectation of we provide the facility, you provide the land is a detail either. I think those are sort of necessary preconditions to going forward that we probably ought to resolve after, if I may say so, almost 2 years of conversation now between the two organizations.
I would say we do have a letter of intent with the college district. It does need a refinement regarding the parking structure. Outside of that, the letter of intent's before them for consideration. We haven't, while they're supporting it, we understand, they have not replied to the letter of intent to date. So we will jiggle the phones and make them, see if they will give us a response of some sort to the letter of intent.
Your light went on and your light went off.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think at that level of basic terms, I think that makes sense, and that's the kind of thing that's within the kind of letter of intent type of stage. Perfect. As opposed to negotiating an actual lease.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Chavez, then Lee.
Well, the only thing I wanted to just reinforce, well, first of all, how long have they had the letter of intent?
I'm going to say at least since early last summer. I don't remember exactly when.
Okay, well, that's a little concerning to me, but I do just want to say that I want to just acknowledge that these are very, very iterative processes, and I think, Jeff, when you were talking about when you would bring a budget item to the board, by then you would have tried to TA on some. I mean, you would have tried to have some general agreement. I think the overarching question in my mind, and I would just recommend maybe recirculating the letter of intent to the board, would be to better understand, if there was an expectation of revenue coming back to them through the lease, because I think that does impact so significantly whether or not you could go forward, right? So I think that's a more broad question than making them sign on the dotted line, because I think that's what Joe is really focusing on is whether or not something, if there's a deal breaker in there that we should just know in advance. So, thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, so going back again, thank you, Jeff, for your work on this and how you were able to get a revised estimate of coming down on the dollar figure. That's really exciting given the fact that inflation is still high, and how this number is certainly coming down is appreciated. And if you could evaluate it again and come down a couple more million, that would be even better. But more seriously, I would say thank you for the good work. I just do want to mention one point on the report talking about training opportunities. That, to me, I think is very important. Whether it's through Deanza, like they have with the dental program they have currently, or the fact that we have behavioral health and other health services being made available on this new clinic. I certainly would like to make sure that there's those opportunities being provided, given how shorthanded we have on those areas. So I just want to make sure that could be incorporated. If you could include that in your report in the future on that discussion, that would be helpful as well. Is that doable?
Supervisor Lee, that is included in the planning.
Right. Yeah, so that's part of the planning, and I'm hoping that that conversation continues so that it doesn't get fallen off. That's all in the future. Ultimately, I think just mentioning in terms of the usage that was mentioned earlier by various of my colleagues, I find that to be quite interesting to see many of the Evergreen residents actually goes to Deanza. That's something that I actually learned when I was running and serving that district because of the different courses they provide, and I think that Deanza does really good outreach to get the students there, and the BT actually buses going directly to campus as well. So I do think that this clinic will benefit students and residents over at Evergreen as well, potentially, since they'll be going to school there. So I just want to say this is definitely a clinic that serves so many different communities. It's one of those places that I think Supervisor Samini has been saying has been a hole on the map of our county that needs to be incorporated in. And thank him for his vision a couple of years ago to make this happen, and very happy to see this moving forward and looking forward to this being a reality. Thank you, Jeff. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Are we ready? Oh, Supervisor
Thank
Smith.
you. And Madam Chair, to Supervisor Chavez's prompt, I want to be very clear just for the record. I've met with the board in open and public session, the Foothill Deanza board, in open and public session on at least a couple of occasions. They're very enthusiastic about the project. I've spoken with the chancellor directly. I do not think there are any deal breakers out there that are lurking, and I want to just be very clear about that. But my point again is it's time to make sure that that's clear and articulated, and I think, we're at a point where people need to stop waiting for each other and just get together in the room and say, let's all be clear. And I look forward to having that happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Samini and a second by Lee. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries with 4.
Thank you very much. I've had a request from Supervisor Arenas, who is not feeling well, to hear item 23 next out of order. Do we need a vote or nods of consent to be able to do that, County Council?
Nods of consent are fine for that.
All right, got some nods. Supervisor Arenas, yes, we are glad to hear item 23 right now. So that's the Child Welfare Services Ad Hoc Committee. And of course, we've caught the presenters off guard. So if they are here, we'll take the item. And if not, with my apologies, we may need to, Supervisor Arenas, I'm very sorry, but whoops, perhaps they are here. Hang on.
Supervisor, I was going to say, I don't know that we had a presentation
Okay.
planned for this item, as the materials from County Council and Administration are before the board. Happy to.
Okay, and
hear
you're
comments.
able to answer questions on this
Yeah,
item?
that's correct.
Perfect, then we will move ahead. And Would you like me to go to you and Supervisor Arenas first?
Yeah, I
or
was
the
just going to
public comment?
suggest I was going to let Supervisor Arenas know that the board now has a copy of the prepared motion that if you want to begin, and then I can follow up.
Perfect. Well, I was going to go over some of that, Supervisor Chavez, so I'm glad everybody already has it, so there's no point in me doing that. I just want to thank our county executive as well as our county council for working with us in order to get this ad hoc committee completed. Really happy to be working with you, Supervisor Chavez, to make sure that we have the partnerships in place to protect our children, to have appropriate interventions, to make sure that we have some collaborative decision-making process that's going to be part of the ad hoc committee. And so I know that you feel strongly about some of these areas and I about others, and together we're going to be able to talk at length and bring back some really freshly baked policy for the rest of our colleagues. But in all seriousness, I know that this is something that you brought up in a special meeting, Supervisor Chavez and myself brought forward in December. We know that there's a lot that needs to get improved in systems that are huge, and when they're in our government systems, sometimes they move really slow. And so I think this ad hoc committee is very appropriate so that we can take a lot of the work that needs to get done offline. I look forward to working with you and working with our county exec as well as our county council. Thank you.
But before I turn to Supervisor Chavez, I just have to confirm, since you...
And make a motion. Sorry.
That's okay. Give me just 1 second. I need to make sure that this paper has been shared with the clerk so that it can be put into the public record.
No,
since
but
it was
I'll
shared
do
with all of
that.
us.
And
Okay.
Sylvia, if you'd like, I can read it into the record. If I've got a lot of attorneys nodding
That's
their heads
perfect.
here.
Yes.
Okay, let me
Thank
read
you,
it into the
Supervisor
record.
Arenas, and I'm handing it to the clerk.
Thank you. I'd like to make, I'm going to second the motion made by Supervisor Arenas by reading this into the record. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara hereby establishes an advisory ad hoc committee on child welfare to include key service partnerships to protect children, review of DFCS's current service array for families and children, including a discussion about the overall capacity of current providers, availability and outcomes of services, referral and utilization rates, and follow-up processes within DFCS. Number 2, appropriate intervention to ensure safe children and families, an analysis of the effectiveness of support to families through differential response, voluntary services, and court supervision, and review of options for additional subpopulations to receive court supervision. Item 3, legal consultation model to support collaborative decision-making. This is an examination of the legal staffing process and how social workers and supervisory staff engage with county council on legal consultation.
And if I may, President Ellenberg, so just to clarify, the motion is to replace the first resolved provision in the resolution with the language that you just read. Is that correct, Supervisor?
That's
Chavez?
correct.
Okay.
All right. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. Item 23, there are no cards in chambers, but there are 2 hands raised in Zoom.
Excellent. Let's hear our 2 speakers, please.
Our first speaker is resident. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. We'll open your microphone shortly. And please go ahead.
Yes, with all due respect to this board, what is an ad hoc committee going to do? I mean, there are 2 members present at this meeting, and I am telling you guys that my kids are being sexually abused, and that social services is not willing to do an evaluation. I mean, I can't even tell them, I can't even get an answer from them if they're intending on doing one. Have they done one? What's the plan? What's the disposition of my complaint? No, they're not talking to me. And county council, who's going to be helping with this ad hoc committee, they won't talk to me either. I asked Mr. Lopresti, please tell me what can be done with these conflicts of interest. How can they be mitigated? Please tell them to communicate with me, to tell me what's going on. But because of these conflicts of interest, nothing will be done. And this will carry over because all the social workers, they're paying attention, they're learning that it's okay for children to be molested. It's in certain circumstances. I mean, it's okay to sanction it sometimes. That's what they're learning. And I mean, I really think that we need to bring in people maybe from the Department of Social Services of California to come in and to look over what's going on. I know you guys had an investigation, but they need to be making the changes. Because this ad hoc committee is not going to do anything. It's really not going to do anything. If you guys won't do anything now, you guys.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I believe that this is the fruit of what it is that happened with Baby Phoenix. This is the county's way of trying to create a committee that can better inform that particular department of the county. That's what I think it is. I'm not sure, but I think that that's what this is. So with that said, the system actually worked. The social workers actually did everything that they were responsible in that particular incident to do. This does not fall on like somehow or another the social workers need to be trained because there was an email that was generated that was sent straight to the county executive's office. I'm not saying necessarily that James Williams received it and acknowledged it, but what I'm saying, it was sent to his office nonetheless. So the system actually worked. It was the administration of the county that failed. This is fact. Those facts were borne out in that meeting. So we really don't need an organization, there are people that failed. And that is why that happened. And then it led to this series of, the mother dies a couple of months later of an overdose. The baby dies of an overdose of fentanyl. And everybody's just like standing around with this dumbfounded look on their face. Like, oh, what happened? What happened? No, we know what happened. An email was generated because the social workers knew they had the expertise, and we need to defer into trust in that expertise. And what happened on the administrative level is they failed to trust that expertise. That right there needs to be accounted for. Is that the entire system doesn't need to change. What needs to change is this apathetic, almost indifferent response. How the law is there to protect the people. Well, you know what? It was the law, which is the county executive office, that failed the people.
That concludes public comment. And Supervisor Arenas does have her hand up.
Please go ahead.
Perhaps from before.
Okay, let's take a vote on this item then. Motion
no.
by Arenas, second by Chavez.
Supervisor Arenas, did you have further comments?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. That was from before.
Great.
I apologize.
Thank you. So for the vote, Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simonian? Aye. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes with 5.
Thank you very much. We're going to return to our regularly scheduled agenda with item 18, Santa Clara County Salary Ordinance. And I would look for a motion.
So moved, Chavez.
Second.
Second. Do we have public speakers on this item?
Sorry, I just need 2 seconds to catch up. Chavez, Lee. I have on item 18, I have 1 card in chambers, no hands on Zoom. Is Jesse Baptista present? Thank you. We'll hear Jesse for 2 minutes.
It is your item, I know. I'll withdraw that.
A long day.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jesse Baptista. I'm the Vice President of the Santa Clara County Park Rangers Association, PRA for short. I'm here to speak about the item number 18, the Caregiver Return to Work Program. We as a union have met with ESA and discussed the details of the program and have come to the conclusion that this program is not well suited for the park ranger position. I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to remove the park ranger positions from this program due to the following. This program would essentially create up to a 12-month probationary period, which violates the current agreed-upon probationary period of 12 months outlined in Section 5.1 of the MOU between the county and the PRA. Additionally, the 9-month testing period would have a person working without gaining any time of service or making any CalPERS contributions, which also violates Article 13 of our MOU. Lastly, as a park ranger in this county, we are sworn peace officers under Penal Code 830.31, subsection B, as well as EMS and wildland fire first responders. Due to the uniqueness of our jobs, and there are very specific certifications to meet minimum qualifications set forth amongst the county, as well as a very specific hiring process that is specific for sworn peace officers outlined by California Government Code 1029, 1030, and 1031, followed by an extensive four-month-long law enforcement academy, a 1 to 2.5 months of wildland firefighting training, EMS, boating enforcement, 4x4 training, natural resource enforcement, and then you go into a 16-week field training program. All that must be completed prior to even be able to work out in the field on your own. This program would allow a person to bypass that entire process and go directly into the field, eliminating the ability for the department to properly vet a candidate and train them, which in essence would be putting the safety in that person in safety in jeopardy if they're not properly trained.
Thank you.
We did have one hand go up during that time.
Happy to hear that speaker on Zoom.
Our speaker on Zoom is Paul Soto. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, I wasn't going to say nothing on this item, but I just want to extend my gratitude to Mr. Bautista and the type of work that he does for the county. I did not know that park rangers have to go through that kind of checklist. They should get paid more than cops. They should actually get paid more than deputies. I mean, they have to have that fire. I've been through that firefighting training. I used to be in a camp. So when you add that particular component to all the rest of the requirements that are consistent with the police officer, that's commensurate with the straight police officer on the cop, the one that's riding around in the cars out in the field. But the park ranger has to have these other components of training that doesn't exist there. And because of that, I think that any kind of salary increase that these park rangers are requesting, it's almost like a no-brainer that whatever it is that they're asking for, that it's consistent with the service that they provide to not only consistent to the service that they provide, but also consistent with what it is that they're trained to do. Because there's a clear distinction between a regular police officer and what it is that the park rangers do in the parks. They don't just cruise around in a truck, obviously from what Mr. Bautista just said. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude for the work that he does on our parks. Thank you.
That concludes our requests.
Thank you. And I would ask as a courtesy if...
I'm going to withdraw my my motion, and then actually, after you make a motion, I have a question.
Thank you. I was moving a little too quickly. So I will make a motion. I have some comments that I want to make. Are you okay to do the second, and then I'll come back to you?
Second.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you both. I want to just first start with thank yous to County Executive James Williams and to our Chief Children's Officer Sarah Duffy, and for all of the folks from ESA for putting this pilot program together. This was a clearly defined problem that I was looking to solve. I hear primarily from women, but not exclusively from women, how challenging it is to get back into the workforce after leaving for some period of time to care for young children, parents, or other dependents. And there is a thing colloquially called the dreaded resume gap, where it appears as though you have done absolutely nothing for a number of years while you have actually been a caregiver and doing absolutely everything. I first learned about this concept of a returnship through PayPal. They have a returnship program for, and again, it's primarily women, but caregivers who left the workforce, who were professionals in their field, are having trouble getting hired again because they are a little bit behind in whatever is current in their field. PayPal brings them on essentially for a crash course in bringing them up to speed in their previous position or their previous type of work, and then they move on perhaps with PayPal or perhaps to another company. So I was looking for a way that we could do that here at Santa Clara County, and I'm really pleased that nearly 200 position classifications have been identified in collaboration with labor partners, and I heard the park rangers, and I'm disappointed, but I'm certainly not going to force an inclusion, and if we have to remove those classifications, I'm not going to object to that. But again, much appreciation to the labor partners who worked for us. These positions provide really a great breadth of opportunities for professionals who left the workforce and are now looking for a way back in. The positions include attorneys, business analysts, engineers, nurse practitioners, and other mid and senior level positions. Again, these aren't entry level because they are meant to be for folks returning. If this program works as I envision it, the program will not only facilitate caregivers' return to the workforce at similar levels that they held before taking time off, but will provide the county with local talent that can ideally transition into permanent county roles where appropriate, or pursue other professional opportunities that will allow them to earn incomes that meet the needs of their families. So I want to ask just a couple of questions for clarification of Julie Ramirez. Can you tell us first a little bit about the specific hiring process and how it differs from our general merit system, slightly lengthy process?
Right. Thank you for the question, President Ellenberg. Julie Ramirez, Manager in the Division of Equity and Social Justice. We certainly want to reduce barriers and make it easier for the applicants in each phase of the program. And we will support this by doing targeted outreach, so they'll have that access and explanation of how to enter the county workforce firsthand. Then, in addition to the targeted outreach, OWP will receive the applications directly from the candidates, and we will do the matchmaking, if you will, between the departments who have decided to participate in this program and the skills that the applicants display and have. So once we do that initial screening, working in partnership with ESA, we will then forward the applicant, or the application rather, to the hiring manager. So the process ideally will be quicker. The applicant will still have to meet the minimum hiring requirements, and it is up to the hiring manager to engage in the interview process and hiring as well.
But we're very intentionally not going to hold any penalty or discrediting of a resume that has had someone who has not been in the workforce for a number of years while they've served as a caregiver.
That is correct.
And are these permanent positions?
I'll turn to Anita.
Thank you. You turn your mic on, please.
Anita Asher, Human Resources Director. Yes, they are a path to permanent position.
A path to permanent position, that's different.
It is a permanent position, yes. Once they complete the unclassified section and have passed the examination process and are selected, are promoted into.
Maybe I can clarify it.
Please.
Applicants would, in order to stay on permanently, will need to apply and go through the merit system process, but they will have the opportunity to do so, and many such folks have done so coming into the county, myself included. So that's a pathway that many people have availed themselves of at the county, which is starting in an extra helper unclassified role, and I've been in both, and then ultimately ending up in a classified position.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to make clear, that they're coming in faster through an unclassified role, and they may choose to apply if they're available positions, or they may choose to use that experience, add it to their resume, and move on somewhere else. You mentioned, Julie, back to you, targeted outreach. What does that look like, and how do we know where to target?
Right. So OWP is engaging in a number of outreach strategies for to reach successful applicants. Some of them will be in person. For example, ESA is hosting a hiring fair. In March, we will be there promoting this opportunity, as well as at other tabling events that OWP is regularly at in the community. So we'll be promoting it there. Additionally, we'll be doing online promotion through our social media and our newsletters, and we'll be working with our community partners, of whom there are many, with the connections to our community and likelihood connection to the specific population. We will also be inviting the board to share this opportunity, so we'll be providing you with a toolkit to share through your channels as well.
You anticipated my next question. Thank you so much. For a county executive, can you talk about the impact of the hiring freeze? How do we know that, number one, won't undercut the success of the program, but also won't create tension with existing employees?
Well, first of all, the program doesn't displace any existing employee. It would only,
No, of course.
you'd have to be hired into a vacant position. Obviously, the budget situation may impact in some of these classifications at any time the number of vacant positions that may be available, and for some of these classifications there may be at this time or at given moments in time no vacancies available. What the footnote does is allows any of those positions that happen to be vacant to be made available for use in this program. So there shouldn't be any particular impact, but obviously the county's broader fiscal situation absolutely affects the overall volume of vacant positions.
Thank you. I certainly didn't mean to imply that anybody was being replaced. Of course not. I just wanted to confirm that where there is a freeze and there are not positions available, they won't be available
That's
to the
right.
returners either. Just
Yes.
wanted to get that on the record. Thank you. And then finally, really a free-for-all for anybody that wants to answer. What kind of feedback have you been getting at this point from managers and supervisors? Are you feeling that there's enthusiasm or value in participating in this program? I know we're talking about trying to create an initial cohort that will be followed through. Is there any incentive that's needed to ensure that hiring managers really see the value and act on this opportunity?
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Sarah Duffy, Chief Children's Officer, and I've been in conversation with some of the different departments that will be partnering with us, the Social Services Agency, Health and Hospitals, and Facility and Fleet, and they've all been really eager partners. So I think they all see this as a really good pathway to fill vacancies and to, in some cases, bring back employees that have left to raise children or take care of others, particularly within health and hospitals. I've had some great conversations with them specifically about healthcare workers, and it feels like a very good fit.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask for a 9-month initial report back on how many people we've attracted, how many are in positions, and what the initial experience of that cohort is like. Thank you.
As one hiring manager, I just wanted to know administration is very pleased to bring this program forward. Greta and I had the opportunity in doing hiring in the county counsel's office to certainly hire several attorneys over the years who had these types of family circumstances, right, where they were out of work raising children, and did so very successfully. My wife had this situation before returning as an elementary school librarian. I think this is a great pathway and opportunity. Look forward to a successful pilot. I did want to note separately, which is why I originally turned on my light, that we do need clarity in the motion itself as to whether the park ranger positions are included or excluded. We're fine, of course, either way, but we just need that clarity in the motion.
Let's exclude the park rangers, please, at this time. Supervisor Chavez, then Lee.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think, you know, one concern I have actually, honestly, is the departments that are opting out. And I want to think a little bit about that, you know, and in particular, I'm assuming we're not hiring anybody who isn't qualified for the position.
They must under the merit system, even though the hiring isn't happening through the merit system, the individuals must meet the employment standards for the classification, whether you're unclassified or classified.
So I just wanted to say that out loud because I really can't tell you how often I hear we don't have qualified, you know, candidates, and it's usually when we're trying to engage you know, a new group of people into a workforce. So that's issue number one. Issue number two, and the speaker raised this issue, and I just wanted to make sure that as we're working with the ESA, that these timelines are really interesting, because if the pilot timeline may be confused with the the length of time the person could be working with us. And I'm not sure if that is that 9-month timeline that was being referred to, because I'm presuming that, I guess maybe I should ask, are we prepared to recognize that if there's timelines for training, that our program may be impacted by the particular instance? And I think the point you raised about how long it takes to become a park ranger, that's different than if you're already a park ranger, to be frank with you, and you're coming back and you may have to get you know, some additional training to be, you know, brought back on. So anyway, how do those timeline issues work, given that this is a pilot?
I'm happy to share, Mr. Williams. So I feel like because it is a pilot, it's certainly an opportunity to learn. And I think the clarification provided here at this meeting means that we have to think very critically about the specific timelines when these are met. I think there are discussions that we should have and clarity in the program design that we develop when the employment actually starts. But it's definitely going to be something that we have to build into the program design, and I'm happy that it was brought up today so we can have that clarity.
I would just also note that, you know, we tend to have different classification series for positions, and at the higher level classifications, those minimum standards incorporate requirements to have certain certifications or trainings already in possession. So for somebody to be eligible in that type of circumstance, they would need to have previously held a similar role and have those certifications. They might, in that instance, need to renew or re-up a license or something like that, and would need to do that in order to start employment. Typically, for many of our more law enforcement or other types of positions at the very entry level, where we have academies and so forth, those are often, not always, but often are unclassified positions for initial hiring anyway, and that's a whole different multi-step process.
I guess, yeah, what I want to make sure of is, I think there's no doubt in my mind that there is some confusion about whether or not, one, we'd hire someone who's unqualified, two, whether or not they have to have their licenses. Of course they do. And number three, and this speaks to actually a point that Supervisor or President Allenberg raised earlier about whether or not, you know, these are entry level, and in some instances they may need to be even if somebody was in the workforce. So what I would just suggest is that as you're having conversations with the hiring managers, that whatever it is that we're learning about how we onboard folks is really going to be imperative, both in terms of proving its value to the current workforce, as well as to the hiring managers, as well as to us understanding the onboarding. And I'll just wrap up with this comment. You know, we have a program, and the county has signed on to being part of project labor agreements. And one of the most significant, important components of that is that we create opportunities for people who live in the community to have access to jobs, especially around construction. And we ask them to take a look at folks who've been in our foster care system, folks who've been, in under-resourced communities, and we do that because we recognize that the opportunity gap is real and significant. And I think, President Ellenberg, what you're trying to address, that opportunity gap, I think is so important, and that the one place that should figure out how to do that is frankly us, like at the county, right? So I'm excited you're doing this. I do expect that there may be some poor fits in the list, and there may be hiring managers who say we should have thought about this place or that, and then a full report out to the board, but also to our bargaining unit partners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really do want to express appreciation to all of the many bargaining units that were excited about this and open to partnering. I think it's really an exciting opportunity for us. We've heard from the public, correct? We have a motion this time by me, second by Chavez. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas is absent. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries with 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go forth and hire people. By my count, we have 3 items left. Jess, please tell me if you have something different. I'm looking at 19, 21, and 47.
That's what I have.
All right. 19 is the Heading Home Campaign Quarterly Report. Welcome, Consuelo.
Good afternoon, Board President Ellenberg and members of the board. My apologies in advance that I forgot my glasses, so if I'm squinting, it's because I can't see that far. Also giving Hillary the opportunity to pull up the presentation. Given the lateness of the hour, we will make it short and allow for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, and welcome Hillary as well. Supervisor Chavez?
So first of all, I always feel bad that you end up at the end of our agendas because you have such great news and everybody's gone. Well, there are a few of you here, but it's just incredible. And so I wanted to ask one question, and then I wanted to make a recommendation. And my one question is, can you tell me the age of the children this program is serving?
Thank you, Supervisor. Hillary, maybe you can share the few bullet points that we talked about, and then we'll focus on the dashboard.
Good afternoon. Yes. To go quickly to just one highlight reel data point, Supervisor, and good afternoon, President Ellenberg and members of the board. Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. We did want to highlight that we, since the beginning of the campaign, have been able to house 1,550 families, and including nearly 3,000 children. And I will, on that note, skip to the dashboard, Supervisor Chavez, to answer your question. The age groups that we've been able to serve through the campaign, you can see the breakdown by age group at the top left corner, where 56% have been 6 years or older, and the remainder have been 5 years and younger. So we've seen a number of kind of 0 to 5, including households with pregnant members.
You know what? Thank you so much for this. And if I'm looking at the bottom, that bottom graph, so could you just talk a little bit about the February 23rd and March 23rd, surge? I mean, it looks like there was this time that we just had this little surge, and I wonder if you could just take a minute to talk about that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, that surge in housing placements is tied to the influx of EHVs, emergency housing vouchers in our community. So you'll note on this graph of placements that it goes up significantly beginning in October of 2022. And that's when our teams in coordination with the Housing Authority and providers were really able to begin placing families with emergency housing vouchers, and really kind of to that peak in March of 2023. And so I think the board is aware there are a finite number of these vouchers. So those, the placements are going down by month as more and more folks have used the vouchers. We have some that are turning over still, but it's a little bit of a lower number. But to us, this really shows what an influx of resources can do for our efforts to house families.
Could you go then to the slide? I probably should have just let you do this. Can you go back to the slide for the housing placements and homeless inflow analysis? And I think it might have, and I'm sorry, they're not numbered, so I can't. It was Appendix B.
For sure. You'd like me to share the dashboard. Just one moment.
Thank you.
Okay, I need 1 moment to pull that up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And colleagues, let me just say the reason that I was so interested in this particular slide is that well, actually, I'm sorry, I might have just sent you back to the wrong one. The next one, and it's the one that says, what are families with children, where are they being served? And it's a colorful one that has the rapid rehousing, and then each of these little, I don't know if you can find it. Let me try my question, colleagues, without that. But what it shows is that your point about rapid rehousing is a really critical one. And I wonder, could you just take a moment to talk a little bit about our partnership with the Housing Authority and how our partnership with them, if at all, can improve the number of folks that we're able to frankly, to serve with this very particular kind of strategy that we see as so effective.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for the question. I did want to clarify that the rapid rehousing program, that is not leveraging the vouchers, the emergency housing vouchers. What we did do is we took a deep dive into the rapid rehousing and found that there are some folks and families that are cost burdened from a rent perspective. So we did prioritize about 200 families that were going to exit the program, but we're going to be at the 70% cost burden rate. So those were prioritized for an emergency housing voucher to ensure they didn't kind of come back to us. In working with the Housing Authority, Hillary didn't get a chance to share, but we do have a number of developments that are opening this year where we are leveraging through that partnership with the Housing Authority site-based vouchers in partnership with also rapid rehousing. So this is the model that we're using for Measure A, where we're leveraging the voucher for an extremely low-income unit for families that are not necessarily homeless, but are at risk of homelessness. And then we have the rapid rehousing units that don't leverage a voucher, but are coming from the community queue. So it is a new model, and this year is the first year that we're seeing that influx of a lot of the units coming online. The first project that we tested this with was at Vela Apartments along Alum Rock. And I think the Vitalia is the other one that came online just a few months ago.
So I'm sorry that I was inelegant in my question, but what I was curious about is you've seen some success. I mean, we have these buckets of success that are rooted in different strategies. And rapid rehousing and that voucher strategy has made me think a lot about what should our partnership look like with the Housing Authority in order to leverage and strengthen that voucher approach, because it's so clear that there's a path there. And one of the things I've wondered is whether or not it's possible for us to use rapid rehousing, to keep somebody in their homes. Or to get them established in a home, and whether or not it's possible for us then to move them on to a Section 8 voucher so that we were able to use our money, which is more flexible, to go protect more people from becoming homeless in the first place or rapidly rehousing them.
We'd have to look at the eligibility criteria for the programs, Supervisor Chavez, for that. The majority of our programs right now that we use for the Heading Home campaign require that a family be literally homeless, and then we rely on our homelessness prevention system to keep somebody housed in their unit. So I think your question, we'd have to take back and look to see, number one, if that's even possible.
Well, and even if it's a good idea, I'm not emotionally attached to it. I was just curious because I was looking at these numbers. And then the last thing is, Consuelo, to you and Key and others, if you could go to the slide that starts with the 774 number with the new units of supportive affordable housing that are open or under construction. I just really wanted to say thank you. Like this is an incredible achievement, and you know, colleagues, the number of naysayers that we have in the world about how we're doing our work, just they're not looking at these numbers, and they're certainly not looking at the families that are getting housed. And so just to say out loud, 774 new units of supportive and affordable housing for families are open or under construction. And then you have another 848 units that we expect to be open by 2027. And that is just an amazing number. And I was wondering if you look at the next slide, the round 13, is that round 13 number in that 800 number we just saw?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, it is included in that number.
Well, I'll let you go through your I mean, if you just want to show everybody these last slides while I make an observation and just ask one last question, and that is, in the 10,000 to 12,000 pipeline that we have that are unfunded, what percentage of those are multifamily units? Do you know?
Thank you, Supervisor. You mean in terms of whether something is more geared towards a single adult versus families?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that. Typically, it has been ranging where we see maybe a 40% of our production is for families. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with both the land use component and what really the trends on the financing are. So if the state, through tax credits, SIDLAC, and TCAC, if they're prioritizing or scoring projects higher, because they have a special set aside for special needs populations, you know, we factor all of that into our pipeline. Not to say we won't fund something, but we just position them so that they are competitive statewide.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that just speaks to the need to make sure we have more of a resource coming our way. And just really thank your staff. This is such an incredible body of work. And, you know, really nothing has stopped you, not COVID, not inflation, not materials. You know, I think you and the development community who played a leadership role in this really have done a marvelous job. Congratulations, and thank you for getting so many little humans in safe places.
Thank you, Supervisor, for that comment. We will definitely share it with our team. It has been a pretty difficult last couple of months for a lot of us, personally and professionally. Typically, the winter months are really hard because we see an increase in all of our services, but not necessarily an increase in the capacity. And so our staff also have to deal with saying no. So we will absolutely pass that along to them.
Thank you, and I just echo all of the gratitude and admiration and appreciation and just truly awe at what you've accomplished. Thank you for calling out the demographics of the households as well, by gender, race, by other circumstances like being a survivor of violence or having a mental health disorder. We are helping people that need us the most, so thank you. With respect to the goal of helping 2,500 families annually through our homelessness prevention system by 2025, will the resources that you outlined in your report allow us to meet that goal?
Thank you, Board President Ellenberg, for the question. One of the items that you placed on the consent calendar is an application to the state for $5 million, and our recommendation is to use that money to further add capacity to the homelessness prevention system. We are relying on a significant amount of one-time funding through the state's HAP program, and so our goal is to reach that 2,500, and then the next conversation is how to sustain it.
Thank you. And is any of that HAP funding in jeopardy, or are they not doing another round of HAP funding?
We are working on our application
Okay.
for round 5.
Okay.
And that is coming before this board in March.
Great, thank you. And I think I've asked this before, so pardon me if you've already told me, but I'm just always thinking about how we promote the vouchers, and have we connected directly with various realtors, apartment associations, landlord associations, any way to get us in front of people to let them know about all of the existing incentives and have them be able to ask questions about accepting tenants with vouchers?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, the Housing Authority has, they actually launched a new website and a new portal for folks who are interested in leasing their apartments for heading home or for their voucher program. And I know that they are working on, you know, these incremental updates to the way that their business model is, from, you know, similar to what we've been doing, going out to the community more versus being just in the office. So we did not get an update from them for this report, but we can report that in June.
Thanks. And if landlords are already interested, that's awesome. I'm thinking about the ones that just may not think that this is an option, and maybe my office will connect directly with the Housing Authority and see if we can be supportive of any of those direct or targeted outreach efforts, because I love to tell the story. It's a good one. I did not take public comment, so if I could have a motion to receive the report, I'll second it.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I have one hand in Zoom.
All right, let's hear our speaker. 2 minutes, please.
I'm sorry, that was a motion by Chavez, second by Ellenberg.
Correct.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Sean. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I waited all day long to get to this topic and then hopefully the next one. Some comments. We are personally keeping a family in a hotel for a month now. And the mom has HIV, the kid has autism, and they're not getting housed. There are so many families that are like this. It's, 3-month waiting list. So they're not heading home. I also want to point out that when people get the rapid rehousing voucher, so often it's a year later and they're back on the streets because it just doesn't work. There needs to be some sort of leeway, some way to extend it. There has to be something where you take into account extenuating circumstances. But it's gotten to a point when people are asking me, should I take the voucher or not, that I just stare at them because I just don't know what to say. Is a year of being housed and then ending up unhoused and re-traumatized better than not taking the voucher? I don't know, honestly. But it just happens over and over and over again where somebody gets the voucher for a year and ends up back on the streets. And families are ending up that way too. We have to find a way to fix that because it's just not helping people to re-traumatize them and put them back on the streets. And we have to do better for these families. They're just out there for months with no assistance, and relying on groups like us to pay their hotel bills is also not something that's sustainable. It's just not, unless you're going to give us $1 bazillion to help out, because it's just not sustainable for us. We are buying groceries, we are buying clothes, we are keeping families in hotels. It is a lot. So please, you have to do better for these families than what's happening right now. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, just want to understand the rapid rehousing program a little bit based on the speaker's comments. There is a time limit of those vouchers, right? Such that exceeding that time, if they cannot find housing, they cannot be continued. Am I correct? If you can educate us, please, Consuelo.
Sure, thank you, Vice President Lee, for the question. There are two different programs. The emergency housing vouchers, those have a 10-year term, and there is a time limit in terms of how long the person or the family has to find housing. And the Housing Authority does have the ability to grant exceptions. That's one program. The Rapid Rehousing Program is not a voucher. It's a time-limited rental subsidy up to 24 months. And we typically will not exit a family if they're not graduating from the program unless they are not participating, not following their individual plan that's developed to transition them out of homelessness. So there are two different programs, Supervisor. One is the emergency housing vouchers. You know, those were one-time funding sources that we received through the federal government during the pandemic. Our rapid rehousing program allows for up to 24 months of subsidies.
Right, so they could actually exit before the 24 months if they are not following the plans, what you're saying, right? So 24 months is the maximum, but there is a plan that they're supposed to follow through before they can continue month to month.
Correct, Supervisor. Typically what we see in the rapid rehousing program and the intervention is that there is an opportunity for them to, it's like the general demographic or profile of somebody that's enrolled in a rapid rehousing program that's a family, is that they are able to seek employment. And so they start to incrementally assume a certain portion of the rent every month, presuming that their income is going up. And they don't get released from the program if they can't demonstrate that they are able to pay their rent.
I understand. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas is absent. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries with 4.
Thank you very much. Item 21 is a report back on the all-inclusive playground grant program.
I'd like to move that we receive the report and direct administration to refer to the FY25 budget process allocation of the $5.5 million in 2012 Measure A funds for AIPG Round 3 as discussed at our February meeting.
Second.
Do we have speakers on this item?
We do not.
All right, thank you. I love and value all-inclusive parks, and I was very proud to be a part of the group that brought the Rotary Playground into being. That was the first significant play destination in San Jose and surrounding cities that truly accommodated integrated play for people of all abilities. I was impressed, if a bit surprised, when I joined the Board of Supervisors and learned that the board had already invested $20 million in creating more inclusive playgrounds throughout the county. While playgrounds aren't directly a county core service, they're certainly a fit with our work around inclusion and belonging, healthy lifestyles, exercise, and pro-social engagement. Again, to date, $20 million has been awarded, 18 projects have been completed, and another 7 are expected to be finished by next year, and I think we can be very proud of that work. For a number of reasons, which I'll detail in a moment, I don't believe now is the time to invest additional dollars in creating more playgrounds, and I won't be able to support the direction today. On a high level, my concern is that given the structural deficit and the reductions that are going to need to be made to balance our budget, we're in a very different economic environment than in the past when the board allocated funding for this purpose. In both fiscal 2017-18 and 18-19, the county added over 600 positions, which is considerably different from the projections for the next fiscal year and at least the short-term future. Our mid-year budget review included a holding account for a, quote, surplus, for surplus 2012 Measure A funding, but no formal decision has been made by the board regarding how to use that funding. In fact, I don't believe that the board has had a conversation about other potential or permitted uses of these funds. Given the structural budget deficit and the reduction efforts, I hope that this board will maintain flexibility to address the most urgent needs in the upcoming fiscal year. I certainly appreciate that the administration set this funding aside to provide increased transparency, particularly to voters on a tax that they explicitly approved, and I want to be sure that we follow through with that transparency. Just as a quick public note, when voters approved the extension of this 1/8 cent sales tax in 2018, some of the explicit categories of funding this could be used for included trauma and emergency care, affordable housing, and supportive services for the homeless. So I would be particularly interested in potential projects that fall under those categories. I'm not debating whether it was appropriate to fund the playgrounds. I think it's great that we were able to do that. The report also indicates that there are significant concerns about the availability of matching funding, and that 29 groups contacted, only 8 responded, and just one of those indicated that they could match our funding at 100%. I understand that the original ask only asked that the board approve receipt of the report. It has gone a little bit further right now, and I want to be clear that the board hasn't approved a funding source for the project, nor has the board made a determination on how to use that surplus 2012 Measure A revenue. And we often talk about whether something has a general fund impact or not, and certainly if money is taken from Measure A for the playgrounds, that's not general fund, but it's general fund that may have to back up something else that Measure A could have covered. And this is a year where we are literally looking for every single dollar. And the net impact is that funding for playgrounds is going to mean less available funding for other unmet needs. And I can't tell you how much it hurts my heart to say the words of not supporting playgrounds, but I just, in my heart, don't believe that this is an appropriate expenditure right now. So I won't be supporting, but I will be happy to call the vote.
Question?
Of course.
This year is definitely difficult given the budget constraints we're facing with at least around $250 million per year. When we look at the mid-year budget report of all the items that was laid out, I think this is one item that really stuck out, given $10 million versus the other items are usually within 6 or 7 digits. And so this is the one that certainly is showing that would be something that so I'm trying to open it up as today I'm not ready to vote for 10 million, but I'm just asking for the maker and the second. If there's a lesser amount that we could work with, at least we could get that going. And given the fact that since not that many of the applicants can match the grant for this project, anyways, we probably won't even be able to expend all that. So I wonder if a small amount, something that the maker and second is able to work with, and we might do a substitute motion or withdraw.
The motion specifically was for 5.5 in order to, from this allocated source, which was a general tax, not a special tax. So it is lawful and appropriate to use in this way.
Not suggesting it's not.
Okay, I want to be clear about that on the record. And working with administration, the reason that we came up with the 5.5 was to acknowledge the very point that you make, Supervisor Lee, which is, given how long it takes these projects to come to fruition, and that's not a criticism, it's just they do, there's no need to put added stressors on the budget for the coming year. So it would be limited to the 5.5 in the coming year, and then funds would presumably be available in a subsequent year. And the 5.5 in this case is actually from the Measure A funds, so that it does not put pressure on the general fund this year. That was an effort to kind of meet people more than halfway, I thought, on the concerns that had been raised. And I
apologies.
I will also say, I think it is a disservice to simply describe these as playgrounds. These are services for children and families with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So if we vote no, let's just be clear about what we're voting no on. We're voting no on services for children and families with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
I'm going to, sorry,
No,
Joe.
I'm sorry. I'm going to
not
finish
voting
my
for
remarks,
that.
Madam President, because I sat here patiently and listened to your comments. I did not interrupt, and I would ask that you let me finish my comments, and then I will be
The
silent.
mischaracterization.
That is not an attempt to characterize one way or the other anything other board members have said. It is simply to say that these are services for families and children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I think we made that clear when we did the first and second rounds. I think we quickly discovered that the demand for these services far outstripped the availability of funds, which is why this third round is here. Now, we had to go through a very challenging board meeting that Supervisor Chavez will recall when we were talking about trying to find $10 million a year for housing to serve folks in the developmental disabilities community. But we got there. Subsequently, Supervisor Chavez led the effort to make sure we had an office to actually address the concerns of this particular segment of the community, who everybody says they have concerns about, but thinks somebody else should somehow respond to. So we've mitigated the impact in this coming fiscal year. We've identified a source that is not general fund. We've acknowledged that the funds can be used over a period of some period of years, probably 2 or 3, given how long it's taken to draw down the funds. And I think that's, as I say, more than meeting folks halfway. Thank you for letting me complete my thoughts. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I certainly don't, let me just say this in a positive way. I think there are so many ways in which our county supports the developmentally disabled community. I do and will continue to support that. We listened to folks today describe hideous living conditions for people also with mental health and intellectual developmental disabilities. And right now, where my brain is that I need to help people live in not squalid conditions who have those disabilities before I can do more recreational sites. And again, we've done $20 million. Clearly, we're not going to agree on this. I don't think there's any value or merit in maligning morality of choices. These are financial decisions. And again, $5 million from Measure A, while not general funds in itself, is $5.5 million less for other, I believe, more pressing, more urgent needs this year in the budget. And if I'm in the minority, I certainly know how to live with that, but I think it's really important to be very clear about the hard choices that we have to make this year and the value of $5.5 million. But no need to beat that into the ground. Supervisor Lee, your light is still on. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, just want to check it back with administration about the funding situation. How would this 5.5 million of Measure A sales tax going to affect our future funding situation?
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, yeah, to the board president, Greg Interior, County Budget Director. Yeah, this was not calculated in our forecast for the $250 million operating deficit because it was, as the board may recall, at mid-year was set aside in a separate account. But certainly, it is discretionary revenue from a general tax, as Supervisor Simidian pointed out. So it's all within the the realm of our the board's choices of priorities and how to use our limited discretionary resources. It's purely, from my perspective, a policy consideration. I hope that helps answer to some satisfactory amount.
Or in terms of how the money is going to be spent, in terms of timing, we keep looking at 250, it's this coming year. Would this 5 potentially be spent a year later because of the fact that it's actually not allocated necessarily this coming year? How is this number going to play out? I just want to see the timing of this.
Yeah, at this point, it's set aside in a reserve. and it will stay there unless the board takes some other action to remove it. That's the practice of the board. When something is set aside in a reserve, it cannot be touched until the board directs use of it.
Okay. On the report, it mentions that 7 organizations they would not be able to match the grant. Only one organization said that it could offer a match at the 100%, which is as stated in the report. So if these organizations could not match the grant, would it mean that these amounts will not be spent? In other words, that 5.5 might not be all spent and come back to the county?
So typically, these projects have taken, as Supervisors Committee indicated, 2 to 4 years to complete. So these are reimbursements of costs. The previous years, we did bring to the board to approve the procedural guide, which outlined the need for matching funds. So we brought those guidelines to the board, and we'd probably do that for this round as well, about the indication of the need for matching funds.
So my point basically is that if they could not find matching funds, those funds would not be expended because that's part of the program, isn't it?
When we set up through the approval of the procedural guide by the board, that would set that if the matching funds are required or not would be approved by the board. If it's at your discretion.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll go and support it today based on what we have here. And if the money is not being spent, certainly if it comes back to us, then it doesn't meet the criteria, then we won't spend the money. So this is up to 5.5 is what we're talking about, basically. That's what I'm trying to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a vote, just so I can understand what's happening. This is a vote that today now is locking that money into this expenditure in advance of the budget? Or this is I need to understand the implications of what's happening. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, as I understand it, the motion is not to appropriate the funds today, but rather to refer for the creation of a fund in next year's budget. Is that correct, Supervisor Simonian?
I will read it verbatim again, and then I will attempt to clarify what the language says, and I will ask County Council and budget staff to confirm my understanding of what it says. Receive report and direct administration to refer to the fiscal year 25 budget process, allocation of the $5.5 million in 2012 Measure A funds for AIPG Round 3. So presumably, if we had 3 votes today to take that action, the administration would return to us in the budget process with a budget that displayed $5.5 million of Measure A funds allocated in that way. And if board members at that time chose to vote against, they could. If they chose to vote for, they could. And a simple majority, I believe, would be required to take that action. Let me look to County Council to confirm the understanding, which was my intent in making the motion.
That is correct, and absolutely an action that the board can take with a simple majority now.
Right. Thank you. Lights to vote or lights to comment?
I just wanted to make one quick comment, and then I'm gonna support this. But one, I want to thank the staff, and I always feel bad when you're in between us. So, so anyway, so thank you for that. The other thing I just wanted to say is that I do very much appreciate the tension that we're going to have in this budget cycle that frankly, since I've been here, we've had less of it than perhaps when I served on the city council. And I think your point is well taken, that we have to be careful about putting words in each other's mouths as we are talking about what we think is a priority. I do want to say about this particular issue a couple of things. One is, you're right, we started it out as a matching program. 2, I just want to acknowledge there's an equity analysis-ish in here, and one of the things that's very interesting about it is it shows my district only needing $750,000 based on previous requests from the community. But the reason that that number is so low is because many of the partners in my community have so little money that matching programs are very challenging. And it actually speaks to a bigger issue in terms of our equity analysis. And secondly, if we want to look at, if you take a heat map of the county and you look at where we have the most crime, where there's the most fear of being outside, it's absolutely in these communities. And so the point of the all-inclusivity of it is that the more activity we create in these open spaces, again, in the district I represent, the more opportunity there is to deal with other issues that we talked about earlier: diabetes, mental health, family engagement, getting kids away from their video games and getting folks outside. So I recognize that the points that are being raised is how are we prioritizing all the different activities that we have, and during a tough time, how are we anticipating community need year 2, year 3, year 4 out. And so the point I was going to make also to Supervisor Lee is that one of the first projects that we funded is just going to be opened in about a week. And that doesn't speak well to how quickly we do or don't move, but what it does speak to is really that is a really low-income community that had to wait. What year, Joe, was the first one? I should know that. It might even be in here. But so 2017, justice delayed, justice denied, and it's a funny thing to say about an all-inclusive or a playground or an all-inclusive playground, but nonetheless, it's very, very real and very problematic. So thank you all of you for your consideration of this, and I do think it should absolutely go to the budget. We should, dig in and have another conversation about it, and I will be supporting the motion that I seconded.
All right, let's vote on the motion.
Supervisor Arenas is absent. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian? Yes. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
No.
Thank you. That carries with 3.
Thank you. Our final item is 47.
And I will move approval, and I just want to, I want to say, can I get a motion, a second,
You want to make a
Moved.
motion?
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to say the reason, colleagues, that I requested this be pulled off is that we had a lease agreement without the operations agreement together, and I know it'll be coming in the future, but I just wanted to recommend to staff that they should come concurrently, because part of the value of the lease agreement is actually going to be embedded in what the services they're going to provide. So I don't have a judgment about that because I know you're working with them. I was more just going to encourage that those come consecutively, or concurrently. And I didn't mean you to have to wait to say that. I should have said it earlier and put it on consent. I don't know if you have comments about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for the question and the opportunity to clarify. This is an interesting partnership with the Covenant House because in the first portion of, their original lease agreement, the county did not pay for any of the funding. And that was the nuance where we're wrapping up the solicitation process for our temporary housing programs, and the Covenant House actually lost their private funding for half of the program, and they have submitted an application through our process. We just notified them of being on the list of awardees, and so we didn't want the lease to lapse because then it would have impacted the people that are served in the program.
Got it. That makes total sense. I really appreciate it. And I know our timing can't always be squared up, so appreciate it. Now I feel really bad for making you wait. Okay, so thank you, Susan.
Absolutely. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I have no request to speak. Can we just confirm that Chavez is the mover, Lee is the seconder?
I believe so.
Yes.
Thank you. For the vote, Supervisor Arenas is absent. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian? Yes. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries with 4.
Thank you very much. With that, and much appreciation to everyone, to the clerk's office, to my colleagues, to the CreaTV folks, to our security dudes, and all staff and administration. Thank you very much, everyone. And there is food to go in the back.